All right, welcome in, everybody. Welcome in. We are live. The Super Bowl is quickly approaching. Seahawks Patriots. We're already off to a hot start pregame, of course. Coco Jones just lit up the stage a couple seconds ago. Ayo, shout out. Respect, shout out the happy couple, but also just a great performance with the song as well too. We don't even really know what song was that. Did we even have a second to write it down? Again, it was a very inspiring performance. But we also had a star. The commercials have gotten underway early. A star-studded YouTube TV commercial. David Blaine, a couple of David Blaine is the sign. It's like, hey yo, Super Bowl commercial time. I feel like it's a good time of year for him. I don't know if there is necessarily, speaking of, like we have the Olympics on, of course, on the other TV as well too. I guess no, the Super Bowl, is it a big enough event for two TVs? Probably, but the Winter Olympics will definitely keep them in the rotation as well too, since we are sports journalists here on the pod. But, the Olympics, you do have those defined moments for the more specific sports, of course, for them to get their sort of shine, even though maybe the consistent regular season, even like like figure skating as well, too. I'm thinking Winter Olympics is definitely not, in the popular culture, the level of the Summer Olympics. But you would think like even just like a regular season track event, like Usain Bolt with as big of an athlete as he was, like Michael Phelps, you're not necessarily following like the swimming world championships in between, the Olympic events. But Magic, hey, yo, does Magic have any... Magic doesn't have the Olympics. I don't even know if Magic goes into the same category as like a, it's not necessarily a competition. It's more the arts. It's more like, I guess, maybe David Blaine, performing at the Super Bowl halftime. If Magic could get onto that stage, I guess maybe that would be just the number one event for Magic in entertainment. I don't know. So I guess we'd have to do some research there. But, again, I guess you get him in a Super Bowl commercial or two. It kind of maybe becomes that a little bit. But I guess we're going to have to keep an eye. We're going to have to keep a list and see if anything, stands out, of course, in that sense from that side of the game. It's not necessarily, I know it's, hey, obviously it's one of the first things you think of in the Super Bowl, but I guess for us, it's not always like going into the Super Bowl, like, yes, the commercials, shout out. It's like we get to this time of year and then we start seeing like, wait, there's a lot of celebrities in this commercial. Hey, these commercials are kind of decent. It's like, oh yeah, wait a second, Super Bowl commercials. That's right. Teams are supposed to be the marketing teams. AO, of course, are battling it out as well too. I think maybe, speaking of the Olympics, maybe they need to actually give an award out. Maybe there needs to be some kind of a vote where there's like a medal for the number one Super Bowl commercial. Who knows? But hey, yo, we do have, of course, a couple minutes till kickoff. I don't know if it's appropriate, with the picks being made on the broadcast as we get closer to the game, if this is a good time to see if we can get some last-minute picks potentially made and see what is a good option for, looking at the odds for the game here. Seahawks at 4.5 is definitely a little bit nervous. I think we were saying it the last time that, I don't know, there is just that everybody was pretty confident in the pregame. I know, where we tune into the pregame, to see, okay, is Jason Garrett going to side, which team's he going to side with? That'll definitely inform our opinion. But they also do have a couple of the 49ers guys on the broadcast as well, too. Shout out to Fred Warner. He's been on the pregame here. And they've also had Kyle Shanahan as well. And Kyle Shanahan has been like very defiantly like, I think the Seahawks are like kind of the better team here. He's like, I don't know if the Patriots, like, they're going to have to run. They can't really pass. Their special teams is not better. And the Seahawks are just a more stacked roster. It's just like this. He just keeps running down the list. It is what it is. And I don't know what they've got a sort of Super Bowl legends row of guys, sort of walking out on the field at the moment. There's like a box on the sideline. Hey, yo. And I guess all these legends are they're hiding out in there. I guess they did, probably were people locked in watching them all wander around over in there right before the game or right before this moment. It is what it is. Oh, Green Day is on the field. It says Green Day up on the Jumbotron in the stadium. So I'm assuming that is for the band that is currently playing. Ayo, because Green Day, we know about Green Day. I mean, shout out. I would say that for us personally, I guess we're looking forward to the Bad Bunny Super Bowl halftime later. You know, I would say that, of course, we always have Bad Bunny in the Spotify rotation? Hey, yo, I guess that's our fault. But I would say we know about as many Bad Bunny songs as we do Green Day songs. It is what it is. You know, the Super Bowl is just sometimes, you know, it's very specific listening to artists. So they're not always going to have, you know, artists that we listen to all the time. It is what it is. Green Day is definitely for the, is that for the people that are not going to be watching the Super Bowl halftime later? I don't know. We'll have to, I guess, maybe take a scan of the crowd there. Do we have to Shazam this song? Can we even, is it loud enough? I guess it has to be. Let's see what we got here for Green Day going with one of the hits. You would have to imagine. I know. Oh, no song found. Okay. So that one doesn't work there. I think we might have to, we got the speaker hooked up to that one. That one might not be able to properly read. Let's see if we can see what's going on here. We might have to do a lyrical search for this Green Day song so we can properly report what song is playing. Wait a second. Oh, no song found again? Okay, we're cranking the volume up this time. It is what it is. I don't necessarily, I guess we don't need it at this point to like add it into the rotation, but just to like try to find it. Oh, chat, we couldn't even find it. This is our holiday is the last words on the closed caption. So I don't know, a holiday. Oh, okay, wait a second. Now that I turned the volume up, I guess this is the second song. I have heard this song on the radio before. I don't know if we know the name of this one. You know, hey, yo, chat, I think there's a lot of you that are in the same boat. It's like, I know that song. It's just, do I know the name of it? You know, could I search it up on the Googles right now and figure it out? So, shout out. We'll have to pay attention, I guess, for like the Green Day seems like a band that would definitely be in the work playlist for sure. If this seems like a pretty popular song. So I don't know if we can go, you know, stream counts on this. Is this going to be one of the, I would assume they have to have 1 billion streams on one of their songs. Let's see if we can get some stats here. Speaking of stats, ayo, Green Day. Let's see what we got. Basket case. Oh, American Idiot is Green Day. Oh, this is Boulevard of Broken Dreams. See, ayo, chat. Ayo, you're like, oh, how'd you not know that song when it's just playing right off the bat? It is what it is. It is what it is. You know, can we listen to every artist out there? Shout out. I guess when you're only listening to like 2 at a time, you know, it can be difficult to really span Spotify and see. It's like, hey, yo, you know, it's like, okay, 2026, just Jid and Big X the Plug, and it's like, okay, you know, I guess maybe we'll branch out at some point. But yeah, I guess we don't know exactly what song. Oh, I guess it has to be Holiday. It has to be Holiday because there's a song on here in their top 10 listed as Holiday, and like doing some, hey, yo, see, we are journalists, chat. We are music journalists. Even if we don't know the songs, we can figure it out. So Holiday and Boulevard of Broken Dreams from Green Day. Shout out, I guess. We don't know necessarily who what's the name of the lead singer here. I was going to try to peek on their artist page, but they don't have it listed there. It is what it is. Shout out. So they're a group. They stick together. Pause. They're a strong team. We'll see what other, I guess, is this the last musical performance? And we don't know who is doing the anthem as well too beforehand. So I guess, you know, we could continue to lock in and see who the musical artists are that they're going to have in the mix. But yeah, ayo, to continue to look and see what we've got here for potential odds. Plus 190 on the money line for the Pats. I mean, we can't do it. Pause. Hey, yo, we can't vote. We can't bet the Pats. We can't pick the Pats. We can't, you know, we're definitely not saying we hope they win. But we're just saying that fear is there a little bit. That fear is there a little bit. I'm not even saying that we are sitting here like afraid of Drake May. I guess I haven't really rationalized that part of it yet. I don't really know. We'll have to see. If Drake May is just terrifying in this game, then it'll make sense that I guess, you know, it's like, oh yeah, of course we were scared of Drake May. This is why, you know, he's just absolutely, you know, roasting these guys here. But, you know, again, it is just that legacy of the Patriots team. And to the credit, again, of the guys, like we're saying, it is the fact that they do carry a similar vibe of those guys. It is not just the fact that, like, oh, here are the Patriots again. It is the fact that this could be the beginning of that type of thing again. You know, again, to hold anybody to that standard is crazy. To hold anybody to the standard of the run that we even saw like the Chiefs just go on. You know, to hold the Chiefs to the standard of the run that they just went on is unfair for that franchise going forward. You know, again, like that is the dynasty run that most teams have, is like that, you know, what, 7-8 year stretch. If you win 3 titles, like boom, you're golden. You know, that is the Steelers from back in the day winning 4 titles, and the Cowboys in the 90s winning 4 titles, and Montana and San Francisco, you know, his kind of spanning the end of the 80s into the beginning of the 90s. But, you know, for, I guess was 89 his last year in San Francisco. So maybe it was like 2 at the beginning and then 2 at the end. I don't know. Pause. Ayo. But for again, Kansas City, that was the run. So it does, you know, again, it's just that Patriots have the core pieces in place where, again, the younger quarterback who can be that franchise guy and the coach that can provide stability. And it's not like, again, for Vrabel as well, too. Like if May and McDonald maybe was the combo, because, you know, again, Sam Darnold hitting his 30s, not to say that he can't, you know, necessarily have a good run here in the prime years of his career as quarterback. And in that sense, you know, again, you can sort of get the franchise years out of him if you do get that 7, if you do get, you know, 6 to 7 really productive years out of Sam Darnold. You know, again, like at some point, what more can you ask for? But I know it's like, hey, 20, but still, obviously, you know, what is just going to be the sort of average realistic turnout of a career. But, you know, again, for McDonald, I guess the point being, it being his first job as well, obviously is proving that he is clearly, you know, doing a great job of rebuilding this team and one of the, you know, rising star coaches in the league. But Vrabel has had sustained success in his career at this point as a head coach. And those Tennessee teams were very, very competitive time and time again in the regular season, and of course had a playoff run, and just teams that, you know, for Vrabel, his teams have constantly overachieved. And, you know, the super, I guess, I was going to say the super hot take would be, is Vrabel a better non-Patriots coach than Belichick? Hey, you know, poor Belichick just made the Hall of Fame, and now we're all of a sudden saying, you know, Vrabel's a better coach than he is. But again, I guess in Belichick's teams did over, like those Cleveland teams, you know, you know, again, those were a play. Obviously, looking at what the Cleveland run has been since then as well, too. You know, it's very, very impressive that they were able to have any kind of little bit of success there when he was the coach. But, you know, it's like, okay, if Vrabel, there isn't that question necessarily, I guess it seems like in the NFL community, if Vrabel is that guy. Again, like Vrabel is that guy. Vrabel is clearly, if the Patriots are going to, like the Titans maybe should have been, and just to get committed to him, you know, like it didn't seem like the vibe from him as a head coach, of course, on that team was necessarily worse off. And if they had, with him committed and gone down and pause, and they had drafted Cam Ward, and all of a sudden it's Vrabel and Cam Ward there to start the future, like that does seem like kind of great as well too. And it seems like you're at least, you know, you're set again with your coach and you're figuring out the quarterback spot there. I know that Vrabel doesn't necessarily, you know, like we're talking about Shanahan earlier. Of course, Shanahan brings the offensive playbook. Like he literally is calling plays for the quarterback and helping generate the quarterback production in a different way that Vrabel is. But again, at the end of the day, his teams are still constantly kind of successful in that type of way. You know, maybe even a little higher winning percentage, I don't know, year to year than Shanahan at this point as well. But again, not even like Vrabel doesn't even really need to win this Super Bowl in a sense to, you know, again, establish himself as one of the top coaches in the league or buy any type of confidence that, again, you know, obviously being in the Super Bowl is a pretty big vote of confidence. But, you know, again, just in theory, like it isn't necessarily that, oh, you know, 2 years down the road, are we going to have to argue like, but Vrabel did take this team to the Super Bowl. Like there is just that assumption, I guess, in my mind that it's like, he is just sort of a very stable regular season coach, I guess is the easier way to say it. And then obviously you bring in a great quarterback potential like Drake May, that can of course raise the ceiling of the team to like it is now. You give them a very easy schedule where they can just easily win every game. And then, you know, next thing you know, boom, that's obviously the recipe for a Super Bowl team. It is what it is. But again, like McDonald, ayo, it's a great season. This version of the Seahawks team is really great. You know, they've done a great job of drafting, and I'm not necessarily sitting here saying that I'm doubting McDonald. I'm just saying that, you know, again, objectively between those two guys, I think Vrabel has a little bit of a higher status at this point. But think even a guy like, you know, I guess Ben Johnson as well too. You know, that turnaround was a little bit more 1 year than the McDonald piece of it. So I don't know if like Ben Johnson versus McDonald would be a, you know, an easy argument per se. It's definitely not. But again, there's definitely like a 2 to 3 year case where it's like, oh, if this Bears thing isn't quite, what like a conference championship divisional round appearance, like, again, like if it's just not quite what it should be, then, year to year, then you could maybe see them cutting bait a little bit early. But I guess, point being, like, it seems like Vrabel does have just that sort of status to just be a sort of cornerstone coach in New England. But again, there is obviously the building blocks of it being sort of that consistent year to year winning, terrifying team that's just, again, going to be consistently, ruining, I guess, more childhoods, for fandom, for NFL fandom in the future. And, obviously traumatize us, continue to traumatize us as well, too, because we still haven't necessarily gotten over the fact that the Patriots were as dominant as they were with Brady and Belichick. I still feel a little, it still feels a little weird to be rooting for the Seahawks. They did just show Devon Witherspoon as a starter, and I guess shout out. Witherspoon is one of our favorite players in the league. E-Man Warrior, there are some guys on the Seahawks defense that we do really enjoy watching play football, but for the most part, rooting for the jerseys, rooting for the franchise. I don't know, it's just something about it seems a little off. I'm not necessarily thrilled. Obviously the Super Bowl matchup in the past, you're just going to be jealous of any winning team, I guess, back in the day if it's not your team. But they were a little bit in that dominant route as well, too. Of course, the way that they just, unfortunately had to, dominate Peyton Manning in the Super Bowl as well, too, that one year doesn't necessarily, again, we don't necessarily enjoy watching them on this stage. Just brings up those types of bad memories. It is what it is. But the Patriots, oh no, see, they just flashed him in the locker. And they do have they are the home team in this game as well, too. Again, the Seahawks are the better stats team in a sense across the league. They are the favorite, I guess, as well, too, as we're looking at here with it being 4.5. And they have the same record, so I don't know if there was. Are we forgetting the fact that, like, they may have played in the regular season and the Patriots won, or whatever the tiebreaker scenario is? The Patriots get the home field and the quote unquote home field advantage for this game. So it doesn't really mean too much, I guess, for the Super Bowl, but they do get to pick the jerseys, and they do get introduced last, I guess, is the two things that would potentially be similar for a home team in this type of game. So there is that, again, just like, oh, this is the team factor that they have as being the last ones to approach. And, there is that. I feel like the football karma is pretty shared in the jersey sense for the Super Bowl, that the team that is wearing the away jersey definitely seems, statistically, it just seems like that can be beneficial. And again, Brady, I guess, maybe being in the away jersey for a couple of his wins definitely helps that. But he also, as well too, lost in his home jersey. So, again, there is a definite correlation there. At this point, I guess because Mahomes, it feels like the Chiefs, well, wait, no, because they did what, they won the Eagles Super Bowl in the away jerseys, didn't they? And then they won the San Francisco in the red jerseys. There's been a couple that I feel like the home jersey, I guess the Eagles also, both times they played the Chiefs have been in the teals, right? So maybe we had to look up pictures of that first Super Bowl. I don't know, but they did win the Super Bowl last year in the teals. So there have been a couple maybe recently that, again, have started to trend that in the right direction. But again, that is also us being, just us when we were watching football, just the results, at the time that they were, because there was a little bit of a run there where it felt like the away jersey was the advantage. It's like, oh, is that going to be one of the defining factors for the game? And I still just have more confidence in that team because of that until I guess the years pile up the other way as well too. The Seahawks winning this game would definitely help that out there. It is what it is. But again, with the current coaches as well, I don't know if Shanahan played the Pats this year. I don't think the Patriots played the NFC West this year. Maybe they played the Seahawks in a random game. I don't recall that happening. We could easily pull up the schedule here and check. But again, Shanahan, obviously we would trust his ability to evaluate talent to some degree. And probably the best coach that they have on the pregame as well, too, with respect to Dungy and with respect to Garrett. And I don't know if I'm missing anybody from a coaching standpoint. And, McCourty McCourty on the broadcast. Again, shout out Warner, shout out Rodney Harrison. You know, Rodney Harrison's going to pick the Patriots. It is what it is, but maybe he could give some good analysis there as well, too. But he is, like, Shanahan was definitely the guy that was like, okay, I don't know if we're just, like, ranking trusted opinions on the broadcast. I might just might value Shanahan's take the most at this point. So just his confidence in the team, again, does give us confidence that this can go the Seahawks way. But we'll definitely not count out the Patriots because, again, like Shanahan was saying, you know, the Seahawks are not going to... He's saying it's basically impossible to get explosive plays. Charlie Puth is doing the national anthem? Is that what... Am I reading the graphic there right? Okay, so I guess that should be pretty... Is he going to, like, create the beat out of, like... Is he going to, like, beatbox the beat? And just, like, is it going to be, like, a Jimmy Fallon situation where they, like, bring out, like, a coffee mug and he, like, clicks the coffee mug a couple times and, like, produces the Star-Spangled Banner via a coffee mug? Maybe it's, like, a football. Maybe... I don't know why. Maybe it's, like, the kicker kicks it off the upright. Like, whatever that sound is, that sort of... The double doink, I guess maybe he's not able to double doink it. But if you can get it... can we say a one doink? Hey, yo. I don't know. But if you can get a one doink and then... Charlie Puth can turn that into the national anthem beat, and then he'll give us the national anthem via that way. And I guess beatboxing is a little different sort of vibe for the national anthem than, you know, just recreating the notes from something. And, you know, hey, let me get this sound, let me pitch it around a couple different ways, and then I'll just create the beat that way. Pause. But yeah, I guess we'll see if it's just him singing or if it is going to be, you know, a little bit of a gimmick with it as well too. You know, speaking of, if like a magician was able to do it, you know, compliments to Charlie Puth. He does have a little bit of like a like a Vegas sort of show energy to his you know, style of making music. Like, maybe not, you know, his style of making music, but I guess there is a lane for him where down the road, you know, way down the road, you know, after all of us are all, you know, washed up with as his fans as well too. Like, and I guess we're ready to hit the Vegas shows. Like, if he's just like, okay, like, you just like buy a ticket and then Charlie Puth is just gonna make beats out of whatever, you know, bring an item to the show and Charlie Puth will he'll make a song with whatever you bring to the show. So I don't know, you know, hey, yo, we're just pitching ideas for Charlie Puth's retirement. Shout out. But I guess he's locked in for the anthem there. That is what it is. But yeah, I mean, shout out. Bad Bunny is definitely still the most exciting so far. There isn't that I guess, with all due respect to everybody else that's performed, and I guess not necessarily second tier. You know, Bad Bunny is on a first tier of artists that is just a small first tier. It's almost, you know, the 0 tier of artists, and then the first tier starts after that, where it's just like, okay, who are the, you know, the 7-8 most dominant artists in the world? But, you know, the next tier, there hasn't necessarily been like the next guy, like, you know, hey, yo, we're in the Bay. Like, where is the sort of, like, you know, Tyler the Creator can't get out and perform a little bit or something? You know, there's not a West Coast guy that will perform something, but I guess we got another song here as well too. This is an anniversary song in America 250. Oh, chat. Hey, yo, you know, speaking of the Super Bowl halftime, there is some well, I guess we gotta be tread carefully and see what the Super Bowl is allowing on the field here for the halftime show. I mean, you know, shout out, obviously, important. Julian Ortiz. Hey, the sign language guy. Shout out. They were definitely talking about that earlier, about having that accessible in multiple ways. So of course you love to see that. But we're getting America the Beautiful. Hey, yo. I mean, they've definitely been adding in the patriotic songs to the game over the course of the pregame. Like we said, Brandy Carlisle, definitely again a name we know, but hey, yo. Just again, not a discography I guess we could recall. Shout out. I feel like there's some people at work that maybe have been like, oh, you know, maybe you should fire up some Brandy Carlisle, but I'm not sure about that. There is a name that somebody was is it, I almost said Nora Ephron. Nora Jones? Is Nora Jones an artist? Do we need to look that up? I feel like somebody at work was maybe telling us about that. So I don't know if that's actually going to make it over to the Spotify. But, Brandy Carlisle, is that in the same lane? Are we even close? We're just throwing out names at this point. It is what it is. We might not even be in the same genre of music. But shout out. The Seahawks look like they're vibing a little bit. The Bay, of course, is pretty nice right now. Shout out. So definitely, I'm not recalling where the last Super Bowls have been. They have played some recently. I mean, the Rams won their Super Bowl in LA, but I don't know. It feels like this is definitely like an early start vibe for a Super Bowl in the past. And it has been like we haven't necessarily had like a weather Super Bowl as well too. It just seems like a nice Super Bowl. Hey, yo, it is what it is. I don't know if we get a weather report officially, but it just seems like good conditions. So maybe something will be in the forecast. I'm not sure there. Hey, yo, as they as they go out throughout the course of the night. But so far, it does not seem like that would be a factor at all. Hey, yo, and we're not gonna have I guess we're not gonna have any parlays. It is what it is. We have no bets in the bet slip at this point. But it does seem a little unpredictable in terms of the performances as well too. But I guess to go back to what we were originally saying about Shanahan's analysis of the game, he was saying that, again, like we mentioned, the lack of explosive plays for the Seahawks. And I was like, well, maybe does that kind of work for the Patriots? Because I don't know if they necessarily generate explosive plays. I think Henderson is capable, Diggs is capable. They have guys that can, obviously. Hey, yo, it's the NFL. They're in the Super Bowl. But for the most part, I would not necessarily say I picture their offense as obviously, an explosive offense. To the credit of Drake May, he is able to sit back and make the reads and work down the field and have a level of patience to the drives that, again, this offense can sort of operate in smaller chunks like that if they need to as well. But chat, Ayo, shout out our guy Puth up to bat this time as well too. I mean, obviously, a legendary performance in Fast 7. Ayo, defined a generation of song from a movie. I mean, I get there's other parts attached to it as well, and I'm not gonna say. Well, I was gonna say number one song from a movie. Again, you just immediately think of The Bodyguard after that. So obviously there is some, obviously there's just emotional weight to both of those tracks as well too. But obviously those songs are both probably on the Mount Rushmore of movie music songs. So shout out, Puth is obviously immortalized, and our guy Wiz Khalifa, I guess it honestly should have been a tandem. Pause. Whoa. Hey, yo. I guess we got to be respectful here about the way we talk about the I guess to some degree. Do we have to? I don't know, but I feel like that would have been the better performance. Would have been Wiz and Charlie Puth both on the national anthem. I feel like the fame is tied together. I mean, again, that is their song. I mean, I don't know if it's, I think it's equally listed on Spotify. They both get credit for that. I'm sure the monthly, listeners, it's both the same ways. I think it should be an equal 50-50 split. I don't know what the situation is now, of course, with everything being botted and Spotify changing all the numbers. But if we have a say about what the numbers should be, I mean, we're okay if it's an equal 1-to-1 share of the numbers in the streaming stats for Wiz and Charlie Puth on the song. It is what it is. It feels like a song that you should be, a little bit generous with the numbers on as well, too. And, Ayo, shout out. Puth, great vocalist. It seems like he's crushing right now. Should we shut up and listen to him sing? I don't know. But, well, I guess not anymore. Unfortunately, it's over. I guess too late. Oh, no, we just missed it. But, again, a good sort of national moment for him. I'm trying to think. I don't know if he's ever won a Grammy. I'll start cutting down his career now at this point. I'm just trying to think like his biggest radio play type song, and he's definitely worthy of, again, he's obviously a big artist. I guess we were just saying it with See You Again, but from his own sort of solo discography, I know he has them as well too. But just to, recall him off the top of the dome. But I guess the point would be, is this now is that like a top 5 Charlie Puth career moment all of a sudden? Again, you're still probably going to go the hit See You Again is number one. Hey yo, Scream 7. speaking of America, chat. Scream, the Scream franchise. They're, top 5 most American things right now. Scream franchise, I'm not sure, but the intensity and the tension is definitely way up there. Of course, one of the fun things about the original Scream, as much as it is a thriller, of course, it's definitely a very fun and very palatable thriller. I'm trying to think. Obviously, there's even some violence in it as well too. But obviously, but it's not like it's just all obvious. It's just it's both funny and a thriller and just a great time. It is what it is. But this definitely, of course, continues to lean into the thriller vibe of Ghostface. Definitely, a little more Halloween looking on the trailers there as well. I guess in some ways you would compare, of course, now I'm forgetting the name of the character in the movie, but of course in some ways you would compare Neve Campbell's character to Jamie Lee Curtis's character in Halloween, but I think Jamie Lee Curtis's character, what she becomes, or even like Courtney Cox's character in the Scream franchise, but I think what Jamie Lee Curtis becomes in the Halloween franchise, that's right up there. That's almost getting closer to now it's like, what do we talk of, like Sigourney Weaver in Alien, or now I'm forgetting who's in Terminator, chat. Who's in Terminator? Why am I blanking on Linda Hamilton? Is Linda Hamilton in Terminator? Now I just have to look up Linda Hamilton just to fact check the career, make sure we got that right. The Terminator. Hey yo, chat. We're still a youth. That was before our time. It is what it is. Just because it's not the first. We got it right. We got the answer right. Just because it took a couple seconds to recall, to figure it out, to remember what's going on. And, again, to be honest, I guess, we kind of exposing ourselves. Terminator is not always one of the first movies that we go to throw on. It is what it is there. I get it is. We're not denying the iconic status of it. We're not saying that we would rank it low on any list. I'm just saying that for us, it's not necessarily like the first action movie that we go to. It's not necessarily like, if I'm thinking throw on, Arnold movies, it's not necessarily like throw on the Terminator. Again, I'm not saying that that's a bad take. It's just what it is. Everybody's got their movies that they gravitate toward, but everybody's got, the popular movies that you just don't throw. We were saying it with songs. We're not throwing on Boulevard of Broken Dreams, I guess. We're not throwing on Terminator. They're we could name the other big properties that we're playing. It's like, oh yeah, but you're playing in the club and whatever. It's like, okay, another, there's ways you could frame it where it's like basic. It is what it is. But, again, it's just sometimes the Venn diagram doesn't always cross over with all the movies and the music. It is what it is. And Arnold, we definitely had a pretty good Arnold IMDb run last year, but I would say that is probably honestly the first time that we've really been inspired to really commit to Arnold's filmography in that way. He's, again, is maybe not always one of the ones. I mean, Jingle All the Way has, of course, become a holiday staple. So you do, just every year, you're going to be watching an Arnold movie by default of that. And, I'm thinking like Total Recall, and what's the other one there that is kind of like that. There's one where he's on Mars, and then one where he's not. I don't mean to look up the Arnold filmography. I feel like we did a rewatch of both those movies. We definitely rewatched Total Recall for sure, but there's another one that I'm not thinking of as well. And I think I would probably gravitate toward watching the Predator franchise over the Terminator franchise, like that first Predator movie over True Lies is what I'm thinking of. True Lies. Yeah, I think I'd rather watch True Lies than the Terminator. Again, I'm not saying that True Lies is a better movie than the Terminator or the Terminator 2 or whatever. Hey, yo. Again, we could sit here and be respectful to the legacy of film. But I'm just saying, if I'm scrolling through the streaming service, that's the test, that's the lens that I'm looking at it through. If the lens, shout out, we're writers over here, I guess it is what it is. But the lens that we're looking through, and if I'm scrolling through the streaming service and it's got Total Recall, True Lies, they're like, True Lies and the Terminator as the options, or the Terminator and Total Recall. Like, I'm definitely probably picking Total Recall over the Terminator, and definitely probably picking two True Lies over the Terminator. It is what it is. So again, it might just be those couple, and obviously, like we're saying, the first Predator movie. But hey, like, I might rather watch the Terminator over the Pumping Iron documentary. And again, we're just giving out hot takes here before the Super Bowl. Like, the Pumping Iron documentary is great stuff. That's all-time sports athletic competition documentary filmmaking right there. But again, I think maybe we'd rather watch an action movie than a documentary. So that's just the personal bias that we're admitting to there, not necessarily giving you like an unbiased official ranking of what we would say. Yeah, like Last Action Hero. See, there's a great movie. That's a fun movie. Oh, is The Last Action Hero more fun than Terminator 2, or like The Running Man more fun? Commando, like Commando might be sillier, but at some point it's like, okay, again, I'm not being unrealistic for every movie here. I'm just saying that there is a couple. It is what it is. Dr. Dolittle 2, The Expendables. Like, see, I never really revisit The Expendables as well. I know my cousin really likes The Expendables. Terminator Dark Fate. Predator, a voice actor in the Predator Killer of Killers. Kung Fu Panda 2. Hey, I don't know why I was immediately thinking about that. I think that movie came out a while ago. Kung Fury 2, martial arts film. So I guess kind of along the same lines there. Michael Fassbender, Arnold, and Alexandria Shipp. Hey, Barbie was on TV last night. Hey, you exposed us, chat. We're just out here watching Barbie on a Saturday night. It is what it is. But the TV was on. I don't remember what movie was or what was playing, I guess, before that necessarily. But I guess the Barbie was just on afterwards. And shout out. I guess, Alexandria Shipp is in the cast of Barbie. Hey, shout out. So, I guess the connection there, the word association. So keeping an eye on the upcoming films. Oh, Collateral Damage as well is another Collateral Damage over the Terminator 2. I don't think we're quite going that crazy. Hey, it is what it is. But like I said, I think I definitely, and that's not even a hot take to go Predator over Terminator 2. That is like again, Terminator 2 is maybe a little bit more prestige, but Predator, I think, has every bit the legacy as an action film as Terminator 2 does. But I don't even remember why are we talking about Arnold, chat? Hey, did he appear in a commercial? Are we talking about, we were talking about Linda Hamilton. We were talking about something. Hey, it is what it is. So, do we go, at this point, maybe we just wander over to Super Bowl MVP and see what we've got there. We've been saying that for the regular season, maybe JSN has a case for regular season MVP. I mean, I guess he does because he won Offensive Player of the Year. So, in some ways, the walk between those two awards is not necessarily super crazy. But to find actually what would be odds for the game, I would imagine that he would be the leader as well, too, for the Seahawks side of things. Maybe Drake May and Darnold would be, as the quarterback default guys, the top two leaders in that category. Game specials here. Any player to record 506 passing yards? Oh, the Super Bowl record. I was like, that's oddly specific. 506 is a lot. Hey, I mean, Darnold put up 370-some in the last game and was cooking, but that was his career high. So, again, not to say that JSN couldn't have really good stats. Like, any player to record 216, I think that's more likely that JSN has, like, 220 of Sam Darnold's 370 yards versus Sam Darnold, versus JSN has, like, 200 yards and Sam Darnold has 500 yards as well, too. I mean, both, again, could happen. Sam Darnold can definitely lead a high-powered offense. But I think that maybe last week was pushing the higher end of the statistical, side of things. Maybe the highest I could see Sam Darnold getting to today would be like, I guess what would say, like 470 something is still like a crazy amount of yards. At that point you're like 30 some yards off. It's not too much, but like maybe like 410, 407. Like if Sam Darnold crossed 400 yards today, like that would be crazy. Like obviously that, like we're saying, that 370, 350 would be like, hey, yo, crazy performance, Super Bowl MVP. He's probably going to win it. The complete career turnaround has been made at that point. He's, I guess the top 10 quarterback of all time. I don't know how crazy we get at the end of the game. But JSN to get 216, 217 yards at 35-1 is not bad. I guess he's not the only receiver, but he is probably obviously the most likely to be able to complete that. And I mean, personally, I would bet that thinking that JSN would be the one to hit it. But, I guess you do get the field as well, too. So does that help? Either player to record 205 rushing. Oh, they've already locked the stats. Hey, yo, we're just over here. We've looked at two props. NFL awards, odds for MVP next year. Allen, Lamar, May, Burrow, Herbert, and then Mahomes. Oh, chat. Do we send him a DM now and just let him know? Hey, yo, the doubt has started. It is what it is. Super Bowl odds, anytime touchdown score. How come the MVP is so hard to pause? Hey, yo, it's so difficult to try to locate? I don't know what's going on there. Super Bowl specials. Are we kicking off? Oh, the Seahawks are going to get the football first. We got to lock in, chat. The Super Bowl is starting. Hey, yo. Super Bowl 60? Is that what we're at? Super Bowl 60. Obviously, everybody knows Super Bowl LX is Super Bowl 60. I mean, bro, we've been over here reading Roman numerals the whole time. So we're locked in. We know what's going on. IT, look that up and make sure we're right. But did the Seahawks win the toss? Because if the Patriots won the toss and deferred, I would, that plays right into sort of that Belichick mentality. I guess we don't necessarily track how every team necessarily plays that type of stuff, but I would not be surprised if Vrabel favored kicking off to start the game more than not, receiving the second half of the game. But I don't know if you'd want the Seahawks to start with the football. Kenneth Walker to the outside. The first run play, successful, picks up 10 yards, picks up the first down. I don't know if I'd want them to set the tone. If you had the, there is that chance that because of the Seahawks' intense defense and giving them the energy to just, I guess, kill an offensive drive right away. Hey, yo, your offense goes out there. Drake May, do you want to put him out there first? 3 and out, to start would definitely be a little bit of a rough way to open up the game. But I don't know. I just feel like the Seahawks are definitely set up more for success on this first drive. And I feel like it'd be more difficult for Drake May to, go onto the field initially down than him to have to go on the field with just, it being the pressure of the Super Bowl. Like, we're in the Super Bowl. At some point he'll just have to fight through that. So, or, not even saying that it is an issue, but just saying, in theory, whatever the reasons, may be outside of just the analytics of it. And maybe the Seahawks, I literally wasn't paying attention. So, I guess we're theorizing about something that we don't know about. 2nd and 10. We should probably just lock in on the drive that is happening here. They've got JSN in motion, so they're going to be trips. Oh, going back, chat. Hey, yo, little zone for the Seahawks. Did they disguise? They might have disguised that because it did look like nobody shifted with JSN when he went across the field, but then was picked up by a corner and ran with. So, that play developed fast enough that, the guys in their zones could have just done a really good job with their assignments. But Marcus Jones, 25 there. Hey, yo, your Collinsworth saying his name in the background. He kind of just sat on that. So, again, it didn't look like he was moving in a zone defensive type of way. But Darnold floats it right over the top of him on the next play to Cooper Kupp. Hey, yo. So, again, I don't know if we were saying we were worried about Sam Darnold. I guess we weren't saying that we were. I guess we were just saying that it was more likely that JSN would just have the historic game, per se. But that was a pretty accurate, pretty terrific throw to start the game. Good decision, good route, but just, a really great, accurate pass from the quarterback. This time not so crazy out the back of the end zone. But, maybe the Super Bowl MVP odds, again, were just pretty obvious that way for the quarterbacks. And it probably would take JSN having an historic game as well, too. I don't know. We did see, speaking of the Patriots, of course, Brady, a couple times when he didn't win the Super Bowl MVP, it was actually the receivers that did win it, not a defender, even though some of those early Super Bowls, the defense gets the credit. Of course, Deion Branch won a Super Bowl MVP. Was that against the Eagles? Was it Branch? I don't think it was the Panthers. I think Branch won against the Eagles, and then Edelman ended up winning against the Falcons. And Edelman had 140 in that game. I remember we were looking at those stats recently in one of the recent live streams. I don't remember why we were exactly wondering over to that box score, but I think he had like 10 for 141 in that game, and they didn't even score a touchdown with him as well too. They only had like 13 points overall in the game. Hey, I went to Edwin's page. I guess I meant to go to Dion Branch's page, but yeah, Branch, I guess we can see what the bar kind of is for a Super Bowl MVP performance. And again, Brady, that was like a pretty good percentage of Brady's yards that Super Bowl as well too. So JSN would have to have like 140 of Sam Darnold's 220 yards. 3rd and 7, trying to find Shaheed on the out route. So the Patriots do force a field goal to start. So that does, in terms of the Seahawks setting the tone, 3-0 is definitely probably not that terrifying if you're starting the game. That in some sense your defense can lock in and get a stop if you need to as well. And Darnold showed, a little humanity on that throw, showed a little bit of both, sides of the passing there on that drive, where really good down the field throw, then just a little quick throw that time that wasn't quite as dialed in. So yeah, there we go. 33-yard field goal, easy enough. 3-0 to start the game. So for Branch, and that was to Cooper Kupp down the sideline as well too. So that first drive, JSN covered up. I mean, Gonzalez is gonna do a good job. I think as good as JSN is, Gonzalez is definitely one of the better corner prospects in the league as well. Branch, 11 for 133 against Philly, and no touchdowns in that game. 24-21 was the final score. 8 for 153 in a loss to Denver in the playoffs in 2006, but was Brady in that playoff game. 23 for 33, 236, and 2 touchdowns. So he had 1 touchdown to David Givens. He was 3 for 19 in that game. And then, Vrabel. Vrabel caught the other touchdown. Hey, yeah, what do you know? 1 reception for 2 yards. I mean, he was a linebacker, obviously, but was able to step in there and get the touchdown. McNabb, unfortunately, a couple of interceptions. Got a couple of passes McNabbed from him in that one. It is what it is. Owens got his Super Bowl MVP taken away because they lost, 9 for 122. Maybe could have snagged a touchdown in there as well, too. Would have helped. Harrison with 2 of the picks. I mean, Harrison could have been Super Bowl MVP. My goodness, 12 tackles and 2 picks. Honestly, hey, yo, I mean, Deion Branch is cool. Shout out. I don't know if it's just like, Rodney Harrison's on TV, they're spend a couple Sunday nights with Rodney Harrison, just hanging out on the TV. Like, Deion Branch was the commentator. Would we be like, okay, it doesn't matter. But, those stats are pretty crazy. I feel like 2 interceptions and 10 tackles, just that stat line in a Super Bowl is a little bit more rare, and maybe just more rare in general in a game than 11 for 133 and no touchdowns. Again, no disrespect to Branch and maybe the importance that he would have just in terms of, carrying that offense down the field at the end of the game, maybe. But I don't know. Harrison was on the box score here, looking like a pretty good contender. And he's got a sack in there as well, too. So him, Brewski, Vrabel, and Seymour all getting to the quarterback back in the day. But, yeah, I mean, literally every version of the stat sheet there, he was being successful. And Brian Westbrook, 15 for 44. Hey, yo. But still 7 for 60 and a touchdown as well. Pinkston, 4 for 82. So, I mean, 357 for McNabb. I mean, this is what Darnold's stat line could look like in this game. It could honestly be pretty similar. It would be the 3 picks again, but that was the swing for McNabb, I guess, and we'll see. Of course, Darnold fortunately has played kind of clean games recently, but I guess anything could happen here. Nothing seemed too crazy in terms of the Patriots being kind of like a ball hawking, all the cornerbacks, kind of getting obviously deflections and undercutting passes and, just really seeming like they're going to kind of be in the receiver's space and attacking Darnold's passes in that way. But they didn't necessarily run too much outside of that first run as well, too. The return by the Patriots, not super successful. I mean, I would assume that the Seahawks have the advantage in that aspect as well, too. I mean, that would have been the Belichick thing back in the day. Would have been a special teams advantage, but maybe they just randomly create something there as well. Or yes, we maybe know that this Patriots team is a limited team, but there is just going to be that one extra thing that they cook up. And I guess, Vrabel hasn't quite gotten to that sort of benefit of the doubt. They're just going to have that extra element of being whatever the correct level of preparedness is. They're just going to have that. But like we're saying, he could obviously continue to expand his legacy here. So we got May with handoff to start. Good push by the offensive line. So just even that mental win right there alone on the first possession is going to be big for Drake May's performance, because the second half, I would say a lot of that Broncos game, and we were not necessarily in football mindset when we were talking to Sam in the last live stream. So we were asking him about, how he was feeling about the Chiefs' possibility in this Super Bowl run. The Patriots have had an easy run. What could they have potentially done? And he was absolutely right in saying that the Broncos were the best team in the league this year. And obviously the Bo Nix injury has derailed their chances. I mean, bigger picture, Bo Nix, there was some quarterback question marks there in general who, again, they were answered in a different type of way over the course of the way the season played out. But just that being the factor of how the season ended. Could the season have ended on like some kind of pick at the end of the day anyways? I mean, sure. But, I mean, just in theory, Bo Nix or no Bo Nix, the Broncos were still probably the best non-QB roster in the league this year. But point being, Drake May, there was definitely some timidness, maybe, some conservativeness, maybe is the better way to phrase it, in that Broncos game. So I don't know if he could necessarily, again, with obviously the Seahawks offense just being a level up from, Stidham, I don't know if he can necessarily play with that same level of passiveness throughout the course of the game. Because, again, that Broncos game is literally just, if you get a lead in that game, don't make a mistake. I mean, there was a couple of plays early on where it seemed like, are the Broncos actually just going to be, are they not going to miss a beat? Is Stidham going to go out there and dice up the Patriots? But obviously that didn't happen. And again, it just got to the point where it was like, okay, Drake May, just don't do anything tragic, and you're probably going to hold out and win this game. So easy little swing out to Douglas as well, which, again, I think that there is also a good possibility for an MVP emerging here from the weapons of the Patriots as well, too, because if they have to sort of find something that works on offense, they may be more inclined. They may have to just find something and commit to it. Again, we know that the Seahawks obviously just are committed to JSN and they're going to run the football, but the Patriots maybe have a little bit more room to sort of see who could stand out and where the weakness could be potentially, or the success, point could be for the Patriots in this one. But it does seem like, and Shanahan said, Shanahan was approaching it from the angle of they're not going to be able to, but he said if the Patriots are going to win, they're going to have to be able to run the football. And 2 runs right up the middle, both of them have been successful early on. So I think reading the closed captioning, Collinswood might have been saying the same thing there, but they've both been straight up the gut as well too. So I guess we could see them attacking the edges if the space in the secondary. Oh, the front 7, the front 4 is able to make an impact early on. Hall brings down Drake May. So there was some talk about, of course, Leonard Williams, I think, in the pregame of if he was a sleeper for Super Bowl MVP. So the defensive line does pick up a stat there, I guess. Oh, Williams could have had him. I think Hall just kind of outran him. Hall on Will Campbell playing tackle, the rookie. Hey, so, the foundational pieces of the team, but Hall a little bit of more of a veteran at this point, and obviously, with the rest of the defensive line, still a very lethal player. Campbell once again getting pressured there a little bit. May taking off, 2nd and 20, gets back a lot of yards. That's a good scramble by him. Again, from, I guess, the Patriots offensive standpoint, he does have that element over Sam Darnold where he could, also throw his team on the, and that's why I'm also a little scared of Drake May. Like, this isn't, I guess, what are we saying? This is Pat Mahomes on the side. But in theory, this isn't a guy like Sam Darnold that if you can shut down his options and shut down their offense, Drake May would still have a bailout resort. He could go that Mahomes route in the sense that, let us finish the sentence, pause, in the sense that he can pick up those extra yards with his legs and the offense can just by default still find themselves getting first downs, even if it's not really successful. I'm not saying that Andy Reid didn't, draw up a successful offense over the last couple years. Do we go back and look? But I'm just saying that there would be times where you're like, the defense is playing well. Like the pass rush kind of got home. The coverage made the stops and Mahomes just broke a tackle and ran for 7 yards and they picked up the first down. And, Drake May has the ability to extend a play that way as well too. So it's just, another element that you have to control, another reason to maybe be worried. But Witherspoon gets home with the blitzing there, and it did look like, schematically what they threw at him in that moment. And of course, the pressure play early in that drive obviously set them up there. But that pressure in that moment, good scheme. And it does seem like now that, Witherspoon blitzing off the left side as well too. With all due respect to Will Campbell, it does seem like that could be a bit of a long night for him over there. We'll see how that goes, third, fourth quarter as well too, as the game progresses. But like we said, they still have that potential run game ability up the middle, and it was more middle right as well too. So like between the center and the right guard, and between the right guard and the tackle. A little bit. Is this a Mandalorian movie trailer, or is this something going on here? This feels gimmicky because it's the Mandalorian and it's the little baby Yoda. Oh no, is that the trailer? Oh, this is the trailer. Something about it seemed a little, they were literally riding in like Santa's sleigh. I don't know. I thought we were gonna get like a Coca-Cola commercial. I legitimately, if you had asked me to bet on whether or not that was a movie trailer or a Coca-Cola commercial, in that moment, I would have bet it was a Coca-Cola commercial, but it doesn't look like it. It looks like that was actually the movie trailer, so I don't know if that gets me excited for it or not. And this, we might have an early contender for commercial of the night, and I think if you would have given us maybe the personalities in play for the Super Bowl, he would have been a sleeper name, slash really not a sleeper name, to cook up some great stuff. Ben Stiller just like threw himself off the top rope of a Broadway play. So we'll have to definitely go back and rewatch that and see what happened there. But that seemed like, an early contender. Instacart. IT, write that down. Instacart and Ben Stiller had the lead right now for number one commercial. No, not really. The number one commercial for somebody not really able to understand what they're saying, but can still obviously watch and read some closed captioning. That's the name of our power ranking. Right now, he is Ben Stiller, Instacart. They are number one. But this is a Lewis Pullman, Kurt Russell commercial. This is literally like the MCU right now of commercials. Are all these commercials going to connect at the end? I think every commercial tonight is going to have an Avenger in it, and then there'll be one final reveal at the end of like a Doomsday thing. I think that's too cool to be true. That's too much. That's too much going on there. But what did we say? Ben Stiller in one, and then Lewis Pullman and Kurt Russell in another. It's a credit, obviously, to the MCU at this point that they've been able to work with so many incredible people over the course of just, this insane cinematic universe run. I don't know. Have they had Ben Stiller in the MCU? It is what it is. If it has, it's been in like a bit role, like a cameo type appearance. Like when Matt Damon was in the play in Thor. Like, it would have to be something. Like, was Ben Stiller also in that play? But I don't think he has been. 25 years later, Ben Stiller's underrated superhero game. Greenberg. What's Greenberg? Directed by Noah Baumbach with Ben Stiller. Is this a superhero movie? Or am I mixing this up with something else? A man from Los Angeles who moved to New York years ago returned to LA to figure out his life while he house sits for his brother. He soon sparks with his brother's assistant. Okay, so that does sound like a Noah Baumbach movie. It does not sound like a superhero movie. It is what it is. Maybe Noah Baumbach is saving the twist there, not revealing it in the actual little summary. But Ben Stiller MCU theories. I think he would be a really good addition. It looks a lot like RDJ and funny. Okay, so Reddit's a fan, I guess, of Ben Stiller and the MCU. Mystery Man, while Blade provided that even lesser known MCU heroes could headline movies, Mystery Man arguably laid the groundwork for the MCU as we know it. Whoa, Mystery Man, that's a movie? I've never even heard of that. Hey, Mystery Man, Wikipedia. Cast Ben. Oh, here we go. Ben Stiller was a superhero. American superhero comedy, 1999, based on Bob Burden's Flaming Chariot comics, and I guess the Seahawks already in an early third down on the second drive as well too. We should mention JSN looks like got another reception there. So hey yo, hopefully you're watching, chat. Hey yo, we're not paying attention to the game, so hopefully you got it on in the background there. But yeah, Hank Azaria. Oh, Hank Azaria is the main star. So Hank Azaria is Mystery Man. I guess Ben Stiller is not Mystery Man, but he is in the Mystery Man movie. So I guess, is Mystery Man MCU? Does it say here if it is in association with Marvel? Universal, distributed by Universal. Dark Horse Entertainment, Golar Productions. Oh, Darnold, trying to find JSN. Hey, yo, I think we've got to go initials only for our guy Jackson Smith tonight. It is what it is. But JSN with the attempted deep pass. Let's see if we can actually run the play here for Darnold. Oh, Darnold escaping some pressure. A little Eli Manning there. Avoiding the sack, and he had him. He had him after the pressure, after the second escape. You know, JSN had definitely broken free by that time. And, you know, he would have scored. Hey, yo, he would have scored. I don't know if JSN should have ran a little faster. I honestly don't know. That was a touchdown waiting to happen there. 2 drives, 2 successful stops by the Patriots defense, and they've kind of flipped the field position here now as well, too. So, a scary first quarter, chat. It's going to be an ugly game. It's going to be an ugly game. You know, I don't think anybody, even though Rodney Harrison biasly picked the Patriots, and who else was, McCourty also did pick the Patriots as well, too. So, the former Patriots players, unshockingly, picked the Patriots to win the Super Bowl. It is what it is on the broadcast. But I don't think either of them picked them to score 30. So if this game, I would agree with that. I think there is obviously the world where it could spiral a little bit for Seattle, but I think this is going to continue to be kind of an ugly game here. And like we were saying with Sam on Friday, I do think that this Patriots defense just has been playing well in the playoffs. You can't deny it. You can't deny it. I get the Chargers offense is obviously not the Seahawks offense. You know, the Texans offense is, you know, clearly not the Seahawks offense as well, too. And like we're saying, Stidham matched up was just basically don't mess up and you're going to be okay at some point in that game. But I'm just saying that they have definitely shut down some stuff. And, you know, also Stidham was figuring them out early. Like, he hit a couple of plays early and they at least buckled down and didn't let anything happen. They at least didn't let Sean Payton out scheme him. Maybe is the better way to phrase that. There was a ability for them to stay disciplined. You know, they haven't necessarily had, of course, like we're saying, their defense hasn't been in a spot where they have had to allow, they've needed their offense to make up for them. You know, again, it has maybe the other way to say that is their defense has been carrying the team. Like we're saying, you know, Drake May, again, just don't mess up in that last game. But, yeah, that side of football has definitely met expectations in this playoff run. So I think that they can, you know, they can hold this Seahawks team to famous last words, but I think they could hold them to that 25 to 30 point range, you know, maybe the way you get there in the NFL specifics. So again, it's just like, am I guaranteeing that the Seahawks are like scoring 28 tonight? Like, I don't know. But, you know, I think as long as they're between 25 and 30, this game is within reach for the Patriots. And then, you know, you start going 32, 34 points, and I don't know if, you know, Drake May and the Patriots are going to be able to go up and down the field that many times in this one. And again, the Seahawks defense is obviously good in its own right. But the early football math here of this game is definitely seeming like it can still be a game that favors a close game. So I don't know, maybe we weren't able to get, you know, we weren't able to cook up a parlay, unfortunately, I guess, before the game started. But we can definitely check the live odds. And the Patriots are, slowly creeping up, plus 142. So I'm saying plus 190, you know, it's the Super Bowl. Like, I guess there have been dominant Super Bowls in the past. Like, speaking of the Seahawks, like we're saying, the way they took down the Broncos with that offense that year, I think they probably were the favorite in the game, maybe even. So, like I was saying, I guess anybody can have a bad game / good game versus anybody. But I think that if you can get, again, with two teams that have the same record in the regular season, both a 1-2 seed type matchup, a little bit of a close matchup like this, I think that one of them being 2-1 on the money line just seems a little out there. But May able to step up here and get the first down pass on first down. Was that our guy Booty getting the pass? Shout out. Hey, yo, pause. We got to shout out pause every time we say his name. It is what it is. But he could be. And you see, I guess the Drake May distribution is happening a little bit as well, too. It doesn't seem like he's necessarily had to focus on one guy, or, it's been a lot of like screen checkdowns out to Diggs and stuff like that. Or, we saw him run the one to Douglas earlier. He has been able to get a couple different pieces involved. So that is going to be, I guess, for the Drake May angle of the award would be, or, just the performance in general would be beneficial there. That time the Seahawks commit a little bit to stop the run. They actually get to Henderson. Jones, the linebacker, getting in and making the play. So 2nd and 14. And now the Patriots have had a couple of possessions where the Seahawks, they haven't been finding themselves behind the line of scrimmage, behind the sticks like this as much. Great tackle that time, too, by the Seahawks corner. Hey, yo, that's Job with the stop. So this will be 3rd and 15. So, yeah, twice. They were at that 2nd and 20 in the last drive. And then, hey, yo. Oh, chat in the FanDuel. They're ahead. They're spoiling it. Is Drake May about to get sacked on this 3rd down again? The Peacock live streams behind the FanDuel. FanDuel's got the script. Oh, chat. Hey, yo, how are we supposed to bet on this game when we're a play behind? When the FanDuel's a play ahead, this is how they have it rigged. They just make sure that the Peacock is a play behind, and it's like we can't keep up with the actual game that's taking place. Yep, he did get sacked, and it's Witherspoon again. So Witherspoon, our guy Witherspoon, Super Bowl. This is honestly best case scenario. If the Seahawks, I guess they kind of have to win for Witherspoon to win Super Bowl MVP. And now I have to go back and double check. I think the Colts actually did pass on Witherspoon. I think this was the Anthony Richardson draft, so I'm not going to go back and double check because that would be a little painful if we passed on Super Bowl MVP for Anthony Richardson. It is what it is. No regrets, chat. No regret. But Witherspoon is great as well. Did the Lions also pass on Witherspoon? The only reason I bring it up, shout out, is because, of course, the champ is a Lions fan. Shout out the champ. And if there is somebody else in our lives that can also have the same sort of, trauma of passing on him at, in the draft, then it does, I guess, become a little, it does become a little bit easier for us to bear as a Colts fan. But he was, again, the number 5th. So I guess we were the 4th, and then he was the 5th pick in the draft. Did it go, Bryce Young was the first pick in that draft? I can't remember all the quarterbacks that were in the Anthony Richardson draft. It's not like we're holding a grudge in that aspect where it's like, list all the quarterbacks named that were drafted before Anthony. I love that we looked up Anthony Richardson to try to figure out where Devon Witherspoon was drafted at. It is what it is. Okay, let's see. Devon Witherspoon. Let's take a painful trip down memory lane here and watch him not end up on the Colts roster in the 2023 draft. I mean, shout out, Kenny Moore just won Best Dressed in the NFL, Colts corners. So there is obviously some secondary studs. Maybe we get a guy in this year's draft as well too. But our Sauce Gardner trade, I literally forgot who else we had in our secondary there for a second. I was like, who's the other big name? Shout out to Sauce Gardner. It's just because he hasn't played a lot of games with the Colts. He's been on the Colts. We love to have him. Hey, yo. Sauce Gardner, hopefully the other teams trading picks for guys, and that's not working out right now. So as we tread lightly saying it, but at least he's still on the roster, even if he's hurt. It is what it is. But yeah, Chad. Hey, yo. So I don't know. Is this a lesson actually to not take a quarterback at the top of the draft? I guess Houston both got a quarterback and a non-quarterback, and of course them getting offensive and defensive rookie of the year that year was very impressive. But you've got, for the top 5 picks in the draft, the 3 quarterbacks, Bryce Young, Stroud, and Richardson. Not looking too hot right now. Again, Stroud was obviously a really great rookie, but Will Anderson and Devon Witherspoon as the other two players. I mean, those guys are far and away better than the quarterbacks. Hey, yo, like it's not even close. Like at this point, it's literally not even close if you would draft both those guys over all three of those quarterbacks. With all due respect to CJ Stroud and the talent that he still, could be as a player, there's just no way that you're taking you're drafting him over Will Anderson or Devon Witherspoon. Again, at this moment in the NFL, I think maybe Paris Johnson and Tyree Wilson. You have a case. Bijan, that playoff game was tough for Stroud. That playoff game was tough. It is what it is. So I'm not sitting here saying that you'd rather build your team around a high-level running back. Hey, yo. But is Bijan going to fumble less than CJ Stroud might throw picks? I honestly don't know about that one, so maybe he gets a little lucky there. But Jalen Carter, like Darnell Wright, was Darnell Wright not second-team All-Pro this year? Or was he first? Hey, yo. So maybe Carter and Wright are both over Stroud as well, too. And do you have to go back and do 2023 redraft? I'm not sure. All-Pro teams. Yeah, second team this year from the AP and PFF. So multiple associations, obviously, recognizing his ability. Points allowed per game. Yeah, there we go. Easy graphic from NBC, but fourth fewest in the NFL over the course of the regular season. So, again, easy schedule, but they were clearly dominating teams. And see, the problem is, again, I don't want to root for the Patriots, but there's just real value in the betting market for them there. It is what it is. So I know that this could change as the game goes, and this could be a big drive here as this first quarter winds down in terms of them getting that early double-digit lead. And I'm not saying once the Seahawks go to double digits, it immediately becomes over. But I think that type of breathing room, again, at this point, hey, yo, it's not Brady that we're rooting for. Again, it's just Drake May. So I guess that's famous last words. Cut this into the documentary where it's like second quarter, just Drake May. Well, what is he going to be in his career? I'm not saying that. I'm just saying that there wasn't an inevitability to Tom Brady. I mean, hey, yo, obviously you could be down 28-3 and you weren't out of the game at that point. If Drake May is down 28-3 and maybe it's not even his own fault, who knows? Again, I guess there's like Mahomes in his Super Bowl where, offensive line play is tough. AJ Barner with a good run on third down there. Shout out, able to pick up the first. They definitely needed that. Sam Darnold throwing in front of the sticks on that third down. So they have, again, not necessarily gotten behind the line of scrimmage, behind the sticks on the drives, but they have been in third and longs. They have not been the second downs have, I guess, not necessarily been great for them in the last couple of plays. And Barner did have to break that tackle to get that. So hopefully that maybe gives Darnold a little bit more confidence to attack a little bit better here in some of these drives. Oh, some trickery. Shaheed to the edge, and the Patriots are right there. Hey, yo. Is that the end? I don't want to say that that's officially the end of that play, but I do feel like that in some ways that end around is a little prepared for now in the NFL. I feel like we kind of know that is a staple in these teams' offense. There was, they did a good job of no pre-snap motion, so there wasn't really, I guess, a dead giveaway beforehand with the guy getting that running start, but just the idea again of that receiver sweeping through the backfield like that. I feel like now it just should be a little bit more prepared for it. Engage 8 from the Seahawks or on the Seahawks. Hey, yo. So Darnold has to throw the quick pass. So it's only second down. I was going to say forcing the punt there. But yeah, 3rd and 15 on this next play. This is actually the third down here. But yeah, Spillane and 31, I guess, both with the interior pressure. And both of the guards missed. Hey, yo. You hate to see it. Both of the Patriots guys actually ended up tackling themselves as well, too, which is good. I guess no penalties. You avoid the penalty, the quick throw. Darnold, yeah, I guess he hasn't necessarily been on the ground like a ton, but yeah, they have pressured. And again, he's just going to have to make his decision a little bit quicker. He's not going to be able to run around. So the pressure can be like 2 to 3% less. And that time, JSN is also, again, kind of open on the sideline. And it was definitely running out of room. Definitely, not a yards after the catch scenario. But the first down was there. And Darnold definitely had the ability to step in and make that throw. I mean, it's kind of a missed throw. It's kind of a missed throw from our guy Sam Darnold. You hate to say it on a 4th and 15, but after this first drive, he's been a little rattled. You can maybe see it in his face there a little bit. And I don't know, is there too much pressure for Sam Darnold in this game? Again, there was some real buildup to, what this Seahawks team was, and, him being the veteran guy. I feel like the storylines this week were definitely painted more towards Sam Darnold than they were toward Drake May. Again, you do have this Patriots team, I guess, like how many times has this happened in a franchise, in a sense, where you have the ability to kind of replicate what you have going on here from dynasty standpoint, and not, again, are they going to win 7 Super Bowls, but the fact that you are able to have that franchise quarterback and that stable coach, and then that pairing could just be on the roster, for 10 years or so. Like, it feels like that is, great / annoying / the villain stories, like whatever you want to say. It's great narratives for the Patriots going into this game, but it felt like all the storylines, just kind of walking around rocking around work, looking at the TV over the bar occasionally. Like, it did seem like it was a lot of focus on Sam Darnold and the revival there, and the pieces about the draft class and the rise and the teams that he's been through, and of course the fact that he's had to have this redemption arc, and now he's found it in Seattle. But also, I mean, again, he's had one of the best 2-year regular season runs that any quarterback has ever had, from a winning standpoint, from a stat standpoint, from some of that stuff, in a weird type of way. Not even a weird way. Again, you just literally look at the numbers. It is what it is. But yeah, he has, again, definitely had a little bit of opportunity in some of these plays, and is just, I would say, a couple of percentage points off so far to start, but at least, 3-0. Obviously, they are the ones playing with the lead. So we'll take a quick first quarter break, and then we'll be right back. Don't go anywhere. Second quarter. Do we have a Super Bowl commercial lined up? IT, let's see what we have queued up. Hey, yo, did we splurge on the budget this time? Hey, yo, what's it cost to get a commercial on the Rem and Sam feed during the Super Bowl? I guess we'll find out. Here we go. Let's see. All right, chat, we're back, and they're announcing the non-Belichick Hall of Fame class for 2025. Hey, yo, shout out to our guy, Adam Vinatieri, Roger Craig, Drew Brees, Larry Fitzgerald. I mean, I got to be honest. And I don't know if they would. I think it might have been just the players, because obviously I don't know if you have to have. I guess we have, like we said, we have to double check what the Pro Football Hall of Fame rules are now after that incident. But we call it an incident. It is what it is. But even if they're just announcing the players there, so I don't know if Belichick would have necessarily, it would have been a 1-for-1 of one of those players. Like, hey, it's either Drew Brees or Bill Belichick. Again, we don't know. We have to go back and double check the names of the coaches that were in the contention. They're the ones that got picked, who was all in the class. Here, let me see if I can find it here for this upcoming class, if there is any other contributors. Hey, 2016? I don't know why we went 2016. We need the current class. So maybe there was no non-players. Again, just to be fair, I guess. Not to be fair, but maybe to mask their decision. They're like, if we just unveil all players, then nobody will even think to look for Bill Belichick. So yeah, I guess it was all players. Again, like we said, Brees, Kuechly was the one we didn't mention, Vinatieri, and then Roger Craig. And I gotta be honest, we're pro Roger Craig on this podcast. It is what it is. That is honestly, I gotta be honest. And I know we like being counterculture. We like the hot takes, the zags on the REMINGTOM pod. I think that maybe Kuechly might be a better linebacker than Craig is a running back. I don't know, all time or just straight up. I'm not sure. That's a close argument there. Maybe all time a little bit of a better linebacker than Roger Craig would be ranked an all-time running back. But I'm okay with Roger Craig getting in the Hall of Fame over Bill Belichick for this 1 year. It is what it is. I guess how many veteran guys every year now would I be okay with that happening? I guess until veteran becomes the eligible veteran himself. But the Seahawks also forced another punt here. So they will be getting back. No return for Shaheed. But the offense will be taken back over here as they get back on the field. But Brees or Kuechly, Fitzgerald is a lock for the Hall of Fame, and Vinatieri as well, too. Vinatieri is the best kicker in the history of the league, so he has to be in. It's no doubt they're the best playoff kicker in the history of the NFL. Lock it in. Adam Vinatieri is in the Hall of Fame. But Kuechly or Belichick or Brees, I think, honestly, I might have gone Belichick over Brees. Is that the bias for the 2009 Super Bowl? I don't know there, but the 2000, whatever year it was. It doesn't matter. We try not to remember the year because it's bad memories. But Darnold, 4 for 10 to start. Oh, chat, he unloads. Pause. Oh, is that Gonzalez on the defense? Gonzalez on Shaheed that time, so not on JSN. I don't know if the play should have just been to go to JSN when Gonzalez is not guarding him. But honestly, fortunately, it did work out that way because that was an elite pass breakup right there, lunging to make sure that pass does not get to Shaheed. I mean, Darnold, could we criticize him for slightly underthrowing that again? Maybe. Again, he's got, maybe he did. Yeah, he's got Shaheed, obviously. I mean, Shaheed's one of the fastest guys in the league. He's got a step. Just throw it out there. Throw it out there for him. But he did overthrow, again, JSN on that earlier should have been a touchdown play. So I don't know if he's overthinking that. Kenneth Walker up the sideline. He gets to the 40. And I don't know why they, now thinking about it, I don't know why they abandoned the run. Like we said, that was working earlier. And Darnold, maybe they've just been trying to get him going. It's like, hey, at what point do we just admit that that's not going to happen? And we just start running the football? Because that has been successful for the start of the game. 6 for 46 for Walker, and immediately Darnold throwing it right back into the turf on first down, bringing up second down. So yeah, I mean, obviously their run game is the strength of the team. No Charbonnet, I guess, for the playoff run, so they don't, I guess, maybe have the duo there to be able to complement each other with. But it's the Super Bowl. It's the last game. You can definitely rely on one workhorse running back, I think, in a very understandable way in this one. Definitely have to put your best effort forward. And to be honest, Walker, another big run. This time Gonzalez, again, is the person making the stop. But if Gonzalez is making the stop on, a run play, that's probably not meaning that the play went super well. So just completely untouched through a lot of these a lot of these runs plays. I mean, that was just a great cut by him there, though, as well, too, because he saw it looked like he did start to lean a little bit left on that run, and then the hole opened up on the right, pause, and then just immediately jumped over. Just immediately juked into that opening, pause, and took off for the run there, 7 for 70. He's going to go 100 yards in the first half if he keeps this up. Another juke. Oh, got him. Oh! I thought he was going to get him again. We're turning into Kenneth, again, the Michigan State guy. What happened? We have to remember this guy went to State. It is what it is. I don't know, how petty can we get as a sports fan to some point? I guess at some point we just have to root for players. It is what it is. But I guess that's why, like Witherspoon is, Illinois, shout out. But I don't know, Illinois versus Michigan, it is what it is. Eman Wari, South Carolina versus Michigan. There is obviously Clowney does, there is some trauma from that play still left over from the tackle that he had that 1 year against Michigan. But for the most part, South Carolina versus Michigan's a favorable thing. Oh, the Patriots get in. Is that a fumble? Oh, no, both refs immediately rule it incomplete, though Spillane does recover it. So I don't know if there will be a review, but it did look like that was going to be a forward pass there. Chason? Is that Calevon Chason, chat? We always knew he would make a play somehow. Oh, he threw it off the helmet of the offensive player. That's what it was. Because I would say it looked like it was a forward pass, but for some reason it ended up spiking up backwards. So yeah, it was hit as he threw, which as he was, being tackled down, the pass was thrown off of the shoulder pad of the offensive lineman there. So that was the fumble. It looked like a fumble if you're like a defensive tackle running in to get the stop. And 3rd and 12 again, they're not able to collect a lot of yardage. So when they get to the red zone as well too, you can see sort of Darnold's inability to, maybe, to put it simply, I guess the non-coach's corner here, the Rem and Sam non-coach's stream, to put it simply, his little bit of an inability to make a read here in the red zone has definitely shut down their offense. And again, they've been in 3rd and long, but the Patriots' ability to step up and run the football has definitely happened in that area of the field as well too, because again, 39-yard field goal. We've had 2 under 40-yard attempts here, so easy enough. Hey, Jason Myers for MVP, the first kicker MVP. Is that I don't know what. I guess we've had one for a season. I don't think we've had one for a game. It'd be, I guess, is it weirder that we've had one for a season than an NFL game? Because you would think that, again, for one game where it's like, oh, well, this guy made 6 for 6, 7 for, 18, 20. Like, if you go 21, 7 for 7 in a game for field goals, that would be crazy in general. That'd be like the greatest fantasy game ever if it was in the regular season for a kicker. But if it was in the Super Bowl and you scored 20 points as a special teamer, like, hey, you probably got to be the MVP at that point. But to win it for a season definitely seems like, hey, what happened that season? Of course, it was the strike season in the NFL in 1982, and they played 8 games. I still don't know why that means the kicker had to win it, but regardless, that's what ended up happening. I guess just the voters, somebody being petty toward the rest of the league, the rest of the players that year, and not letting the other guys on the field win at all. But I'm got the Hall of Fame class pulled back up here as well. Shout out. Like I said, maybe it makes a little bit more. Polian's like, let's just get all players in. Belichick can wait a year. He cheated. Put Luke Kuechly in the Hall of Fame. We'll just induct 5 players. It is what it is. We'll close down the voting and keep it a small class this year. But yeah, 6-0 as the second quarter is getting started. Patriots still within a score. So not necessarily feeling too confident so far in the Seahawks' constant offensive abilities. And that was a very good drive by Kenneth Walker as well, too. So the best case scenario for the Seahawks at this point, of course, is that the Patriots they sell out to stop Kenneth Walker if he continues to be the thing that torches them, and then Darnold as a counter to that. You would say Darnold plays well, but not even. Again, we're in the second quarter here. At this point, it'd be the counter to that in the second half would be, can just Darnold make a couple of plays off of that? Can you set up a couple of plays where as the Patriots, like we're saying, overcommit to the run, Darnold is able to actually take advantage and connect on one of the deeper passes. But for the actual, like we're saying, the offensive recipe here, if Darnold isn't able to continue at that type of performance, if they are able to get the run game going, then it's definitely going to be a scary situation here for the Seahawks. I mean, again, they could win this on the strength of their defense alone, and they are actually more favored now as the game goes on 5.5. But I mean, the Patriots can't get a field goal on this drive. Maybe I don't understand how the odds work. It is what it is. But a field goal, I mean, that's 3. We're still covering at that point. 5.5 again. We're talking about the point spread. It's not like the Patriots have to win the game. They just have to be within range to close the score like that. I don't know. So this will be their response drive upcoming here. And they have also kind of had a little bit of run success as well with Stevenson. So hopefully they are able to continue that. If you are a Patriots fan, Milton Williams being brought in, shout out with Carlton Davis. I mean, a lot of this defense being remade in the free agency, as they point out on the broadcast. Shout out to Carlton Davis as well too. Definitely been, some good cornerback representation here from the REMINGTOM pod fandom. It is. We got Witherspoon on one side, we got Carlton Davis on the other. Definitely guys whose games we are pro here. It is what it is. There would have been some years where our dream team corner situation from that from that whatever season that would have been, Davis definitely could have had an argument to be one of the guys in the lineup that given season, and has been super impactful for this team as well too. So him and Gonzalez there have been pretty tough. Oh, what a sack. Pause. Mills for the Seahawks is going to bring up another 3rd and long situation. He sacked both the offensive lineman and the quarterback on that play. I think he sacked the quarterback with one arm. It's like a Max Crosby type. Obviously a white guy passer, so that's where 98 checks a lot of similarity boxes between him and Max Crosby. But yeah, just pushed the center right back into Drake May, and then just knocked him over by using the offensive lineman. Oh man, that is big boy football right there. The screen pass, and Diggs the receiver just runs straight for the sideline. It is what it is. I mean, you think 3rd down, you'd try to break a tackle or two. It's not like you're on a 3rd down to set up a 4th down. Like, you gotta go. That's your 4th down. Yeah, Diggs, shout out. It is what it is. Is that his first reception of the game? But it will be a quick 3rd down opportunity, a quick 4th down. I guess, are they going to go for it here? Oh, no, wait a second. I thought Diggs was taking a while to get off the field. It looked like maybe some of the offensive guys were staying on. But no, I think the special teams had already run out at that point. So, yeah, here we go. The punt. Again, we'll see. They did kick to Shaheed last time, but they were down there in time to cover the play. So, will they kick at him again? They kick it a little bit shorter to, I guess, maybe allow the guys to be able to catch up, and they do force another fair catch. So, again, we did see him swing some playoff games, and a playoff game with the way he was able to electrify just the start of this entire run for Seattle, but have not been able to allow him to be a weapon in any type of way. And they were, of course, focusing on him early as well too in that last drive where they did have that deep pass, and Darnold just wasn't able to convert there. So they have been able to do a good job of not being burned by the opportunities that they have potentially been trying to create for him there. And now we're to 6.5 as the Patriots cannot get a drive together. Plus 285 on the money line here as we keep track. And we haven't had a touchdown score yet, so we may get limited with that. Anytime touchdown score may start to be like the one or two only touchdowns we get in the game. This could be, speaking of that Rams-Patriots Super Bowl earlier, this could be, and that was a, I guess, NFC West versus NFC, versus Patriots Super Bowl. So there is some similarities there. Maybe it could be like a pause reverse of that, where the Seahawks are like 13. I guess 6. It could be 12. It could be like 12-7, 12-6, depending on if the Patriots score, but then they miss the extra point or go for 2 and don't get it. Like Mac Hollins scores the 1 touchdown in the game. Henderson at 7-1 seems, honestly, just again for Patriots guys, comparatively on the team, seems a little unreasonable there. I mean, Stevenson plus 250, the other running back, I guess. Is it definite that he's going to get the goal line carries like that? Oh, Velus Jones touchdown odds are dropping as we speak. 35-1. I'm pretty sure Velus Jones was on another team in this playoff run, if I'm not mistaken. Was Velus Jones not playing for the 49ers in this very playoffs? I'm pretty sure Velus Jones played against Seattle. Oh, no. Was that at the end of the year or in the playoffs? I honestly don't remember, but somehow Velus Jones is just back and in the mix again. Pause. But 35-1 now to score a touchdown. So, definitely start betting it now if you think that that's going to happen. Elijah Aurora. Ah! Whoa. Hey, yo. D'Ernest Johnson? The Patriots had D'Ernest Johnson? Hey, yo. Why not at least see what you got there? A couple of runs. Is he practiced? Is he activated for the game? Is that him right over there? Oh, I guess not. But shout out. Has definitely had a couple of decent fantasy weeks in the past. He's had a couple of good Cleveland Browns games in there where he has been beneficial to a bunch of fantasy lineups. Kenneth Walker once again to the outside. First down for the Seahawks. But yeah, I think D'Ernest Johnson could, he could pick up some yards in this game. Shout out. I don't know if he is way worse than any of the weapons that they have. Again, maybe they run their offense and the guys are able to function in the offense in a very specific way. But 10 for 80 now for Walker. Hey, yo, do we have to look up what Sean Alexander had in the Super Bowl that one year? And I think Marshawn Lynch even, of course, we were going back and reviewing that last performance in the Patriots-Seahawks last Super Bowl. And he did have great stats. He did not have a great necessarily stats game, of course, in the Broncos Super Bowl. But, I mean, it is what it is. That was a defensive game in that matchup. But in the Patriots Super Bowl, he was over 100. I'm trying to remember if he was like 100 for, just over that 100-yard mark, or if he was in the 120s for that last game. But I guess we can take a look and double check here what he put up. Yeah, just over 100 yards. But again, obviously a great performance. Awesome against Green Bay the week before. So, just again, a very tough, great playoff run for Marshawn Lynch. 25 for 157 and a touchdown, and then 24 for 102 in a touchdown. Only reception each in either of those games. But I mean, that whole run there for Seattle, at least having one monstrous playoff game the entire time. Four attempts for 2 yards against Chicago. Unfortunate. But, yeah, he is definitely on pace here for some historic Super Bowl numbers. And then if Sean Alexander as well, too. Again, that was, I think, another little bit of a slower game. Hines Ward won the MVP, but I think it was off of kind of like a fake play type of situation. So, Sean Alexander, over under 10,000 career rush yards, 9,453. We can't bring Sean Alexander back for 50 more rush yards and just get him to 10K. I feel like that needs to be on the agenda at some point. Shout out to the great Sean Alexander. But in the Super Bowl against Pittsburgh, 20 for 95 and 0 touchdowns in that game. Had 6 carries for 9 yards in the game, in the wild card game, divisional game, I guess, against Washington, we should say. And then conference championship against Carolina, 34 for 132 and 2 touchdowns. So that was the prove your MVP performance in the playoffs right there. And then 20 for 95 is still a great game. You know, obviously pushing 5 yards a carry with that average. But that MVP, awesome type of performance. And, you know, Kenneth Walker now getting it a little bit in the passing game, pause, as well, is, you know, again, solidifying him not just in the great game, but starting to pause to get to the MVP level conversation. And they were talking as well, too, pregame. I mean, of course, the Seahawks were one of the last teams to have a non-quarterback MVP in Malcolm Smith. The time that they got the win, of course, over the Broncos. But for this Seattle Carolina game, we've got, I guess, do we mean to go to the, we might have meant to go to the Super Bowl, I think, instead of the conference championship game. Or maybe I'm just clicking around at this point as well, too. They're just committed to the run this time for Seattle on this drive. But hey, you get 2 positive plays on first, second down. Like, you're at least in third and short. So Sam Darnold has not been, their average third down at this point, they just show the stat, 8.2 yards. Oh, so I was 3rd and 5. It's shorter pause than 8.2. Hey, yo. It is what it is. Or, 8.2 was the average. But for yards to go, we should say, for third downs for the Seahawks. But at least 3rd and 5 is a little bit more manageable than Darnold this time, and maybe he can throw a little bit shorter middle of the field. Oh, this time he goes check down to Walker. Walker, the back pedal. Oh, he drops it. He saw Spillane out of the corner of his eye just starting to barrel down at him there because he was definitely going in for the strike. But I guess, you know, Walker lives to see the rest of the Super Bowl. Shout out. I guess it's important. They're going to need him, so in some ways maybe the business decision is the right. Oh, no, he dropped that, you know, a good 2 steps before Spillane got there. But I think Spillane pursuit was definitely part of it. If he was looking over there instead of keeping his attention on actually making the pass. But the punter now may have an opportunity to get in the Super Bowl MVP mix. Shout out Dickinson. Hey, yo, he has, I was trying to think, what kind of nickname can we award him after making a big play like that? Of course, Nick Foles in his Super Bowl run. I mean, he got a very specific nickname with the level of play that he brought to the field. So I don't know if it's a similar sort of conversation with our guy Michael Dickinson, but hey, yo, the punt, he manages to get the Seahawks to take over. You know, their defense will have the Patriots backed up inside the 5. So they've been able to, like we say, also generate pressure on Drake May at every possession. This could be almost safety watch here for the Patriots on this drive. The Seahawks, if they commit to actually that blitzing, could be in for a dangerous situation. And, you know, the Patriots, like we're saying, even with the run game, you know, they could just get stuffed and then push backwards into the end zone that way as well, too. So definitely going to be a little bit difficult for Drake May to try to navigate here. And definitely going to be, almost just as important that they don't give up the points and then the ball back as much as it is as they, put together the drive themselves. But McConaughey and Bradley Cooper in an Uber Eats commercial is this, like a collab between a couple of personalities? I feel like Uber Eats has had a couple different Bradley Cooper commercials. But McConaughey, he's obviously a commercial guy. I don't know if he's worked with this brand specifically, but shout out. A couple of all-stars there joining forces. We did see pictures of Guy Fieri in the normal, in the normal getup, in his normal getup. So I guess what is his normal getup, right? Because he's got, of course, a little bit of a custom look with the blonde spikes and the goatee grown a certain way. Obviously dressing in sort of the more biker kind of aesthetic, but they do have the commercial where he is, and do we call him Office Guy Fieri? That might be Office Guy. There's Guy Fieri, and then there's Office Guy. So the Edelman is office guy get up, nice little comb over, no hair dye, button up, no tie, pleated khakis, kind of weird dress shoe situation, not dress shoes, but casual, comfy, like a comfy loafer situation. So, definitely a change of pace. Definitely I was going to say, the Guy Fieri unmasked sort of edition, but I think in some ways, I think that he might naturally just kind of have the blonde spikes and the leather jacket, kind of vibe. You have to go through the hair and makeup to be able to make him look like a quote unquote, in American society, obviously we'll say that, is the office guy look normal? Hey, yo, it is what it is. But we're just saying that the the non-blonde spikes, I guess, I don't know. But, whatever his base look, I guess, whatever that version is, maybe... again, you have to go through hair and makeup for that. I think his base look is the version that we actually get on TV. I think that is actually the authentic Guy Fieri. He's actually not an actor. I think he is being authentic, and I think he's being himself fully on diners, drive-ins, and dives. And blonde spikes and, like we're saying, the kind of goatee with a little bit of a stripe in there as well, too, is just naturally... the vibe that he brings to the table. So 2nd and 7. Oh, first time out of the half for both teams. At least they haven't necessarily from a procedural standpoint. There haven't been a couple times where, it's not like they've gotten in trouble there and had to use a timeout. But backed up against their own end zone, I guess they got to make sure that they are set up straight here on 2nd and 7, but hey, at least you pick up a couple of yards. You're not looking as desperate here. Patriots, first pair of rookie teammates to start on the offensive line in Super Bowl history, and they've already allowed 2 sacks combined. So maybe, not for the faint of heart, Super Bowl. It is what it is, but they're also playing right next to each other. So I know that Will Campbell was the first round pick, and we were, hey, yo, obviously pointing out some of the stuff that was happening over there early on, but makes sense why maybe the sort of combination pause of the two, and again, the sort of just, why that side of the line is susceptible the way it is, because there's just not a lot of experience there, and at least the guys for the Seahawks, while they may not necessarily have, the pause, like the deepest collection of, the most amazing talent in the league, with all due respect to the Seahawks, like they do have veteran pass rushers that are very capable and obviously very, very able to overwhelm the inexperience here that the Patriots show. 3rd and 7. They're just at the 5. So Drake May, just don't take a sack. There we go. Easy little pass out to Douglas that time. So, hey, that honestly might be the best Drake May play of the night so far. It is what it is. You've got just an easy little pass to Douglas to get the first down and to not give up any points in the end zone, not take the safety. You move the chains and you get yourself out of danger. Like, accomplishing all 3 is definitely what you want to see on this drive. So they're not in flipping field goal position territory yet, or, flipping field position territory yet, but they have definitely afforded themselves a little bit more space now. And with 3:33, like, they are really in, can they control the rest of the half type of range as well? With their pace of play, again, you can't get explosive out on the Seahawks, but like we've seen, the Patriots aren't generating explosive plays. So it's fine, but you might actually not have enough time with 3 minutes left to be able to drive down the field. It does seem like, again, they're really just focused on taking up clock at this point. Hey, yo, Drake May kind of had a guy there and kind of missed him. 81 was kind of running by himself underneath. It was 2nd down, so again, throwing short of the sticks, like, who cares? Pick up extra yards. And maybe, he just kind of threw it off the mark, but it looked like he didn't throw it toward him. Can we get a replay of that? We're probably not going to quite get a replay of that. Still 3rd and 7, but you could have put yourself in 2nd and 2 there. He was running toward the sideline that time. I think that was Hunter Henry, the tight end. But 3rd and 7 is still obviously okay. Better than where you've been at before. Oh, another stop play. This time it's a flag. Oh, and we said better where they've been before. It is what it is. They immediately mess up on the 3rd down. And now that's probably going to be a false start. Probably going to be third and long pause. Sean Smith, shout out for him making the Super Bowl appearance as the referee. And yeah, Campbell with the false start. He's getting nervous. He's getting ready to go. It is what it is. So Derek Hall is now terrified. Will Campbell, like we said, we have Witherspoon with a couple seconds. Oh wait, that's Nwosu, the edge rusher Nwosu that time lined up against him as well. So, definitely facing the best the Seahawks have. Hey, yo, Nwosu that time was almost to Drake May. And, he almost dropped it in for Matt Collins. It was getting close. I don't know if we're going to give him like Mahomes. I can't believe that was incomplete type of performance. I forget what I was listening to this past week. And somebody said something about, maybe it was listening to Van Lathan on Higher Learning. And he was saying something about, like people giving Mahomes the benefit of the doubt after the Super Bowl losses. And it's like, well, you go back and look at some of the throws that he made in that game. Like, you have to admit, those were some of the best incompletions that we've ever seen. It is what it is. And so I don't know if we quite go there for Drake May, but it was a good look. And check out the field. Rashid Shaheed with the chance to make a play, a juke, a cut, a move up the field. Not quite able to get to midfield there, but again, you're closing in on midfield, is giving your offense a good opportunity to at least get another field goal on the board here before the half. 2:50 now, 2-minute warning, couple timeouts. Like we're saying, Seahawks also in control. Have they moved the line to 10 yet? Because they could definitely score a touchdown here. 7.5. The Seahawks are favored by 7.5 as we sit here. 2:50 left in the second quarter. And a field goal, of course, makes it 9. Plus 360 on the money line for the Pats. Again, we're just trying to look at an opportunity to make money. We're just watching the odds here, thinking out the arguments for both sides. We're just trying to see what is the best time to pounce either way. Probably not going to pounce on the Seahawks when they're sitting at minus 530 on the money line. But I am just saying that it is a one-drive game at this point. The Patriots have not been able to even get in field goal range. So that is a problem when they need a touchdown to tie it, and when we're saying it's a 1-point game. I am just saying that is a big play. That's an interception. That's a fumble. That's a special teams. That is not even necessarily a Patriots offensive play. We're still one crazy Patriots play, whatever it may be, away from them tying this game up. Again, as crazy as that may sound, it is what it is. You have something random happen, you find yourselves in the end zone, you're kicking the extra point, all of a sudden you're taking the lead, and 6 points, again, you're still in contention for that to happen. So I get the fact that the Seahawks have looked like the better team at this point, but plus 360 is not terrible if you want to potentially move in. And I will say as well, too, that again, with as good as the Seahawks have been in some plays to start this game, and, Kenneth Walker's look good. The defensive side of the field has definitely been overwhelming. I'm not saying that we're not saying for this season, it's not the best football that we can get in some ways. Again, if the Broncos were in this game with Bo Nix, I don't know how we actually make this like a better game per se. I think it would have to be, honestly, like one of the big three quarterbacks. Pause. It would have to be Allen or Lamar or Mahomes, just from an entertainment standpoint of them being, just them playing in the game and them creating highlights. But otherwise, this is kind of arguably the best the NFL could have for this year. But again, I don't know if it feels like we're watching like the pinnacle of the season. It does literally just feel like it's like, oh, well, this is just the last game that's going to be played this year. And, I guess that's no disrespect to either team on the field at this point. And we'll see the second half. Both teams could still definitely show a level of individual dominance production that is, just impressive on a greater scale as well, too. Darnold that time settles down a little bit. He's able to complete an easier one to Cooper Kupp. And Cooper Kupp has been underrated in this playoffs for him. They have, of course, I don't think quite had the single receiving leader with JSN the same way that they have had in the playoffs, but in the playoffs the same way they had with him in the regular season. But it is a credit again to Kupp to being for him being a continued reliable presence here in this playoff run. And at times has been the leader in the games. Walker with another first down run on 2nd and 3. Oh, the breaking tackles, the push, the offensive line push. They just say enough is enough. He can't even be tackled. Kenneth Walker doesn't even, hit the ground that time on that play. So 2-minute warning. Here we go. They can still kill the clock. They can control the half. They can definitely get a field goal here. But a touchdown would be pretty tough. Now, again, going back to the coin flip thing, the Patriots getting the ball the second half in this scenario is convenient just because, again, you'll get to, potentially get the opportunity to immediately match what the Seahawks put up. And I know you'll maybe get that opportunity here in the first half, but maybe not with the same sort of, just the same sort of ability to be able to attack the possession in the same way if you're getting the football back with a couple seconds left. It is what it is there. But you would have, of course, the reset, the ability to answer, the ability to be able to keep it going, alternating instead of the drives and not necessarily allow the Seahawks that double possession at any point. But this is, definitely. Oh, Gosling in a trailer? What do we got, Chad? Hey, yo. Oh, is he going back to the sun? What's happening? An Armageddon remake? I guess it's not an oil tanker, but he was. I guess First Man was him going to the moon. Was he? Is this a bad question? If it's called First Man, he's obviously Neil Armstrong, right? Because Neil Armstrong was the first man, obviously, or was he? Hey, yo. I guess that's the real question, right? Was he the first man? But in the what do we say? The theory, as I say, in theory, the common sentiment is that Neil Armstrong is the first man on the moon. So I guess we can clarify here. But it's more just, who did Gosling play in the Damien Chazelle movie? We know who Neil Armstrong played in the Stanley Kubrick movie. Hey, yo, we got him. But who did? Yeah, American Biological Film. So based on the life of Neil Armstrong. Oh, okay, shout out. So it would make sense that is it based on the book or is it based on the life? See, is it too many steps removed? A movie based on the book, based on the life? Maybe you just need to sit down and have him tell the stories. I guess shout out to Neil Armstrong. I never thought about, shout out to Neil Armstrong. You get Ryan Gosling's just a great actor. So, he's just one of those, Chalamet is just again, a great actor. If Chalamet wins an audition for a role in a biopic or something, if Leo wins, what biopics has he done? I guess a couple, but he did the Howard Hughes. He did J. Edgar Hoover. Didn't he do one of those? I guess, does that count as a biopic? It does, right? But, again, those guys are great actors. Denzel doing Malcolm X. He's just going to win that audition either way. But, it's and I guess, again, to some degree, it's also all good-looking guys. But shout out to Neil Armstrong that Ryan Gosling is the guy that they cast in the audition to be your guy, I guess. It is what it is. So, again, I guess they're well, what kind of role would it have to be? They're we have to get somebody intentionally uglier to play this guy in a biopic. It's just what it has to be. Again, if you're in Hollywood and you landed a biopic, you may be getting somebody, you may be getting an upgrade on the screen. It is what it is. But I don't know, do we have to call out a biopic? What's who's that guy that Paul Walter Hauser? Shout out to Paul Hauser Walker, Paul Walter Hauser. Who's that guy? What's the Richard Jewell movie? The Richard Jewell biopic? Again, no disrespect, but Paul Walter Hauser is a little bit the film is called Richard Jewell. Yeah. Shout out. Clint Eastwood, produced and directed by Clint Eastwood. And do I have the star right? Is this the right star? Starring Sam Rockwell. Kathy Bates plays Richard Jewell? Hey, yo. Oh, no, here we go. Paul Walter Hauser plays Richard Jewell. American actor and wrestler. He's a professional wrestler as well, known for many. Oh, Blackbird. Yeah, he was getting a lot of notoriety for that. But, again, you're probably casting him for the acting ability, and there is probably what are we saying? Like, there's going to be a resemblance. There has to be a resemblance to some degree. But I'm just saying, I guess shout out to Neil Armstrong if you resemble Ryan Gosling at any point. It is what it is. Shout out. Shout out. Ryan Gosling, I'm sure. What are we talking about here? Ooh, the Super Bowl. We're just talking about how hot Ryan Gosling is. Hey, yo. It is what it is, chat. There's just some people that are just undeniable. So, I mean, Ryan Gosling is top tier. You heard it here. That's our take on the Rem and Sam pod. We'll admit it, chat. You caught us. It is what it is. I guess if we have to admit our feelings about Ryan Gosling, it's that he's probably a good-looking guy. We'll say it here without truth serum on the Rem and Sam pod. But yeah, I guess point being, First Man is not just like a random guy goes to the moon movie. Oh, chat. Hey, yo. I thought we had some type of... What is this? What is this Dunkin' Donuts commercial? This is pretty crazy. We've got like a bunch of 90s sitcom characters rejoined, and Ben Affleck. I don't know, is Ben Affleck in a 90s sitcom? We've got, I guess, some Seinfeld being represented. We've got Urkel. Ted Danson? Is that Ted Danson being de-aged? Is this AI? Like, I'm confused. I'm a little uncomfortable with this Dunkin' Donuts commercial. Is this so it's Boston? Oh, is it the Boston thing? Is it because Dunkin' has the Boston sponsorship? Because they... Oh, Goodwill Duncan. Maybe we need to hear the dialogue. I just don't know what Ben Affleck has to do with the sitcom. Maybe I'm just totally missing it. Was he in that Kirk Cameron sitcom back in the day, or with Michael J. Fox or something? I don't remember, but it just seemed random. And to bring Tom Brady in, I guess doesn't make sense as well. So it is. I guess that those shows had cameos back in the day. I guess that was a cameo version of it there. And, shout out anytime you get to see Carlton on screen, that's a fun time there, for sure. Definitely can't complain about that. But, shout out, again, obviously, Jennifer Aniston. Hey, yo, making an appearance. Like, we pull the cast back up and remember everybody that we just saw there, and that one is good as well too. And those 90s sitcom characters, some of those guys can become so specific to those roles. So their commercial ability is not necessarily about sometimes always thinking about like again grabbing that like Carlton. See, again, I'm not remembering Carl. Shout out to Carlton's real name as well too. But it's not always about it's more like it is like this time. Like you're getting him to grab Carlton to do the ad. You're not really getting the actual celebrity themselves that time. So again, I guess in some ways it is fun to see the 90s sitcom characters just themselves be brought back for a second in a commercial like that, but I don't know. I don't know why Ben Affleck he's not like he has to ruin it for us. It's just I do like a consistent through line in a commercial. I like it to make sense. I get that you can, because we all understand that, right? If you're a big corporation, in theory, you can, to some degree, drop the budget for any combination, not any combination of celebrities. But it's like, okay, there is that obvious route of it where it's like, hey, yo, you just paid, it's like, let's just pick, random celebrity generator. We got Ben Affleck, Tom Brady, and Carlton. And it's like, okay, I guess that's our commercial. Like, let's run that. If there's a narrative, if there's a story, if there's a through line that's able to, connect those three pieces. Like if it was actually, Carlton is like trying to be high school quarterback and Uncle Phil brings in, Tom Brady to teach him. I don't know. Again, I guess it wouldn't have been that scenario because, well, I guess it would be now because, again, Tom Brady is quarterback now. Wouldn't have been that because Tom Brady wasn't around in the 90s. Would have been like Warren Moon or something. Will Smith's trying to play quarterback and Randall Cunningham, go gets Randall Cunningham. Who would have been, I guess, out in Cali at that time as well too. Who would have been out in Bel Air? Did LA have a team at the time? Am I crazy? Now we have to go back and figure out where it's set. Hey yo, and we still got the Mystery Man page up in the background. Shout out to Mystery Man. It is what it is. We'll have to add it to the watch list at some point. But yeah, we'll have to go see who could have potentially trained up Carlton as a quarterback? But again, if that would have been the skit, the commercial, then maybe that makes sense. But they're just all hanging out in a Dunkin'. So I guess it's the beginning of a joke. It's like, what if Carlton, Ben Affleck, and Tom Brady walk into a Dunkin' Donuts? What happens? We might have to get ChatGPT to write the rest of that one. Maybe it's a little bit. Maybe we just pretend it's a bar at first, and then we just rewrite it to be a Dunkin' Donuts. What happens if Carlton, Tom Brady, and Ben Affleck walk into a bar? I still don't know, Chad. I still don't know. Is Carlton like the Matt Damon? Are we just recasting Good Will Hunting with Tom Brady as one of the other background guys, and then Carlton's Matt Damon at that point? That is interesting. That is definitely a scenario. But yeah, I just again needed a little bit more connection there for that one. It is what it is. I guess we've ripped apart the Dunkin' Donut commercial enough. It is what it is. But it doesn't matter because we've got a review on this play taking a while as well. Cooper Kupp trying to corral in the fingertip football catch. I think he got it. Oh, no, never mind. As we say that, they immediately call it incomplete. I guess we somehow can't see a super zoomed in version of the replay because, they just gave us literally the best angle as we were looking at it there. Pause. Whoa. And it looked like he was somehow still able to, as the football kind of course, almost slipped to the ground, he was able to, with his fingers, kind of, pick it back up a little bit. But apparently it just brushed the field, and we were not locked in watching that replay. Because, again, that replay was very, very clear, so they obviously clearly saw that it was on the ground. It is what it is there. Or just the play on the field was incomplete, and they couldn't quite tell if it went off the ground or not. But Seattle, once again, like we're saying for the field goals, they are inside the 25. What are they, like 23, 22 and a half yard line? So 3rd and 3, 20 seconds left. Seattle's got no timeouts. Wait, was that Seattle's last one they just called? What happened there? I know that, again, 20 seconds. If you get the first down, of course, you can run up and spike the football and set yourself up for a field goal, even maybe one more play after that. No problem. Sam Darnold versus the Blitz, 4 for 11 for 57, 5 pressures. So, yeah, they have definitely been effective when they have been able to get there. But 3rd and 3 on this pass, you just can't obviously turn the football over. But you don't want to necessarily give yourself an opportunity to not score here. Like, the Patriots aren't going to call a timeout to get the football back with 20 seconds. So don't, be hustling. Oh! And speaking of throwing to the goal line at the end of a half, chat, hey, yo, Sam Darnold, hopefully scaring us from something. Is this going to be a worse version of this game? You can already see it. The Patriots not having scored. The Seahawks maybe, up 6-0 still somehow. Like they miss a field goal here. I don't know. Maybe the Patriots block it or something. Maybe Sam Darnold throws a pick in this scenario. But maybe the worst version of the scenario is like a pick 6 at the end of the game and the Patriots win off of that. Kind of Iron Bowl mixed with the Patriots Seahawks Super Bowl of the past, but and that did have very similar, like it ended up being sort of a breaking in route, so it did kind of look like a slant at the goal line and the receiver kind of lunging away. Oh, chat, the field goal is good. Never mind about the miss. Hey, yo, Myers, it said the advanced stats said it would have been good from 60. So Myers is now emerging as the MVP of the first half. Do we have to do a first half MVP check? Since there is 11 seconds left, let's see what we've got here on the box score. Assuming that the Patriots don't have a massive run back here, or they're not even going to run one play. I imagine that Vrabel just takes the knee here, down 2 scores going into the half. Drake May, 6 for 11, 48. Sam Darnold, 9 for 22 for 88. So, again, it'll be one of those games that is kind of I don't want to say a perfect legacy defining game, but, we were talking about, Sam Darnold have like a Steve Young type of run to the second half of his career. Like, how many seasons is Sam Darnold away from making the Hall of Fame if he puts together like 4 or 5 more good seasons? Like, is that crazy for a former top 3 pick? Who knows? And, again, this is that perfect type of game that's like, Sam Darnold could captain a team, but maybe, we're not necessarily going to overcomplicate what the legacy could be if he just went out and just completely destroyed this Patriots team and had amazing stats. But, Kenneth Walker, the Terrell Davis of this playoffs, I guess, Saquon, we were mentioning that a little bit last game, the impact of the running backs now on these playoff teams. But, yeah, of course, the Seahawks defense is going to probably have the MVP leader at this point. Witherspoon, officially 1 sack in the game, 1 tackle. 1 tackle for loss is going to be kind of the same there as well. And then Job and Jones both getting tackles for a loss. Of course, Mills with that sack earlier, like we're saying. And Jones with 5 tackles just in general, being super impressive. So Craig Woodson for the Patriots with 7 total tackles and 3 for a loss. So Craig Woodson might be MVP of the game at this point. It honestly might be Jason Myers. It might have to be Jason Myers. Because again, in that Rams-Patriots Super Bowl, which is kind of not necessarily a template for this game in the fact that the Patriots would win it, for the Patriots winning it, but in just a template for the pace of a really, really slow defensive Super Bowl. I mean, that Super Bowl was way, way uglier, of course, just in terms of both offenses were kind of, shut down by the defenses, but were just not even playing well as well, too. Both offenses were just, very, very slow throughout the course of that game. And for the actual scoring part of it, like the Patriots were able to get in the end zone. It's not like the kicker piled up all their points. So, 2 field goals is like kind of, you're not necessarily like a, with all due respect, like an all-time special performance in a Super Bowl with any regard. I think we can understand that. It, obviously is enough for them to win, and your defense is doing enough to hold the Rams to not being able to score anything. But you start getting to 3, you imagine that even if they do score, there might be an extra point or 2 on top of that, and maybe another field. If he gets to 5 field goals in this, and he's 5 for 5, then maybe there is a case. Again, it's not like he's making like bombs as well too. It's not like, hey, Jason Myers 3 for 3 from deep. He's, he's like 50 plus. He's got 150 plus yards and made field goals. But I guess that last one was good from 60. So, the advanced stats are kind of helping him out there as well too. It's like, hey, Jason Myers is out here kicking 60-yard field goals. It's like, no, not quite the case there. But it is officially halftime, so we've only got, a little bit of analysis. They've got to set up the stage. They've got to let the choreography and all that stuff kind of get in, pause, get in position for the start of the show. But shout out. You're about to witness it here, chat. You're about to witness the start of our Bad Bunny turn in our, is that what we're calling this phase, our Bad Bunny phase? But maybe it's our Bad Bunny phase because, like we said before, I have not necessarily been an avid listener. I would say, I'll just, I guess, be honest to the 10th degree. We don't really listen to Bad Bunny at all. It is what it is. And maybe, again, there is just we listen to the couple of hip hop guys we have picked out, couple of rappers that we're going to listen to. And we want to, just kind of keep it simple to that. Hey, and like we said, we kind of listening to a bunch of famous people from throughout versus maybe, going through the depths of the regional scenes and all different stuff of today. And not to say that, hey, you have to dig too far in the international regional scene to find Bad Bunny. I'm just saying that, simply enough, Bad Bunny is not one of the main artists that we just do listen to. It is what it is there. But I am definitely, it's like, okay, it's about time. It's about time. This guy is, again, one of the top 10 streamed artists just on Spotify in general. So it's like, you should probably catch up. I mean, that's not necessarily a guarantee that we're going to just, want to listen to you again. I guess, not that that means anything, but, you get some guys, of you get like a Coldplay or something up there. It's like, okay, I don't necessarily feel like I have to stay updated on the Coldplay discography just because they're in the top 10 of all time or whatever. But again, for not having really, being in, it's still not like you do get Bad Bunny, of course, featuring and get Bad Bunny appearing in mainstream American music. And, again, it's not just like when Bad Bunny got the halftime, I wouldn't want to say everybody in America, but for the people in our circles that'd be running around, people like us, people with similar age, people with similar friend groups, like, so we know who Bad Bunny is. It's not like we're like, wait, who's this guy getting the Super Bowl halftime show? But again, it's not like I would say that Bad Bunny songs, at least in the Midwest, maybe we're a little Midwest specific here as well too, has not necessarily like permeated sort of the Midwest, just like it's just sort of in that everywhere, type of vibe. Again, maybe you start going into some of a little bit more of the, I guess other places. Maybe they're just better at playing Bad Bunny out. I don't know. But again, it's not like, oh, there's even that just like one Bad Bunny hit that's just like oversaturated somewhere that I can think about. So, again, obviously there's been these opportunities with a lot of his projects to have a launching point into his discography. But this is definitely going to be the actual moment where we cross over and actually feel like, okay, we need to start queuing up Bad Bunny in the Spotify here and see what is going on. And, again, I'm already kind of, even despite what the Super Bowl halftime performance is, like, I hope it's good, obviously. I hope that he's able to both perform how he wants to perform, but also message what he wants to message. Like, I mean, that was the beautiful thing about Kendrick's show last year, was he was able to, again, bring a very authentic performance to the stage, and it also had a very authentic message attached to it as well. Hopefully Bad Bunny is able to do the same. But, again, if Bad Bunny hits like a voice crack or something in this, like, I don't know, like, whatever, the point is, for me personally, just, this is that moment of him getting the Super Bowl halftime and him, just being in the air that he's about to perform. Like, I'm not saying I want the TV to break right now, but if the TV just spazzed for the next 20 minutes and we didn't see the halftime and it was like, wait a second, I don't actually know how Bad Bunny did performing-wise. Kendall Jenner with the commercial right before the Bad Bunny halftime performance. Is there some chicanery there? Is that on purpose? Because I was seeing posts on Instagram. I don't even know if this is true or not, but I thought I saw posts about Kendall Jenner and Devin Booker in a comment war, and then it was based on like Fanatics Sportsbook. So I don't know if it was like an AI generated comment that Fanatics Sportsbook was AI generating based on people that they have signed to get the pot stirred, or if this was an actual interaction that they staged to get the pot stirred as well. I have no idea, but either way, her appearing, I guess, before Bad Bunny, a little connective connective tissue there. That might also be a pause. Who knows? But yeah, for Bad Bunny, like, he has, of course, in 2022 dropped Un Verano Sin Ti. So my bad if I didn't say that right, but the album Un Verano Sin Ti, if I'm not mistaken, is the most streamed album in Spot. It's got the most streams for any album in Spotify history that goes across all the genres. So again, there is a record-breaking nature to Bad Bunny's game, and I think maybe even that's part of it as well too. Like we've said here, if he almost needs that moment sometimes as well for us, where it's like somebody starting to get a little bit too much hate, and it's like, we have no reason to be hating on Bad Bunny for getting the Super Bowl halftime. Like, what are we doing here? Like, come on. Like, we're all adults. Can we let the man perform some music at the Super Bowl halftime? Like, hey, yo. Like, give the man a break. He's 9th in the world in Spotify, and they want to have him perform at the Super Bowl halftime. Makes sense to me. But, again, and I don't want to say that we called this, but I'm just saying check the tapes last year stay tuned for this next performance. Ayo, definitely do that. But our next live stream, that'll be part of it. We'll predict who will do the next Super Bowl halftime. And we called it. Again, it made a ton of sense. Like, who are the biggest superstars in the world that either haven't done it or haven't turned it down? It was literally Bad Bunny was the one at, not the one left, but the one at the top of the list when we were looking at it last year. And again, for us, I don't want to say the Super Bowl did the easy thing, because I guess, there's going to be backlash to anything. But I think that, and again, I'm saying this as a credit to Bad Bunny's popularity. Like, I think they did the quote-unquote easy thing by making him this. I think, the other way to phrase that, it makes total sense for him as, where he's at in his career. But then again, for him also to be internationally, like, the most historically, just had that record streaming part of his have those streaming records in his catalog and as a part of his resume, just makes sense that, again, like, what is the Super Bowl halftime? Like, what are we doing here? What are we doing here? I mean, with all due respect, it's not a place where we put people on to new artists. I guess that's literally what's happening because, like I said, I'm going to be listening to Bad Bunny after this. But, again, that's not me being put on. It's just me it's just me deciding at that point. I've already been put on to Bad Bunny. Pause. I just haven't, listened to the actual music yet myself. It is what it is. But, it's not a time for discovery. With all due respect for the Super Bowl halftime, with all due respect to all the artists out there, at any level, obviously, there's that. There's a lot of people that are dreaming of the Super Bowl halftime. We hope they achieve it. But I'm just saying that it is what it is. The Super Bowl halftime is an achievement. Like we're saying, it is a sort of crowning moment in a musical career. And Bad Bunny, you have to earn that crown. Like, who else in the musical industry right now has earned that crown? I mean, we'll definitely go through that in the next live stream this upcoming Tuesday night. Stay tuned. It'll be accurate. You won't even have to watch the news anymore to see who will be named the Super Bowl halftime performance because we will be the ones to predict it correctly. And we'll definitely do our best to, I guess, just talk through what is happening on the Super Bowl halftime. Of course, we've got Bad Bunny paying homage early on to the hardworking culture as well too. Again, we tread lightly, I guess, with the story being told because between, even some closed captionings, but just us talking over it as well too. Like, for us personally, we're probably not going to capture 100% the story in this exact moment that he's going to be able to tell, but we will definitely do our best to try to put all the pieces together in this moment. And maybe we can try to piece together what songs are being played as well too. And again, this might actually be, I think this might be TT Me Pregunto. Oh, chat, this is going to be embarrassing for us. This is an embarrassment to us and a call to action, really, is what it is. To be better at, saying songs of Bad Bunny's discography is really what it is. We should be able to save them with some accuracy and some ease, and it should not be that much of a struggle. But I thought I saw words that might line up with that song title. I don't know why, but I thought I saw the word TT earlier. Probably might see it a couple times. Who knows? So we could pull up the Genius maybe and try to figure out what's going on. Pecho? It keeps saying Pecho on the Jumbotron. Yeah, Pecho, pichaba, ora, yo, Pecho. Hey, yo, chat. I mean, maybe it sounds like we know what we're saying. Unfortunately, no tranquil, chat? No tranquil. That's not good. And that also is not true. That is not true. I mean, Bad Bunny's not wrong. Right now, in los US of A, and now we're just, now cancel us now. Hey, yo, chat, it is what it is. But, in los US of A, no tranquil. No tranquil. I guess, I don't know, I'm probably different lyrics to the song, but I don't know if that's what he was saying. But, hey, yo, Bad Bunny is, maybe no tranquil in la noche when he disturba yo tranquil. Bad Bunny getting a little I mean, we'll just say it, getting a little sexy there. Hey yo, it is what it is. We got the dancers locked in as well too. I will say, and the choreography has been on point for these dancers, and you can just tell the pace of the music as well too. It is a little bit, again, I want to say smoother rhythm, but to bring back last year's Super Bowl halftime, which really was a peak moment, and I'm also thinking of the music videos themselves from that beef, but the dancers in the Super Bowl halftime were going crazy. They snapped. It is what it is. You can't deny that is one of the best choreography. I mean, it might have won, I think it won awards, right? It literally won awards. It was one of the best choreography dance things in TV that, I don't know how many dance choreography things that I've seen personally. So for me, I can say that I've ever seen, and it is actually probably accurate, but I think that it could be actually somewhat accurate to say that is one of the best choreographed events that, just has been displayed on TV in recent history. And the camera work and the set is And again, the dancing is all very, very great here. And the world building is very, very expressive. I mean, we'll give it to Bad Bunny's set design. I mean, Kendrick's set design was amazing. But Bad Bunny's set design is right on par as well too. But again, I think the background dancers were, I mean, they were 12 out of 10 in those. And just basically every version of, all of Kendrick's projects. Again, I guess not to say that the people in the background were better or whatever, however you want to phrase it. I guess that's not a bad thing to say it that way, but I'm just saying that the people that he surrounded himself with as well too throughout that time and time again, were always the highest, level of people at their jobs or, at performing at whatever he knew. Even in the pop out as well too. Think about the artists that he had, earlier on. Of course he had, we're talking about Kendrick during Bad Bunny's Super Bowl halftime. It is what it is. We're going to start breaking down the fall off next as well too. But, of course, maybe it's a good thing I even lost my train of thought because we need to focus on the halftime at some point. Oh, we've got a wedding as part of the sketch. Hey, yo. Oh, is that, hey, yo, chat. We've got a Gaga appearance. Hey, yo. Is there or is this somebody else? I'm just throwing this. I don't even know celebrities in 2025. It is what it is. I'm nervous, chat. The international halftime. I'm nervous that I'm not going to know who the other celebrities are. So, I mean, they could bring out Michael Jordan and he could be playing basketball. They could recreate the 84 dunk contest for no reason. It's here's Michael Jordan and Dominique and they're going to be, dunking on a mini hoop again. I guess we're in the Bay, so maybe, they bring out I guess they could bring out Steph Curry and we could just not know it at this point. It is what it is. We're just going to turn into an SNL sketch of not knowing famous people. And I don't know Bad Bunny's discography, so as I'm saying names, I'm who was he even collabed with as well too? Who would make sense? And I saw a post that said he was going to bring out Drake, and I'm oh man, this is just our algorithm. This is not going to happen. Our algorithm just wants us, I guess, to think that Drake is gonna be at the Super Bowl. But hey, yo, if Drake is at the Super Bowl the first time, I guess Kendrick was via Dr. Dre, but that's different as well too. Again, Dr. Dre is a legend in the game to Kendrick in a different way, where Bad Bunny and Drake are peers. I think if you have a peer bring you on the Super Bowl as your first time, that's a little bit of a different thing than being brought on the Super Bowl as part of a legendary homage to a city, is a little bit of a different type of performance. I searched into my Spotify Bad Bunny and Lady Gaga and nothing popped up. DTMF, which was the Grammy-winning song, I guess is Lady Gaga a hidden feature on that? She's not listed on the track list, but he might have hidden features hidden. So let me see. View credits here. I might have to pull up the Genius and take a look. What song are we playing, chat? Hey, if Lady Gaga is if we've got Lady Gaga in a Spotify track here with Bad Bunny, I mean, lock it in that's going to be the replayed track that we've got Bad Bunny that we'll start with. Hey, yo, missing the Spotify thing. It didn't show on the computer, but obviously if we search it on the phone, it will work out. It is what it is. We will find it. So let's see here. Wait, I'm looking at the Joe Budden podcast and the search results. We don't need to search for Joe Budden. Hey, yo, not yet. Maybe later. Maybe after this is over. Listen to Joe Budden instead of Bad Bunny. Hey, yeah, we're trying, chat. We're trying. We'll get to Bad Bunny at the gym tomorrow. It is what it is. But let's see here. Okay, we'll search it on the phone and see if we can find it. Bad Bunny, Lady Gaga. Okay, I like it. Oh, okay. So Lady Gaga's not on that one. I guess, is there a song from Lady Gaga's? Okay, Spotify wants to generate a playlist of, it's just the top hits from Lady Gaga and Bad Bunny's individual discography. It's literally just their two newest albums mixed together, which I'm sure is fine. But, oh no, this is actually somebody made this themselves. Okay, so don't go through Spotify. We can't go through Spotify now when the halftime is going on. But, hey, yo, we'll do some search. And hopefully that means maybe a Gaga Bad Bunny collab in the future if it doesn't happen, or, it is what it is. But shout out. We'll see who else. Oh, chat, we've got the family watching his speech from the Grammys. Hey, yo, is that supposed to be like is that a representation of him speaking to his younger self? Or is that, American families now? Again, I can't really see what the story is that he's telling in terms of what he's saying, but just because we're talking over it as well, too. But I do hear that guitar just piercing through the air. Shout out. So that is right up there with the best cameos of the Super Bowl as well, too, is that guitar riff that guy just pulled off. Hey, yo. Is he copying that off the Mission Impossible 2 soundtrack? Like, a guy spitting heat right there. Shout out. And definitely definitely Bad Bunny has got the little, like, hip thrust thing down, for sure. And, I mean, he's definitely worked in, like a crotch grab to that as well. So, here, wait, let me see if I can even get the Spotify up. And here we go. Got the Spotify up and going in the background here. Do we just play this song and see what we got? Maybe. Oh, wait. Oh, we're spazzing because we're playing off of different devices. So maybe we got to connect it to the speaker here and actually see. Oh, wait a second. We disconnected the game from the speaker. Oh, chat, the technical disaster. It is what it is. Okay, we got to keep Bad Bunny on the TV. Shout out. De Carolina, El Reggaeton. Is he just dropping the fall off lyrics now in Spanish? Shout out. De Carolina. Or what did he say? De Charlotte, de Volume, what is Jay called? Vietnam, de Vietnam, Los Vietnamville, donde está la Vietnam, donde está la Vala. Hey, yo, see, we can speak a little Spanish there. Shout out. But, yeah, hey, yo, we should have done the work beforehand. It is what it is. But we've got him now climbing up like a light post type of situation. Hey, yo, Bad Bunny's doing his own stunts at the Super Bowl. Of course, Rihanna was up on those floating platforms at the Super Bowl, and that is actually up there, I think, with best Super Bowl stunts. But Bad Bunny, I mean, I don't think we got him like a no-wire type of situation. The hip thrust is back. Hey, yo, I got to go to a Bad Bunny concert and see if this is just the move, but I think it's his go-to, chat. Hey, yo. That's the Dream Shake right there. I mean, it might literally be called the Dream Shake. I'm not sure, but that's the Kareem Skyhook of Bad Bunny's dancing routine. Is we just got a little like, and maybe that is sort of this. Oh, now he's just straight up just like about to start riding this light post. Hey, yo, it is what it is. I mean, he was really starting to about to do a pole dance there with the light post. I guess shout out, Bad Bunny, perform how you want to perform. It is what it is, I guess. But hey, a representation from flags all over the world. You love to see the different countries being supported there. Shout out to Bad Bunny, of course, paying homage to all, I'm sure, obviously, as we see here, of course, more than just, one segment of maybe in, an argument of a certain, I'm not sitting here calling it an argument. Hey, yo. But, I'm just saying it's like, hey, there is obviously, in some ways we're all in this together. And I'm not trying to, unfairly put myself in a position that maybe I'm not in as well, too. Pause. But I'm just saying that, you gotta love the world representation, obviously, for Bad Bunny here. And the messaging that is in play and the unity that's being displayed. Hey, yo. You gotta love it, chat. Shout out. I guess I don't know how many songs Bad Bunny has got in the set list for this performance here, because again, I don't really even know where the breaks would be, songs between songs. But Muchas Gracias, that seemed like a great performance, chat. Hey, yo. That seemed like a top-notch performance from our guy, Bad Bunny. And I guess I don't want to say, is the take now that, like, we can't have a bad Super Bowl halftime? Because I don't want to say that. But it does feel like this is quite a good run as well, too. I know we have looked them up in the past. Of course, when we were looking at the Kendrick one and trying to compare that to the other ones as well. And again, nothing can kind of top that. I mean, just even the... And, obviously Bad Bunny got very important message. I'm not saying the messaging maybe necessarily of Kendrick's, Drake beef-filled, pause, like, Drake beef filled is crazy, but his Drake, his beef centric is also a little weird, but the beef centric halftime is maybe not quite as important in terms of the larger scale of things, but in terms of the vitriol and in terms of the aggressiveness in which Kendrick approached that show and just that entire run, obviously even up until the Grammys now, like it's just been absolutely insane how much hate in his heart this man has had toward Drake, and how much he was able to pour that out into the performance, especially in that show, and again was able also as well to not just speaking on that, but also speaking to sort of a larger conversation of not really being able, and as we see now as well too, the attack on the culture, and Kendrick obviously standing up against that and championing the culture's ability to both fight back and persevere through those types of things. But again, obviously just the choreography, the attention to detail, like I'm saying, I'm not saying the passion at which he performed, but it is like just the energy that Kendrick performed with in that performance. It is what it is. Like that is, I think at this point, it might have to be the greatest Super Bowl halftime of all time. Hey, yo. And I did see a post from one of was it Rap Marathon on Instagram? Let me look this back up here. That did have did have them ranked, but it would, obviously be their version of the rankings. And I want to say they had, of course, the number one blocked off on the gram. You had to click into the link to be able to see it. But I want to say they had Mike Jack and Prince as the 2-3 there. So maybe I'm wrong. And maybe this is an old post as well, too, that hit the algorithm. It doesn't look like the feed even has posts that... Did I save it? Maybe I saved it. I mean, I'm sure we could also just pull up a ranking as well, too. I'm sure it wouldn't be that difficult to find. Oh, maybe they took it down. I don't know. I always think I save these posts, and then I just never do. I literally never do. So am I just not saving them, or... I don't know. Hey, we're going to have to reevaluate, chat. We are going to have to reevaluate. It is what it is. But, yeah, hey, yo, I think maybe The Weeknd was also... I can't imagine The Weeknd was actually number 1, but, it was also in that top 10 list as well, too. But, yeah, we've gone... And, again, shout out to Jay-Z and his run there as well, too. Obviously, we should say as the Super Bowl halftime producer, and they were responsible for this one. This was the last one that they, I believe, did have an agreement with in regards to that connection there. So I don't know if they re-signed or if they'll go in a different direction. We will confirm that before we make our decision for who will perform at the next Super Bowl halftime, because that will definitely be a factor in deciding. But yeah, I mean, this is crazy. And yeah, shout out, Gaga is the special performer. But I mean, yeah, Bad Bunny, Gaga, Kendrick, and SZA. We've got the Usher one. I mean, I guess the Usher one wasn't necessarily, the first one we were called, but the Usher one was great. And Rihanna, and then, again, this is a legendary one, a top 10 of all time, The Weeknd as well, too. Shakira and J-Lo. Again, I'm not going to sit here and say it's a lock top 10. Oh, yeah, and I forgot Bad Bunny was in that one as well, too. Shout out J Balvin making an appearance there. But, yeah, again, it's still a great Super Bowl halftime. Top 10's a top 10. There's been a lot of shows. It is what it is. But it's still great. This one, this ranking that I saw did have Maroon 5 at number 10, so maybe it's a little bit off there. I guess it had to be like Timberlake and Janet Jackson, right? It is what it is. Let me see if we can find a version of the list here to at least see what somebody is thinking. Somebody before today already had Bad Bunny as the worst. They're like, I can just tell. That's what's going to happen. But every Super Bowl halftime show ranked. Hey, yo, number 11 there, I guess, give it away. People, most memorable Super Bowl halftime shows, I guess that's not even a ranking. That's just we need to drop an article. It is what it is. Billboard, best Super Bowl halftime shows. Entertainment Weekly, Billboard, the most trusted numbers service in the game. Let's see what they say, since we trust their numbers so much. Beyonce, Coldplay, Bruno Mars, 14. Janet Jackson and Justin Timberlake at 13. Hey, yo. I don't know if Janet Jackson is ever outside the top 10 of ever. Is Janet Jackson ever not a 10? Probably not. I guess if you're saying she's a 13 out of 10 in the complimentary sense of the way, then yes. But this version of 13 out of 10 is obviously not the way you want to be. Shout out, we can read a list. Katy Perry, number 12. I mean, right away over Janet Jackson. That's wrong. Rihanna, I think this is ranking the show, though. But Paul McCartney, number 10, 2005. Hey, yo. That one is not one that you hear about too much, so I don't know why this is in the top 10, even though, the Beatle legend, I'm sure, pretty crazy. The Rolling Stones? What year was that? 2006. Oh, so that is, I guess, a good run from the Billboard sense. Michael Jackson at number 8. Ayo, Billboard, not a fan of that one. Gaga, I guess her second time as well, too. 2017, making an appearance there as the headliner, and obviously very successful, as it is a top 10 according to this list. Madonna, number 6. Bruce Springsteen and the E Street Band. You know what? I have a weird, maybe Rap Marathon wouldn't put them number 1, but that'd be a weird, click into this link number 1. Bruce Springsteen had the best halftime of all time. Beyonce, number 4. Shout out, get the Destiny Child reunion there as well too. Dr. Dre and friends. So obviously the reunions are going to help. What's a boy band that could be reunited? Hey, yo, whoa. Are we throwing out ideas? I didn't even think about that until right now. Are we going to change our pick for who is going to do Super Bowl halftime? It's like, whoa. I didn't even know we wanted to listen to that, but that would be kind of fun. U2, 2002, at number 2. Whoa, I think Billboard's just playing off the number inception there. It is what it is. Oh, and they got Prince 2007, number 1. So, one of the worst Super Bowls, but fortunately one of the most memorable Super Bowl halftime performances. The guitar, iconic. Shout out, Prince himself, a legendary performer. So the separation between the Prince and the Michael Jackson performance in the Super Bowl is definitely, I would say that if you averaged out in the rankings, Prince's Super Bowl halftime performance probably would rank a little bit higher. It is what it is. MJ, I mean, the electricity of the start of that is insane. And if it had been MJ, right after Bad, or maybe it was, I guess we have to double check the year. What year was that, in the 80s, or was that 93? It was like early 90s, right? So if that had been maybe end of the 80s, it would have been undeniable. It is what it is. But yeah, I mean, Bad Bunny, again, I think over Shakira and Jennifer Lopez, he immediately knocks them off. It is what it is there. Shout out. I don't know why that's the first one I had to replace it with. But yeah, we'll take a quick break and I guess see what is going on, see that Bad Bunny set list, and then we will be back for the third quarter, the second half of this game, as the Seahawks, with the 2-touchdown lead, of course, will try to get the stop as the Patriots offense takes the field to start the second half. But hey, yo, for a slow game, it hasn't been a bad game. That's for sure. We've definitely been entertained. The Super Bowl halftime has got us re-energized. So after the break, we will return to watch the second half of Super Bowl 60 and see if Sam Darnold can close this baby out, Chad. Can he get it done? JSN, Shaheed, up next. Second half, Super Bowl 60. Don't go anywhere, Chad. All right, chat. We're a minute into the second half, third quarter, and the Patriots are already punting. That's right. They started with the football, but for nothing, because again, at the 14:09 mark, they will be punting on their first possession of the 14:08. I guess punting on the first possession of that. I guess Behringer, the punter for the Patriots, this is 6 punts of the game. Maybe he's in the MVP conversation at this time as well. I guess because the Seahawks kicker, his kicks actually result in points, it's a little bit different, but he hasn't allowed really a Shaheed turn, which is on the punter. You know, the punter can go either way. Of course, the punter can have bad short kicks that just don't affect the offense, the other offense at all. But the punter can also have kicks that could potentially he can, outkick your own coverage is obviously a little bit of a common sort of cliche term that gets thrown around out there in the special teams world. So, hasn't necessarily done that at this point when it comes to GE. Again, 6 punts, has had the opportunity to do that. But IT, as you see here, IT says they pulled up the set list in the background for the Super Bowl halftime shout out. We know now where to throw. This will be our gym playlist for tomorrow. And we'll have to see, I guess. We weren't necessarily locked in with what Lady Gaga was singing there. I guess maybe we were just a little distracted. But salsa inspired Die with a Smile. Hey, yo. That might shoot up the Spotify rankings this year if they upload that. You can, and this reminds me as well now too, which maybe is another thing we listen to at the gym tomorrow. But of course, you can listen to that Kendrick Super Bowl halftime as a single on Spotify. So it's not up, and sometimes people will upload, unreleased music or things that maybe you'll find on YouTube as podcasts onto Spotify, and you could, add those podcast episodes into various playlists and have them function as songs in a sense, or, if it's like a set or an unreleased album or an unreleased mixtape, it might be on there. I'm not trying to snitch, but, I'm pretty sure Spotify knows what's up at this point. But Kendrick does have the singles released. Yeah, the latest single here on his Spotify is that Super Bowl halftime show, as you see there. So I do wonder if they will do the same for Bad Bunny, because I don't think they have this for every artist. And we can actually see her on the computer. How many? 22 million streams? I mean, that's like a pretty decent single. I don't know. Let's go to GNX here. I would assume that that would be higher. I'm assuming all the tracks on GNX would be over than that, but maybe like the actual self-titled track could be around there. Yeah, 100 million, 100 million, 100 million, blah, 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 blah. Yeah, GNX is at 78, so way over that. We might have to go back to like a deep cut on Section 80. Oh, and JSN gets free for a reception. Only his second of the game on 8 targets. Somehow JSN has had 8 targets. Let's see here. Maybe something on To Pimp a Butterfly is around that. I guess it's been out for a while now, so sometime. Mortal Man is at 55. So Mortal Man in 10 years has been able to get to 55 million streams. And that is also a 12-minute song. So that's pretty similar, honestly. I would say the Super Bowl halftime, I don't know, like, per, if it streams more on a daily basis. But up until this point, it has been, because it's gotten half the amount of streams in 10% of the time. And again, it's basically the same amount of length. Pause. So if Bad Bunny, I guess, we're saying right now, if the Bad Bunny marketing team, if the Bad Bunny Spotify team is listening to this, upload the set on Spotify. Now, maybe Kendrick, and I guess I'm assuming Bad Bunny would have the same type of rights, or maybe he just wasn't cognitive of them as well too. Maybe Kendrick was, making a different type of business deal when he was going into the Super Bowl halftime. I guess because what I've heard in the past about Taylor Swift not making the Super Bowl halftime, and is that what we're waiting for? But just from it's interesting to hear the business stuff about it as well too, is that she wants ownership of the actual halftime show and won't get that. I guess they won't give it to her, and obviously why would she do the halftime show if she's not gonna potentially have ownership to that? She can do her own projects at a similar I guess not as, obviously the halftime is. Well, she could fill an NFL stadium, obviously. That is undeniable. I'm not saying that, can anybody have an event as viewed as, she could have the most viewed Super Bowl halftime of all time. Could she have her own individual event that is more viewed than a Super Bowl halftime. Again, I'm not challenging her because I just said that you give her the Super Bowl halftime and she's, doing those historic Super Bowl halftime numbers. I'm just saying that, again, putting those artists, it's maybe the biggest single stage that you can get. So I don't know if any artist can, put together an individual event that streams at one time more than the Super Bowl halftime show. Again, we're literally talking about 100 million plus viewers at the peak of its powers tuning into this thing. But, again, they really have no reason to give ownership of that to another artist. And obviously she can, do events that are beneficial enough where she doesn't have to, do one event at that cost for, and, principle of the matter as well, too, like why cave to, show the precedent of, you can't, I guess, show the business weakness there. Or, not say that would be weakness, but, just the strategy of, compromising in that type of way. It's like, you don't have to, so why show the precedent? But I guess either way, if Bad Bunny is able, the point is if Bad Bunny is able to upload the set, why not? Just upload it to Spotify. And we'll throw the set on, but we'll also we're throwing on Un Tion Verano Un Sin, and then we're gonna throw the one with the lawn chairs on it as well too. As again, album of the year this past year. So we probably should be listening to it already, but shout out. I am actually, and again, hot take, we're now listening to Bad Bunny after he's made the Super Bowl halftime. We're like getting prepared to be an adult, chat. Hey, yo, like what's going on over here? Like then we're going to get to the point where maybe it's an artist we haven't heard of as well. Cause that was, I guess maybe we go back and track, the artist when they did the Super Bowl halftime again, compared to the timing in their careers. But especially with these last two, like maybe Usher in 20, but Usher was just dropping an album as well too. But again, is Usher at the peak of his powers right now in terms of, artistic sort of commercial, and I guess you could say culturally he is maybe as, influential as he's ever been. But, the sort of instant impact his music, it's pretty close. It's pretty close. I mean, obviously Confessions is the peak of his powers. The apex mountain anyways of his career, maybe you could say, shout out the Rewatchables. But for recently, they've been able to more focus on newer artists. So again, there is that prism of me looking back at an artist like U2 or, what, Bruce Springsteen. Like I'm just going to kind of always see those guys as like a certain generation. But, again, they're not necessarily, if we were using a hip hop example, it's not like Jay-Z, again, he's, booking the halftime, but it's not like he's booking himself to do that. I guess he did, book the homage halftime. So it's a balance. I guess it's a balance of both. Because also Rihanna, when she did the halftime in 2022, I think that was more a clothing line sort of situation, like a business situation there. Because again, she wasn't promoting an album. Like you could say musically, she is a little, again, with respect, a legend at this point just because she hasn't dropped an album. Obviously, you would think maybe timeline-wise she could be in that musical peak of her powers where it's not like, past artist type stuff yet. But, again, I guess they did play a little bit of both there where it's the legendary guy and the current guy. But either way, their ability to, of course, get a current artist at their peak of their powers is, here, I guess we had the list pulled back up. We can see what that was looking like. Again, Gaga in 17. I get like Timberlake in 18. I guess he did it in 04 as well too. But Janet Jackson in 04. It's not like Janet Jackson in the 80s was, if Janet, what's the peak of her powers? But like some I guess sometime in the 80s, if you had the Blues Brothers, I guess 97. Okay, we're not quite back far enough yet. Diana Ross in 96. Shout out. Can't complain about that one. Patti LaBelle. Clint Black, Rockin' Country Sunday at the Georgia Dome in 94. Yeah, Jackson was in 93. MJ, shout out. And I mean, the movies got us, the movie trailers and the buzz building for that has got us a little bit more excited for that as well. Olympic figure skaters. So see, you can have gimmicks potentially as a Super Bowl. Is that the next evolution? So like we were saying, maybe David Blaine is on the list. Maybe we have to put David Blaine in our top 10 who could do the Super Bowl halftime next list. Maybe he's a real contender. I don't know if David Blaine is at the peak of his cultural powers right now. I feel like there's been maybe some time where maybe there was like a Netflix special, or speaking of Vegas, like he was opening up a Vegas show and the rollout for that was really intense. Because, I feel like there's been some like clips of like him doing magic for like LeBron or something, or some NBA guys where maybe is at the peak of his powers. I don't know. But I guess he is still, in some ways as famous as, again, everybody knows who David Blaine is to some degree. So is that the sleeper? David Blaine, like who else could be just a random non-musical, guest? I guess I don't know if there is like a stand-up that could have ever have done the Super Bowl halftime. Like that would be crazy. Like as famous and as good as stand-ups can get, Phil Collins, Christina Aguilera, Enrique Gonzalez, and Tony Braxton in an 80-person choir. Hey yo, the Tapestry of Nations. I mean, anytime we're scrolling Wikipedia and Tony Braxton's name pops up, we're gonna stop the scroll. It is what it is. But I guess we haven't been locked in. We've been scrolling this halftime page before. So I guess we'll be watching the Tapestry of Nations halftime after this and seeing where Tony Braxton appears. Shout out. But yeah, I guess I just didn't know that she had performed in the Super Bowl halftime as a part of her career. So shout out. We need to start bringing that up a little bit more. And Mary J. Blige has done it twice as well too, as supporting in this. I guess not even supporting. This is like a three-way. Pause. I don't know. But Sting in 2003. I guess the point we were trying to make is, when are they getting these artists? So I guess Nelly and Mary J. Blige and Britney at early 2001 is a good time there. I don't know where U2 was at in their career in 2002, but they were either way legends. Maybe having a legend in that Super Bowl halftime is a little better or not. I don't know. Shania Twain in 2003, and then like we said, the Janet Jackson, Justin Timberlake one in 2004. When did I'm forgetting the name of the I'm gonna get the Justin Timberlake album confused with the is it the Soderbergh movie? The movie is Sex, Lies, and Videotapes. The album from Justin Timberlake is something else close to that. What is it? Sex Tapes and Future Sex Love Sound. Hey yo, okay, we're getting there. Yeah, Future Sex Love Sounds is the Justin Timberlake album. That is his iconic part. So wait, that was 2006? So that was right before that. And I guess, he was making waves with Justified before that. So he did the Super Bowl halftime before Future Hanging Love Sounds? Hey, yo, I guess I never put two and two together there. But shout out. So, yeah, I guess you could even say they maybe even grabbed Timberlake a little too early. Like, he didn't even have some of the biggest hits of his career at that point. I guess we have to go back and pay attention to the songs of the Super Bowl halftime. Maybe that's in this 2004 halftime. That's never happened before. It is what it is there. But, I mean, obviously McCartney in 2005. No disrespect to McCartney in 2005 or the Rolling Stones in 2006 or even Prince in 2007. I guess Prince, again, obviously delivered in this one, as people do regard it as one of the best. But, and I guess I'm not going to criticize the Prince halftime. Again, Ayo, obviously, rest in peace. He's a legend. It is in the argument there for the best one. Maybe I'm just being biased toward the Kendrick one now as well, too, and just trying to make the case for not even just our guy, but also the guy from, it's our generation as well, too. So I don't know if we're trying to, I guess it's not, I'm not going to claim the halftime, but, it's like our favorite artist is better than your favorite artist. I don't know if it is that argument, but maybe there is a little bit of it. And, I guess we don't have to necessarily make that. Again, Prince, I think you can have the respect without having the competitive edge there. Pause. But regardless, it's not like you were necessarily getting Prince, again, like when he's dropping Purple Rain or whenever, you would necessarily consider the peak of his career. Tom Petty in 2008 and Bruce Springsteen, The Woo, Black Eyed Peas. I guess, I don't know necessarily the years for them. I think 2012. They're still doing okay at that point, but the height of their popularity is in the aughts. Yeah, I would have probably guessed that beforehand as well, too. Madonna's always going to be a legend, but, again, 2000, I guess Beyonce in 13, for sure. Mars in 14, Perry in 15, Coldplay in 16. You start to get back on that trend. Gaga in 17, a little bit. So, yeah, the last decade, you've done a better job of getting, I guess, then Shakira, Jennifer Lopez. Again, this was a great, a very fun halftime to watch. Make no mistake, we were not bummed out to hear that they were there, and not bummed out to watch it as well too. That was that was a fun home. That was a fun one. I remember just having to try to find the TV away from the family and be like, okay, wait a second. Oh, we'll be right back. Can we? I guess not, because we had to watch Super Bowl halftime alone, but that is, maybe in a religious household, the Jennifer Lopez is not going to be the one that they're always going to be like throwing up on the TV the first time. It is what it is, but I guess you got to do what you got to do to watch the Shakira Jennifer Lopez halftime show. It is what it is there. So fortunately, me and my brother were able to be like, oh, is there a TV in the other row? It's just halftime. We're just we'll be right back. We're gonna go get a snack. I don't know, something's going on. But again, just watching, just hanging out, just a couple of guys watching Shakira and Jennifer Lopez, sing a halftime song, couple halftime songs. The weekend in 2021. Moving on, and then like we said, Dre, and obviously the momentum again to which Kendrick was going into a halftime show with, and you love Samuel Jackson and Serena. Cancel us now. We might have to walk off. We might have to cut the live stream chat. Sierra Williams is crazy. Serena Williams. Just Samuel and Serena Williams. You love them being listed as, of course, credited performers in the halftime show as well, too. I mean, they definitely are, but I don't know, and I don't know if everybody else was just bringing out dancers, but maybe you just, obviously bringing out celebrities as well, too. But maybe you just need to bring out, maybe Bad Bunny should have just brought out an athlete or two. I don't know if he could have brought out like a soccer player or something? I don't know where his if he has team allegiances certain ways, so I don't want to, assume and then there's a rival or something. But, what if could he bring out like Ronaldo at this halftime? I guess, could he have brought out Ronaldo at this halftime? Maybe that could have been a fun alternate universe there as well, too, as an option. Who's the Samuel that he could have? Not kidding. This is cancel me again. I was about to say, could he have George Lopez and Cristiano Ronaldo out at the halftime? But I mean, who wouldn't have loved to see that? Who wouldn't have loved to? Who wouldn't have loved to see George Lopez? I don't remember exactly what I had just watched him in, but he was just on the TV for some reason. So I mean, shout out. It could have just been the George Lopez show. Honestly, was on in the background at some point recently, but. Or anybody. It could be anybody. There's no reason specifically why we're saying that. We're just saying that it could have been him as a celebrity, and then or maybe another tennis player. I guess Nadal. Could you have brought out Nadal as well too? I guess again now maybe we're not it is what it is. But shout out, obviously. Again, Bad Bunny is also another guy at the peak of his powers. So I guess that'll be the debate as well too. We'll have to see, because I have a couple of names that. Is just, and Bad Bunny was one of those where sometimes it just seems right. Like, again, obviously there is sort of that natural, you could just go through the list, you could just pull up the Spotify rankings and just be like, okay, this guy's done it, this guy's done it, this guy's done it. But you got to Bad Bunny last year and you were like, okay, there is that, he's obviously entering, again, like we're saying, the peak of his powers as an artist. There is a clear worldwide / American commercial appeal that he has. And again, he has like major hit songs that, in a sense, again, from a worldwide standpoint, clearly everybody knows. So like we're saying, obviously it made sense to have him here for 2026. And New England gets to Darnold to start the Seahawks next drive. We should mention, I mean, the game is still going. There is 7.5 now in the third quarter. So, I mean, Jason Myers is going to win the MVP. He is going to win the MVP at this point. They have kicked another field goal, and it is 12-0. So again, unless a defensive touchdown might be the only score in this game. They have been able to get to Drake May a couple of times, and it could be a little weird. Like, I would say that with all due respect to a kicker, I think that like a Malcolm Smith touchdown, or I think it honestly has been a pretty consistent precedent. And it's been fortunate maybe that defensive touchdowns have been scored in games where there haven't necessarily, again, also been like major offensive performances to counterbalance that. Like, defensive touchdowns have been maybe scored in defensive games for the Super Bowl. That's kind of how it goes. But I'm thinking of like, Dexter Jackson for Tampa, or did Richard Dent score a touchdown for Chicago? I think maybe that's why he also got the MVP in that Super Bowl. But Malcolm Smith, again, for Seattle, like if you score a touchdown as a defender in the Super Bowl, there is a really good chance that you are going to win MVP. I'm trying to think, like Von Miller against the Panthers, did he score a touchdown in that game? Because there was a play, because TJ Ward in that game made a couple of plays, and I want to say that he had a fumble recovery, not the one, of course, where Cam Newton gets, the infamous play that people talked about in the moment, but yeah, he made, I want to say that Ward had an interception in that game, and then had that fumble recovery where if he had obviously a fumble recovery touchdown and a pick, probably would have won the Super Bowl MVP as well. 7 tackles in that game. Yeah, 1 interception for -3 yards, but a fumble return for 5 yards, like we're saying, just fell short of the goal line in that scenario there. Because I remember him, Are we back? Okay, there we are. Take 2. Like we were saying, we do love Von Miller, obviously, legend for the Broncos, and not trying to take away his Super Bowl MVP, but TJ Ward was definitely a fun player to watch. We definitely did enjoy his game as well, too. So we would not have been bummed out either way if he would have been the guy that had gotten that award. And like we say, we're biased to the safeties a little bit. Speaking of that Malcolm Smith Super Bowl, the Cam Chancellor performance in that Super Bowl was great as well, too. Maybe we would be biased there and nominate him as the MVP from that game. But for Miller's stat line in this one specifically, again, I don't think he actually scored, but his numbers were 2.5 sacks. Yeah, DeMarcus Ware with 2 sacks as well, too. 6 tackles on the game. And then 2 forced fumbles for Miller. So did Miller himself force the one that Cam Newton had? I mean, he must have. Darian Stewart also with a fumble in that game. Hey, yo, poor Cam. We might have to go back. Testing. 1, 2, 3. Okay, there we are. We're back. Hey, yo, chat. We're spazzing right now. Technical difficulties to start the second half. It is what it is. But yeah, Cam Newton. Hey, yo, how many sacks, pause, did he take in this game? That's brutal. 6 for one of them. I mean, Manning with 5, but he couldn't move. He's 40 years old. Cam Newton, obviously, one of the great mobile quarterbacks that we have, and this Broncos defense was just all over him. Honestly, Coney Ealy. 3 sacks in that game. I mean, got to be one of the better defensive Super Bowl performances that a guy's had from that statistical standpoint. And obviously, the first ballot Hall of Famer, Luke Kuechly, getting involved as well, too. But yeah, TJ Ward was definitely elite. Honestly, if he had gotten a sack in this game, if he had gotten the Darian Stewart sack with the pick, that would have been maybe a undeniable case there. And Trevathan, obviously a monster. I mean, what a team, Chad. What a team. Hey, yo, you love to see it. Manning, 141 passing, but CJ Anderson, obviously underrated running back, 90 yards and a touchdown in that game. Panthers not able to do much on the ground there. 12 attempts for 29 yards. And poor Cam, again, 18 for 41. Hey, yo, it is what it is. But one of the great defenses of all time. You can't necessarily blame him there. And still somehow, almost a better performance than Peyton Manning, even with all that there as a part of it. But, yeah, hey, yo, again, the defensive touchdown, I guess, threshold. Obviously, they were not quite able to get in the way there. Who scored in the... Oh, Malik Jackson. So I guess there we go. Malik Jackson not quite able to get the Super Bowl MVP. But I guess that's a kind of... Not to say that's all he did. He got 5 tackles. QB hit 1 fumble recovery and a touchdown. He didn't get any yards, so he kind of fell on that one in the end zone if we go back and watch the replay maybe. So, again, not to minimize the impact of that play. But, again, it's not necessarily like, the pick 6, guy runs it, gets a bunch of stats. It's more, the collective defense on the play, and then maybe Malik Jackson sort of gets the benefit of that. And obviously a great player, signed a big contract after that. Was definitely a talented guy for that front seven there. And speaking of, speaking of just, again, dealing with pressure, taking sacks in a game, Drake May, baby, bordering in on a Super Bowl record at some point, because he had 3 in the first half and has, I feel like, had a couple here as well, at least one more here, I guess. 4 now for 32. So again, we're third quarter winding down, I guess mathematically in the game. Maybe how many drives, is he going to get 3 more in the next quarter and a half here? I guess most times sacked in one postseason. Of course, the leader, give you one chance to guess who it is. It's a recent quarterback, and if that narrows it down any, it would be Joe Burrow in that 2021 run, which is hilarious. Just in NFL history, Joe Burrow, somehow the most sacked quarterback in one Super Bowl run, but 19 sacks in one postseason pause. And Drake Mays just now tied him with 19. So he definitely will break the pressure record. Oh, and he had a rifle slant there that maybe just a little too much on that one, and maybe just a little too far out in front. But I think, do we say Booty got both hands on it? Hey, yo. I think we almost said got both hands of the Booty, but Booty got both hands in the pass, it looked like. And unfortunately, just wasn't quite able to corral that one. Maybe a little weird kind of on the release from Drake May. Again, maybe just kind of flicked that one out a little bit too far, but for the most part, that should have been a catch. A decent punt here. Seattle will get it at the 21. So this is the MVP field goal drive right here for Jason Myers. Again, 5 for 5. Unless Kenneth Walker gets a touchdown, it's looking like that's the only guy that could stand in his way at this point, because Cooper Kupp, 4 for 44. I mean, shout out. He does, of course, have that career legacy where, but he did win the Super Bowl MVP already, right? So it's not like he's got that Steph Curry factor of, he needs a Super Bowl MVP to help his legacy out there in that sense. Hey, what do we got? What's going on in this Ted McMillan clip that's playing in the background? Hey, maybe we just leave that one on mute there. But, he, of course, that Triple Crown season, won the Super Bowl All-Pro and Super Bowl MVP. So Stafford, league MVP this year, could have, potentially have checked that box off of the mark as well. And we've got a Jurassic Park commercial here. I think this might be like an NBC Peacock commercial. And I guess I was about to blame them for using de-aging technology on Jeff Goldblum, which I guess I don't know, blame them. But actually it was an Xfinity commercial. Ayo. But I think they might have just used hair black on Jeff Goldblum. I'm not sure. They might have just kind of used a wig and hair black, but they may have also used AI. I'm not sure, which is getting a little out of control. Ayo. We've seen it on 90s sitcom characters. We've now seen it on 90s action franchises with Jeff Goldblum. What's up next, chat? Hey, yo, what do we even have left? Are we going to get a Rush Hour 4 trailer with a DH, Chris Tucker, and Jackie Chan? I don't know. I guess we know we're going to get a Marvel trailer with the DH, Robert Downey Jr. and Chris Evans and Hemsworth. I don't know there. And I guess we're just now watching the Subway ad as well, too, or whatever this is. But, hey, yo, can we get the ad-free chat? Hey, what do we pay him for? If not a little ad-free login. Oh man, they're gonna make us mute the page. Of course, we would give our login for free, but here we'll stare at the Super Bowl halftime single post from our guy Kendrick one more time while IT types in the password here, and we get straight. That way we don't have to be worried about any of those ads anymore popping up. I mean, as much as we love ads, like we said during the Super Bowl, the ones on Sports Reference aren't quite up to par with that Super Bowl ad standard. So, yeah, and again, obviously no disrespect to Kupp's whole career. He's been a really great receiver, but, still hasn't hit the 10,000 yard threshold mark. I don't know. Still kind of obviously one season stands above the rest type guy. So, again, it's not like, again, no disrespect, looking for an excuse with like Cooper Kupp getting to like 70 yards and a touchdown, or, 80 yards and a touchdown or something like that. It'd be a great storyline, but obviously not quite enough to win an MVP if he scores there. JSN, would have to have like an 80-yard touchdown. If he gets a 70-yard touchdown, then that puts him over 100 yards. You see the explosive play. Again, he had the great season. So, oh, and speaking of, we just jinxed it because he's going back to the locker room. Oh, no. So they do have a 2-touchdown lead at this point. And again, with the way that their defensive the defensive line is just dominating that Patriots front seven, or dominating that Patriots left side specifically, it is definitely going to be difficult for them to string together a couple of drives here late in this game. But that is definitely a big loss. Again, fortunately, Cooper Kupp, I guess, has been a little bit of a go-to, and their run game has been solid, but pause. But incomplete on 2nd and 12, that was to Cooper Kupp that time. So you know Gonzalez is definitely going to be a sign there now, since you don't have necessarily the secondary cover. But hey, that makes the Shaheed trade, you know, a little bit more worth it as well too. Obviously, the special teams impact that we saw earlier in the playoffs, but now just the fact that you need that depth at receiver. You know, you don't necessarily say, hey, we're going to be in the Super Bowl and we're going to lose our offensive player of the year, but just to, again, be able to sustain the different types of scenarios. Your offense still does have creators. Like Shaheed's a guy that, you know, again, obviously JSN can be a number one, carry the offense type guy in a little bit of a different way, but they are leaving, you know, Cooper Kupp with a little check down there. I guess that was 3rd and 12, so they're going to, I thought it was 2nd down. 3rd down, they are going to force a punt. Good play by the defense there. You do have to give them that. But, you know, Shaheed, again, is like a guy that you can actually run plays for at some point. So if you need to get creative there, you still have that weapon. Our guy Dickinson out to punt. If he puts up a 70-yarder here, now he is also back in contention as well, too, for first, you know, maybe first team all Super Bowl, if that was an award that we could potentially give out. But yeah, again, the opportunity is closing here for one of those offensive guys to make a name for himself. And on the Patriots side of it, you know, I guess Drake May leading the comeback would probably lead him in contention there. But 56 yards through 3 quarters is definitely that, you know, welcome to the NFL. I don't know, welcome to the NFL, but definitely a, you know, different level of production here facing Seattle versus maybe some of these other teams, like we said. And, you know, obviously we've been harping on maybe the fact the Patriots defense has risen to the occasion this playoff run. And again, you know, Drake May's creative ability obviously hasn't really been able to show itself here with the way that the Seattle defensive line has been able to contain him. But, you know, the Patriots defense has played really, really well. Again, they haven't given up a touchdown in this game, so that part hasn't necessarily been wrong in the analysis. It's just the Seahawks defense, of course, has been as expected in their own right, just too overwhelming as well. And of course, the Patriots, to some of the results. But I mean, speaking of the Patriots-Rams Super Bowl, again, I don't know if this is just the now in the category. I mean, in the, if we had to categorize Super Bowls in somehow in NFL history, I mean, it kind of goes into that type of game where, you know, kind of an ugly defensive, low-scoring game. But, you know, Goff in that Super Bowl, the inexperience, you know, that was earlier in his career, and the coaching and pressure that the Patriots were able to apply in that game was a little bit too much for him to deal with. I don't know if Drake May is, you know, maybe in like you know, in like a Sam Darnold type of way, Jared Goff type of way in that game. You know, I don't know if he would be necessarily like in a seeing ghost category in this type of game. You know, maybe because, like, again, I don't know if Cam was seeing ghosts in that Broncos game. Like, it was just the Broncos defense was literally just everywhere, and one of the great defenses, and super athletic, and just making plays, and just it was just too difficult for Cam in that matchup. You know, just too much going on in that Broncos defense. And that's kind of where we're at with Drake May, where it's like, okay, you can see that there is still, you know, awareness to him. There is still, again, an ability to try to be creating stuff. It's just this Seattle defensive line. It's just, you know, it's not allowing anything. And there, you know, the pressure there. Maybe he is, you know, giving up on the plays a little too early, time to time. But again, at the end of the day, the defense all the way around is really not giving any opportunity. And that time, again, the pressure is able to get to him from the blind side and able to force the incompletion as they get contact as he releases the pass. Lawrence that time, we haven't really heard much from DeMarcus Lawrence in this game, but hey, I mean, obviously every other pass rusher has been involved. I guess they just had to line him up over Will Campbell this time. They're like, okay, DeMarcus Lawrence, it's your turn to go get a sack. Go line him up over Will Campbell. I mean, honestly, just keep that matchup going. Again, DeMarcus Lawrence was all-pro level pass rusher this year. So if that's been the weak side, I think, especially now as we enter the fourth quarter, like, just unleash. Hey, yo, pin back the ears, go rush the passer. 2nd and 10. I mean, he's on that left side again. I'm sure that is going to be, you know, a real what, for the Patriots to try to defend there. And we are getting a report. I think it might just be a little, hey, this is awesome moment for DeMarcus Lawrence, which it really is. Obviously, there's going to be the jokes about, DeMarcus Lawrence had to leave the Cowboys to go get a Super Bowl, but he has been, legitimately one of the top performers from that team over the last decade. Obviously, if we were looking at individual guys that could go other places and earn a Super Bowl, going back to the DeMarco Murray offensive line, but even through the recent years, there have been offensive linemen that have been just objectively great offensive linemen. Oh, Drake May fumbles. Seattle falls on top of it. Oh, have they touched him down? There we go. Pause. Stevenson finally makes the play. So there we go. Is that Mafe getting in there for the sack? Byron Murphy, I think they're announcing with the recovery. I think the entire Seattle defense is celebrating right now, so we can't necessarily... It's Derek Hall, okay. So Derek Hall with 2 sacks now in the game. Again, we're in MVP watch, so we're going to have to see what plays, make the stat lines and the performance stand out. 2 sacks in a forced fumble in an all-field goal game, that is the type of performance that could to potentially outperform a kicker. We'll have to see if 2 sacks is 2 sacks more than 5 kicks. What are we talking about? We're talking about MVP voting here on the REMINGTOM pod. But, again, for May, obviously, again, I guess the degree to the overwhelmingness is happening. Oh, and the cut to the sideline of the Patriots, just everybody just being, defeated all at one time. The reaction to the play. Of course, everybody bummed out. Fake reverse to Shaheed. Little check down to the tight end for a little easy 11 yards there from Barner. Good play to end the third quarter. Now you go into the fourth quarter officially with that 2-touchdown lead and the football. Chat. Ayo, Seattle. Who would have thought? I don't know if we have to start, again, the Seattle storylines. But this is definitely, looking like the light at the end of the tunnel is there for the franchise. You could immediately go, oh, well, the light was at the end of the tunnel there in that one game. It was, but it also wasn't like this. They were up, and I guess we do have to go back and I know we just rewatched it. And they were down 10 in that game. But I want to say that they were down 10 a little bit earlier in that game, not going into the fourth quarter. They may have had the lead going into the fourth quarter. We'll double check exactly the score after 3 here as we pull up the box score. But again, that game was obviously a little bit more evenly matched both ways. And Seattle was, again, driving for the lead there at the end. So, yes, there was obviously, they were in a great opportunity to win the game. Again, looking back at it, there is that definite argument that they should have won the game, obviously, if they just run the football. But again, they were down 4. So they did have to score a touchdown there. And, it wasn't necessarily a guarantee that, given that play doesn't happen, they win the game. Though, again, it is obviously very, very, very likely. But after 3 quarters, that game was... I guess never mind. They were down 10 going into the fourth. So never mind. The Patriots, this game isn't over at all. Yeah, I guess won the game by 4, scored 14 in the fourth. So the Patriots could easily, according to Super Bowl history here, put up 2 touchdowns. Never mind. I reset the case. Again, I think Brady was maybe a little bit higher than, 56 pass yards going into the fourth, but he did have 2 interceptions as well, too. So the turnovers in the defense was definitely affecting him in some ways. And, was a little bit of a... again, had to kind of figure it out there in the fourth quarter to be able to get the win. Didn't necessarily have the run game by his side as well, too. Kind of like, even Wilson maybe playing a little bit more of an efficient game than Sam Darnold in this one, but still, a little bit of a lower passing game in the run game. Great, but still, again, not necessarily like the, best Super Bowl run performance we've ever seen. It was looking a little bit like that in the first half, but I guess is toned down slightly as, now he sits at 104, Kenneth Walker, for the game. But, yeah, again, it looks a little unlikely that the Patriots would necessarily put up 2 touchdowns. But once again, the Seahawks offense hasn't necessarily, I guess this would be potentially their best drive if they were able to actually put together a touchdown drive. But even a field goal here, I guess it wouldn't make it a 3-touchdown game because there is still the 2-point conversion aspect, obviously. hey, yo, modern NFL analytics, we definitely got to remember the 2-point conversion. But you do definitely put yourself at like a 2.5 touchdown lead at that point if you are at 15. And at this point as well, too, it would be funny just for the Seattle fans if their Super Bowl was, a Super Bowl MVP by a kicker. It would make this entire Super Bowl and just this entire season like not an asterisk season in a way, but you could just make fun of the Seahawks for winning the Super Bowl this year because you can make fun of the Patriots for getting to the Super Bowl themselves. The Mickey Mouse schedule in the regular season, the somewhat favorable, argument that you could make for them in the playoffs, and then the fact that the Seahawks got that matchup in the Super Bowl and just, it was like the Patriots couldn't even do anything. Second Super Bowl with 0 touchdowns in the first 3 quarters, the other one being the Patriots-Rams Super Bowl. And again, Seahawks with 15 points, but obviously no touchdowns. So it would be funny for the kicker to win the Super Bowl MVP. It would be fun to just witness history, to be say, hey, yo, I lived through that Super Bowl. I mean, maybe not fun at all because, again, we have to actually watch that game. But, one of those things, you're like, looking back, how did a kicker win Super Bowl MVP? Well, it's like, nobody could score. It was just a bad, boring game. It is what it is. 2nd and 9, Sam Darnold can't get it to Cooper Kupp. And like we said, this has been the spot on the field where, this has been the difficult spot for the Seahawks. Hey, yo, but once the Seahawks have been able to get to this range, the offensive drives have stalled. And they haven't, necessarily been able to get close to a first down, if we can say that correctly. Again, maybe it is play calling to sequence the 1st and 2nd down to get them into 3rd and long a little bit better here in these red zone-ish scenarios. Because 3rd and 9 at the 25, maybe you could be at like a 3rd and 2. Oh, there we go. There we go. Sam Darnold throwing it a little bit short of the sticks, but Cooper Kupp's right there. 1 step, he's over the first down line. And the spot is kind of right on it, but hey, that's all you need. You needed 9, you got 9. So 1st and 10, and if anything, again, at this point, now the clock is obviously, continuing to still be a bit of an enemy for the Patriots as well. So still being able to control the 4th quarter here. And yes, you still may, we can still get the field goal, but you can run a little bit more time down like we're saying. Maybe another first down. Maybe you get this under the 10-minute mark even on this drive. Darnold, he's got an open man. He's got an open man. It's Barner with the touchdown. So Darnold now gets on the board with the score. Again, 17-34, 188. It's still a little low-key on the stat line, though. Barner now 4 for 54 for 1 touchdown. He's a big play away from potentially getting an MVP conversation, a little outside sleeper at this point, but now the touchdown does advance him there. So I feel like the kicker needed the argument of him scoring all the points. As bad as that sounds, and he did almost get to he could still even get to that 5 field goal mark. Their next drive, could be a field goal drive, and not necessarily, again, sequential. Again, him scoring all 15 of their points. But I do feel like that would have helped. Now if they got a touchdown, I don't want to say it neutralizes the field goals, but it might have unofficially have moved Derek Hall now to the number 1 Super Bowl MVP contender for the Seahawks. So we've got Derek Hall, number 1. We've got Jason Myers, number 2. And we'll say, actually, I don't think it can be Barner, number 3 still. I think Witherspoon, number 3. And then, but Witherspoon's still just at the 1 tackle, I guess, in this game. The secondary production has been there. So we'll go, Kenneth Walker, obviously, number 3. And then Barner, number 4 after that. So, hey, again, Barner being on first team all Super Bowl is, a definite win for the legacy there. And, shout out, obviously, anybody that repped the maize and blue back in the day is, once a Wolverine, always a Wolverine. You get, I guess, Zach Charbonnet testing that a little bit there on the Seattle sideline. But still, hey, we'll be happy for Zach Charbonnet if he wins this one here. That's for sure. And we've got a trailer. Is this a trailer for the Hemsworth, Halle Berry, Mark Ruffalo movie? Oh, wait. Oh, good. Okay, we hit the mute right as the sneeze. I'll clutch that mute for the sneeze there. Oh, I think this is just Hemsworth in a Prime commercial. He was fighting off a bear, so I thought maybe it had something to do with that. And somebody, closed the pool cover on him as he was swimming. So, hey, seems like scenes that could have been in the Halle Berry movie that I think maybe, is that this? I think that's this Friday. So I was going to say last Friday. Send Help, I think, was this past Friday. Sam Raimi, Dylan O'Brien, Rachel McAdams. So we get, again, Hemsworth and Ruffalo and Halle Berry up next. And there's somebody else in that cast as well, too. I forget, but I was seeing it and I was like, oh, and they're also in it as well? It's like, now I might actually see it. You know, if, again, those three names weren't enough. You know, the fourth member of the team is the one that's going to push it over the top. But it was like, okay, it might be undeniable at this point that this is a movie we have to go see. Crime 101. So, big year for Hemsworth. Crime 101, Avengers Doomsday, Stunt Nuts, the movie, and then Subversion, I guess. Those movies in filming, maybe. But, oh, wait, Avengers Doomsday? Not the movie we want. We still haven't got the Doomsday trailer yet. Have we missed it? Is it not on this version of the Peacock live feed? I mean, you know, maybe they're saving it for this fourth quarter. I don't know. I feel like that should have been something that maybe halftime. Maybe Keoghan is in it. Monica. Corey Hawkins. Corey Hawkins is the guy. Hey yo, shout out. You know, pro Corey Hawkins here on this pub. I was like, if Corey Hawkins is in this, you know, we might give it a shot. Hey yo, shout out. We're keeping up. Nick Nolte is in this as well, too? Oh, man, it is coming up undeniable. Tate Donovan? Ray Donovan? Oh, no, Tate Donovan. Different Donovan there. But I guess still could be an exciting casting. So, yeah, obviously stacked here. I don't know, unfortunately, if we'll be making it to the theaters to see Crime 101. Is this a Netflix movie? If you've got red font on the poster and it's a movie these days, I'm thinking it's Netflix, but I don't think it is. So we may have to, you know, wait and see. It will be, I guess, a bit of a mystery what streaming service this is on, if it is on one. But that might be the way that we have to, unfortunately, check that out. It is what it is, because I mentioned it earlier, but the MJ movie, I mean, I've definitely already, I mean, it is what it is. You know, we're going to be there for that movie opening night. So I know that last year, you know, we wanted to make it Sinners and Predators Badlands as the two movies we went and saw. And it ended up being Sinners and Thunderbolts. And we haven't made it to Predator Badlands yet. Is Predator Badlands on streaming? It might be on Hulu. And unfortunately, we don't have a Hulu login right now. So that might have to change. But I did see it as a rentable movie on YouTube. So it's getting close, chat. Ayo. It's getting closer. Okay, yeah, it's not quite available for streaming yet. But I assume soon it'll be on HBO or something. We'll be able to check it out. And I guess, fortunately, it hasn't been spoiled yet, but now I'm going to manifest a spoiler on accident. And we don't want that. But, yes, I've already just, again, I mean, obviously, you know, we have to be there for Doomsday and be a part of both of those movies. So, you know, Avengers, Doomsday, Dune Part 3, you know, there's 2 tickets right there. But until December, you know, what else are we going to go see? And I guess, you know, I don't want to seem like I'm hesitant for it, but I guess we're going to go see The Odyssey. I mean, I'm down to go see any Nolan movie. I'm not, like, 10 out of 10 need to see The Odyssey story. You know, I guess, like anybody, we tried to read The Odyssey in school. I don't necessarily, like, you know, remember the takeaway from it being, I can't wait till this gets adapted into a movie. Oh, Stephon Diggs? Is this Stephon Diggs and Tariq Woolen in a little scuffle, chat? Oh! We were wondering Job is the guy in the scuffle there. Okay, I was going to say, we were wondering when it was going to happen. The 2 freakiest guys on the team. Hey, you. But it looks like Job is apparently the one, Josh Job, getting in the altercation with Diggs. But Diggs, hey, yo, had to make an appearance in this game somehow. Shout out. But yeah, hey, what were we talking about there? Oh, Predator movies to go see in the theater. But yeah, either way, I've already, I guess the list is formed as the definite. I guess we'll say I'm saying like 80%. If we were doing like a movie power ranking percentage that you're gonna go see this movie watch list for 2026, maybe we workshop the title a little bit. But I would say Odyssey's at like 80% right now. I'm probably going to go see it. Oh, they just said Incursion. Hey, yo. I just saw in the closed captioning someone said Incursion. That had to have been Tarico. I don't know if Collinsworth was pulling that out, but pause. I don't know if Collinsworth ever pulled out. Ayo. But whoa. But yeah, ayo. Maybe Tarico's previewing the Avengers film trailer. Ayo. getting distracted there. But yeah, either way, what we were saying is we're going to definitely 100%, at this point, foreseeing everything goes good. We are planning 100% to go see the MJ movie on opening night, and also, like we said, Avengers and Dune Part 3. So those are the 3 movies so far. 100% lock it in. We will be there opening night. Odyssey, again, 80%. Oh, Drake May down the field on 2nd and 4. Oh, Mac Hollins, welcome to the game. That's got to be his second catch of the game for 32 yards, unless this is a play ahead, and he's going to Mac Hollins again. But right between 4.5, almost 5 Seattle defenders on that play. Drake May getting risky, but hey, he drops it in. Oh, he's going deep again. Is it Hollins? Oh, it is Hollins. Oh, and that's his 3rd catch of the game. So Mac Hollins scores a touchdown. I guess, because Seattle scored that touchdown, obviously the 14-point hypothetical quarter for the Patriots doesn't win them the game anymore. But hey, we're still entertained, I guess, at this point in the 4th quarter. There still is that, not to say that we need the hope that the Patriots going to win, but at least the anticipation. Do we need it to be like a horror movie where we're on the edge of our seat the whole time, or do we want it to be an easy watch where it's just like, oh man, is it the equalizer where the Seahawks are just destroying the Patriots, or is it, again, Fallen, where I guess Denzel, I guess we don't want to spoil any movies, but is it a movie where maybe Denzel loses, well, there we go, spoiler, but where he wins a little bit more closely than he does in the equalizer? I mean, there is will Denzel, I think the first time you watch the first fight in the equalizer, I should say the first time you watch the first equalizer movie, maybe you watch it with a little bit of like, oh, okay, what will happen in this fight? But once the first couple of fights happen and you realize this is Denzel just like, messing guys up for 4 movies, like, then you can watch it with a little bit of a different lens. It just becomes kind of that, again, sort of one-man army action movie. Like John Wick as well, too. Like John Wick is like, oh, wait, are they going to kill John Wick in the first, like, what's going to happen? And you're like, oh, no, wait a second. He's just going to, beat guys up for an entire franchise of movies. Now that, I guess, spoiler alert, I haven't seen John Wick 4 or Ballerina, so if he's dead, then rest in peace, my bad. But, if they kill off John Wick at this point, again, who even did? The franchise almost, worn out its welcome. Not that it's worn out its welcome, but, again, it doesn't have the same type of opening. If John Wick 5 was being dropped this year, I think that would be at like a 70. Honestly, that would be like a 40%. I'm going to go see that in theaters. Not because I don't want to, but again, I feel like at this point, you do have to prioritize the original content. And I feel like maybe that's where Predator Badlands did lose out at the end of the day. Not to say that that version of the story isn't providing, again, a new updated original story with a new take on how maybe the actual creatures themselves function in the greater universe, and then the interaction that they can have with the humans and stuff, of course, can be a little bit different as well there. But for the fact that it is, again, a continuation of a pretty extended franchise at this point, like, there is going to be, again, that sort of streaming element to it because it is that franchise movie. But it is like, yes, I obviously want to support the franchise as much as possible. I love the franchise. It's one of my favorite characters in film. Again, just the way the films play out themselves is obviously super fun. But we've had a lot of Predator movies at this point. It is what it is. What we haven't had a lot of? Michael Jackson biopics. So I'm probably going to, I guess, we definitely have had a lot of Avengers movies. But I guess that is crossed over. That's the one franchise that's crossed over. Literally the one franchise that has crossed over to the other side of things where I'm going to be there for it. And to be honest, I don't even know if I realized this part about the Avengers franchise until right now that I'm saying it. Because you check the tapes. Like I've said, and I will admit this as well, too. I'm not changing this side of the take, where I am excited to see those people just team up to make a movie. Like I said, I'm just excited to see the Russo brothers and Chris Evans and Downey and Hemsworth make a movie together because they've made good movies. They've happened to have been in the Avengers universe, but they're also super fun to watch. But it is a little bit of, because again, it is the MCU, it's like, if those guys can't make a good movie together, then the MCU's kind of cooked. But also, again, I might not necessarily put like, if they bring it back, like it's like Secret Wars might be at risk for opening day theater if I don't even know if I can say that. Again, I might just be a Marvel zombie at this point. It is what it is. But even the Fast and Furious franchise, obviously, if Paul Walker was still there, they might just be able to make 12 movies and fit 20 movies, and I'd be there opening night because that's just that whole family's still there together. But Fast 10, I was there. Fast 10 Part 2. I saw that on IMDb a couple days ago. I'm not gonna be at the theater for Fast 10 Part 2. I've been through the Fast and Furious franchise at this point. It is what it is. So again, like a movie like Sinners by Coogler, again, obviously we see that Coogler's dropping a movie and we're just adding that to the watch list immediately. We're just going to be there in the theater opening night for that. So we didn't even necessarily need good review. We didn't need necessarily anything to go see that movie in the theaters opening night. We literally just needed Coogler's dropping a movie, give me a ticket. I'm there. It is what it is. But, again, that also just happened to be a super original movie where it's like, I have to see this because I don't know what this is. And that is, I think, we could talk a lot about what is killing theaters. And I've had conversations with this about people at work. There is I think a general agreement in the culture that it's just a little too expensive. Now, obviously, the economy is not in a place to maybe continuously support movies for everybody on a week-to-week basis, especially maybe getting into some of the middle of the country type stuff. But also, again, if you have to make selective choices on what you're going to go see, and I think that's where Doomsday does win over Secret Wars, where Secret Wars, you kind of feel at this point that it's going to have that Endgame level resolution, where that they're going to be winning at the end of Endgame, and maybe the fact that they lose at the end of Infinity War, you're like, okay, well, I know how this is going to play out. They're going to lose at the end of Doomsday, and then they're going to win at the end of Avengers. But at least the fact they could lose in Doomsday makes that part one a little bit more interesting. It's like, okay, how do we get to that loss? And, the Dune universe, we're still, again, a little confusing saying the names here, but the Dune universe were kind of, and the Seahawks are just running the football now. It is what it is. But, it's 2nd and 11, 4 minutes left in the fourth. They're up by a touchdown. So, they got control of the game at this point. Oh, Darnold with the pressure, though. The Patriots blitz, I guess they're going to hesitate to call that play dead, but they do eventually, and it will be 3rd and 11. I guess the question would be some type of intentional grounding situation there. Did he get out of the pocket? Because he definitely didn't get that back to the line of scrimmage. And just to double check, I guess, to make sure, Kenneth Walker, yeah, he definitely was in the area there. So should be a fine legal play. But I guess, again, I can sit here and say, okay, I don't know what the take on the Predator Badlands version of the Predator franchise is going to be. But it's like, if I have to, really, really, really narrow it down, I'm going to pick the most original, at least for me anyways, the most original, most guess what's going to happen, a little mysterious type of movie that, again, we can find. Shaheed almost, again, made another vertical play down the field. Or maybe we should say Darnold kind of missed another vertical play, because I guess it was Shaheed earlier that he missed, but also JSN in a way. And you can't blame him as well, too, because, you see the defensive line for the Patriots, they weren't even hiding the blitz that time. They literally lined everybody up and just said, we are just going to get to Darnold as quickly as we can. But he has had a couple times where his receivers his receivers have had a step. There we go. I think we said that right. Either way, his receivers have had a step, and he has just put it out a couple of steps in front of them. So that's the part as well, too. If the pressure had, and the punt maybe the Seahawks special teams coordinator himself should win the MVP. Has that ever happened? A coach MVP. Because the punter and the kicker, both of them, have just been on point this time. It'd be like if Chip England won the finals MVP for the Spurs in 2014. And it's just like, the 3-point shooting is what's, locked in for the Spurs. The Olympic coverage has been going on so long. The TV's prompting us to keep watching. Let's see what we can keep this going here. Okay, we're good to go. We can't lose this France-Sweden hockey game. Or maybe we can, actually. I just looked at the score. Sweden up 4-0 on the French. A dominant performance. So, shout out to the Swedes for the way they're able to continue. I guess, I don't know, probably doesn't eliminate them this early, but probably not the start you want to have to the winter games if you're the French hockey team. Though with all due respect to the French hockey team, it's not like, we've heard about the French hockey team maybe. Because, obviously like the French, basketball team has, become a real force to be reckoned with in the international stage. So, I feel like if the hockey team was on the same level, maybe we'd heard about it a little bit. But I guess I can't sit here and say that I would know the other, teams in general that would be the top team. So probably unfair to, assume the other way. Oh, somebody just blitzed at Drake May and almost tackled him, but then he threw it to Stevenson, and Stevenson just hurled the defender. So that might have been the most exciting play of the Patriots season. It just unfortunately happened, backed up on their own end zone, down by 12 points in the Super Bowl in the fourth quarter. But, I mean, Drake May avoiding that blitz, and then Ramondre Stevenson with like a top 5 hurdle of the last couple of years. I mean, that was pretty clean. That defender definitely did not go super low. Like, he got some good air on that and didn't pick up a ton of yards afterwards, but still. Oh, is this a pick? Oh, he's thankful. Better be thankful if you're a Patriots fan. That's not a pick. He's just like, I'm just throwing it to Mac Hollins now. It is what it is. The only receiver he has trust in is Mac Hollins. He does not care how many people are guarding him. He's got 3 defenders down there. Mac Hollins surprisingly can't jump. Did not get any air on that leap. I think it might have been because he was moving backwards, but he is tall, so that does help him just winning those jump ball scenarios as well. But he has clearly now emerged as Drake May's favorite target. We'll see 2nd and 10 if he just starts looking that way again. Do they have him lined up on the outside the slot? Is that Henry? That might be the tight end. He's looking to that side of the field, though. He wants to, at least give himself the option to go there if he can. But, hey, and I forget what we were ranting about even before that blitz on that last play, but probably doesn't matter either way. So 3rd and 6, 9 minutes left. Hey, do or die time. We're starting to get there. More pressure. Drake May to scramble. This is the first time he's been able to, kind of use his mobility in an exciting way tonight. Definitely had a couple of times where he has been able to avoid the pressure, pick up the yards, but really, again, sort of time, circumstance, obviously being a 3rd down there as well, too, keeping the drive alive is definitely the most beneficial play he's given him with his legs so far. Pause. Little out route now, keeping the drive alive. So here we go. The Seahawks defense, I'm sure, in some ways, maybe mentally, had sort of, I'm not trying to saying that they gave up, obviously, as the fourth quarter started, but maybe you start to see, like we were saying earlier, the light at the end of the tunnel a little bit with the game starting to wind down. And, again, the Patriots are still 2 drives away at this point from getting the... Oh, Chet! And they're still going to be 2 drives away. Intercepted! It's not Witherspoon. It's Julian Love, who has been a great safety for him there the last couple of years. But once again, we get another, so not to, MVP track the entire time, but, to help you with your betting out there as well, too. We get some more stats distribution. So, again, not to say, what has Julian Love done the rest of the game? But, again, the safety, the safety kind of playing back, and because their defensive line has been getting pressure and not giving up those explosives, hasn't really been, like, getting a ton of tackles or anything like that. So only 2 tackles on the day on the stat sheet. But again, now he has the interception as well too. So we're still saying Derek Hall. It is what it is. I don't know if Collinsworth is saying something different on the broadcast and we're missing it there. Or, if we go the online community is maybe giving it to the offensive line as well. Or like we said, the special teams coordinator is now number 2. Who is the special teams coach for Seattle? Maybe we need to look up his name. And I guess, is this a long walk? I was about to say McDonald was a special teams coordinator, but McDonald coached for the Ravens, and of course John Harbaugh, who he coached for, used to be a special teams coordinator. So is this the next John Harbaugh? Is that what we're saying? I don't know there. But if we can get a name check on this guy, I think that all of the head coaching candidacies have been I think they have been taken and taken by we saw the stories there. NFL, once again, it is what it is. But, once again, the results play out in a bit of a suspicious way. in the hiring cycle, and they do not have the special teams coordinator here listed, I guess, on the Pro Football Reference. No respect for the coach of the team. Let's see if he's listed here on the Wikipedia page. And I'm not even joking, chat. Like, obviously, a coach is not going to win the Super Bowl MVP. But, I mean, obviously we're not joking in the fact that the special teams has been really legit, and has been clearly, one of the best, been the best unit in the game overall for these teams. So, again, specific to this performance and this team as well. But regardless, they have definitely been doing a good job. So you have to give them credit where credit is due. For the current coaching staff, owner entity, Paul Allen, and I guess that'll change as well, too, after they sell the team officially, the estate for sale there. Oh, chat! Hey, yo! It is a Harbaugh! It's our guy, Jay Harbaugh. And you know what? Like, the John Harbaugh, Jim Harbaugh vibes are maybe starting to change over. Jim's son? This is Jim's son. Oh, chat. Times have changed. I guess, we're not saying that the Chargers are bad. I think that they've dealt with injuries as well, too. But, John Harbaugh obviously had to get a new franchise this year. Again, same with John Harbaugh. Like, I think still a good coach, but maybe there is a little bit of a, is he, like, locked in as a consistent, top-notch guy every year? I don't know if that's the case. But, yeah, shout out. Even though Jim's son, but the John Harbaugh coaching tree there, with similarities with the special teams background. So yeah, not to continue with the NFL just being racist in their hiring, but at least, after the NFL is not racist with their hiring, then hopefully it works out that the NFL has an unracist hiring cycle and Jay Harbaugh is able to, at some point down the line, get the opportunities that maybe he could potentially, and, I guess, do we want to promote him right now after one game? Again, maybe, the conversation. But point being, he's on the list. He's on the watch list for upcoming head coaches for who you want to coach a team, if we have to clarify now as well, too. But, I mean, Seattle is in ending the game territory here. 5 minutes left, and they are eyeing a goal-to-go situation. We don't even want to throw it back over to the ESPN to spoil as well, too, because, again, at this point in the game, a touchdown here would definitely end it. A field goal would bring Jason Myers, I think, back into the mix. Again, getting to that 5 field goal. Oh, here we go, chat. Here we go. Jason Myers, and he does have a record. Most points in a season. So wait, LaDainian Tomlinson and Jason Myers are 1 and 2. I guess so everybody that's ever scored touchdowns in a season, Jason Myers has scored more than them in field goals, because Tomlinson wasn't kicking field goals. Even in the seasons in which he was scoring all the points for the Chargers, obviously he was getting into the end zone. So here, I guess we can go back to the ESPN now that we know the result of the possession. 22-7, Seattle. Looking like this game is going to be over. Kenneth Walker, though, now is up to 131. So here, let's see. Is that a top 5? That's not a top 5 Super Bowl performance of all time. No disrespect. I'm just saying that if it's that, then it's like, does he have to be the Super Bowl MVP? If it's just a historic game in that sense. But to double check here, I don't know why, but I remember like a trivia question as a kid. Willie Parker had the longest touchdown in Super Bowl history. I think he did anyways. I guess I don't know if that's changed. I just remember at the time that we needed to know the answer of that trivia question, it was Willie Parker. And I think we got it right. But either way, it was the answer at one time. But for actual full game performance, let's see here. Rushing yards. Maybe Terrell Davis had like a 200-yard game. And I know like John Riggins won a Super Bowl MVP. Did Larry Zonka win a Super Bowl MVP for the Dolphins? But to look at their actual numbers. Oh, Timmy Smith. That's right. I did know the name Timmy Smith. I wouldn't have been able to guess that one right now. I can admit that. Before this moment tonight, I wouldn't have been able to, as of today, in this calendar. Maybe yesterday I would have recalled Timmy Smith's name for some reason. I don't know. But today, I would not have been able to guess Timmy Smith's name. But yes, I have obviously heard about him. Did they do a 30 for 30 on Timmy Smith? Or maybe we saw like some E60 piece or something. But yeah, obviously iconic performance there. 204 yards in the Super Bowl. And then Marcus Allen, 191 in a Super Bowl MVP performance. Riggins, 166. Franco Harris, 158. Terrell Davis, 157. So it is top 10. And getting so excited that we knocked out the mic cable again. Hey, yo. So shout out Kenneth Walker, historic Super Bowl performance. I mean, I'm sure Jason Myers himself is having a historic Super Bowl performance. So we've got 9 other guys with more yards than Kenneth Walker, and only Clarence Davis, not Terrell Davis. Clarence Davis is the only one that scored there, that had 130 plus yards and no touchdowns in the game. So Kenneth Walker right now sitting at 131 and no touchdowns. And I guess we'll see Oakland versus Minnesota. I'm going to say that he did not win the MVP in this game, unfortunately. But we can double check here. Yeah, one-time Super Bowl champ, but I guess not the Super Bowl MVP. So let's see if we can see who was the MVP of this Raiders versus Vikings Super Bowl. 32-14. Was it Stabler, 12 for 19 for 180 and a touchdown in this game? Davis, yeah, 16 for 137. Oh, chat, Pete Bananazak? Hey, yo, what's his name? Pete Bananazak had 10 attempts for 19 yards and 2 touchdowns. So if Davis had the 2 touchdowns, he definitely would have won the award. Alan Page with the sack in the Super Bowl as well there. But Willie Brown with a pick 6. So I'm guessing it's Willie Brown with the 75-yard pick 6. Let's see here. Oh, wait, one-time Super Bowl champ. No, not the Super Bowl MVP. For some reason, it doesn't have the Super Bowl MVP just listed as, like, one of the top things in the game. Bud Grant versus John Madden. I mean, what a great coach. Oh, here we go. Fred Biletnikoff. What was his stat line? Were we missing that here? 4 for 79. Hey, yo, chat. So really, it is what it is. Clarence Davis just got straight up robbed by Fred Biletnikoff of the Super Bowl MVP because Dave Casper almost had this. Dave Casper had more fantasy points as well, too. I mean, I guess, no, because you would have gotten 0.9 for the 9 extra yards, and you would have gotten 4 points for the touchdown. So, yeah, Casper would have been, 4 or 5 more fantasy points there than Biletnikoff in that game, and then Clarence Davis easily, the best box score of any of these guys. So, is that going to be the looking back factor of Kenneth Walker? But again, if you go Derek Hall, it's like, obviously there's not a defender that had that type of production in this game. Again, Alan Page had 12 tackles. Jeff Simeon had 15. So both of those guys are definitely in contention. Sammy White for kick returns, maybe. And, yeah, the kickers kind of themselves a low-key game. Drake May on third down. Definitely a little, as I guess the game has gotten a little bit more in favor of the Seahawks as well, too. As the Seahawks defense is maybe laid back on the pressure. I guess I was going to say he's looked a little bit more confident. But, yeah, it's definitely been way less blitzing and way less pressure here, or, been a little bit more selective with it as the game goes. Get pressure. Literally they send a blitz right there and get a sack and a fumble and a recovery. Are they going to get a sack, fumble, touchdown here? Hopefully I'm not going to say it for not being able to say his name, but maybe did he just steal the Super Bowl MVP? He might have, because now he's got a defensive touchdown, and if he's got, does that count as a sack? He might have just had the fumble recovery there. Unless Derek Hall had the sack. Who had the sack? Let's take a stats check here after that and see where we sit at with some of the defensive guys. Tackle for loss, Derek Hall still with 2. Touchdown. Julian Love, we got the interception there. Nwesu. Oh, I'm just combining his name, I think. Himself. Oh, he didn't have any stats logged up until this game. Defense themselves, 7 sacks, tied for the most in Super Bowl history. So somebody else had more than that Broncos defense against Cam Newton. Ayo, was that might have been the Bears defense or the Tampa defense against Rich Gannon. Do we have to go back and look at that Rich Gannon game? I don't know. But yeah, shout out to Fred Biletnikoff for winning a random Super Bowl. And Ayo, the 16-1 1977 Raiders. I guess you never talk about the 16-1 1977 Raiders, but that's, I mean, yeah, one of the best seasons that any team has ever had. I guess, 24-21, a little close there to the Patriots in the first round, but comfortably winning the next two. I guess that's maybe after the rest of the playoffs there. Cliff Branch and Casper, both on first team All-Pro. The defense, you got, Willie Brown, Ted Hendricks on defense. Pretty stacked. George Bueller, I guess. Wait, was that guard? Was he listed as guard? Maybe you got defenses with guards, or did he just make a tackle? I don't know. Oh, fumble recovery. He had a fumble recovery. And, they have it sorted alphabetically. That's why. Ayo, we figured it out. But here, wait, let's look at defensive MVPs for the Super Bowl, because it does, again, look like we're going to trend that way. I mean, at this point, you might just have to give it to Derek Hall, again, as a representation of the defensive performance, because, yes, Kenneth Walker has had a great game. But like I said, we know Clarence Davis, well, he didn't win. I guess Thurman Thomas, unfortunately, the only one to put up 130 yards and lose. But if they had won, I guess you imagine that he would have won the Super Bowl MVP. Otherwise, I'm guessing all of these other guys did. But all of these other guys also, respectively, not to move the barrier, but they also did rush for 150 plus, and like we're saying, they did score. So there is a little bit of a extra level to their performance. I guess Emmitt Smith in 94 being the only one, but I'm guessing this was a year that, he had 2 touchdowns. Let's see, who won the Super Bowl MVP in 94? Was this the year that the defensive player? I'm forgetting who the defender was that won it in those 3 years, but I know there was one. Okay, Emmitt Smith did win it this year. I guess, 130 and 2 touchdowns. But again, Kenneth Walker had 2 touchdowns. Like, he's definitely winning the Super Bowl MVP this year. It is what it is. So let's see if we can find the list of guys here and see what we've got. Yeah, Hurts, Mahomes, Cooper Kupp, Brady, Mahomes, Edelman, Foles, Brady, Miller would be, again, the last. Malcolm Smith, defensive MVP. We've got Dexter Jackson for the Bucks, Ray Lewis for the Ravens. I guess Desmond Howard, special teams, but special teams receiver more so there. And then Larry Brown was the MVP for the Cowboys, I guess. Defensive back for them in the 90s, obviously, in that run. But, was defensive MVP. Ripon Anderson, Moss, Richard Dent, there we go, for the Bears. Harvey Martin and Randy White. Who's the first ever split MVP. So it can be 2 guys that win the MVP. Maybe it's Jason Myers and Derek Hall. Can you give it to a kicker and a defensive lineman? I'm kind of in favor of that, to be honest. Hey, was this, I guess we don't know the rosters from the 1978 Broncos and Cowboys. Randy White was on the Cowboys, though. Oh, the Cowboys did win this. So was Harvey Martin also on the Cowboys? Was it 2 Cowboys guys, or was it a Cowboy guy and a Broncos guy? But yeah, Randy White, I guess, would have been a defensive MVP as well, too. So let's see here. Harvey Martin, if he played for the Cowboys. Okay, he did. Shout out, I guess, as you would suspect. All-Pro and Defensive Rookie of the Year in 77. But yeah, Super Bowl MVP in 78. Drake May scrambling. 3.5 left, slides down, only 5 yards on that pickup. Nothing too crazy there. And then Jake Scott. Chuck Howley. And then, Dawson, Namath, Bart, Starr. So wait, Jake Scott. Who's Jake Scott? We need to double check his player profile here and see. Defensive back. Jake Scott, 5-time Pro Bowler, 2-time All-Pro, 2-time Super Bowl champion, Super Bowl MVP. And Jake Scott is not in the Hall of Fame? Pretty good run in the early mid-70s there for our guy. I don't know why he wouldn't necessarily qualify for that list. But yeah, shout out for him as well, too. So, you've got the 70s Dolphins. Of course, the Baltimore Colts as well, too. You've got Unitas kind of at the end of his run there. They didn't necessarily have like a strong offensive performance in that game. That was a very field goal heavy game as well too, with kind of a field goal winning kick in there. Drake May drops back. Oh, 1st and 20. Hey, yo, they got a penalty. Didn't even see that. But yeah, Cowboys as well, 27-10. Similar score here, 29-7 in this one. So good news for our defensive lineman there. Defensive lineman, obviously, Dent in that Super Bowl was 46-10. So that was a crazy defensive performance. And same for, I guess, Ravens and Tampa as well, too. All three of those defenses, you know, were like literally creating points in this game. I mean, I guess to some degree the Seahawks have gotten there as well, too, with 29 after the sack fumble there. But yeah, let's see. Dexter Jackson in this game was, I'm pretty sure, responsible for a pick 6. Dwight Smith, oh man, Richard Gannon. We're just going to focus on the defensive stats of it and pretend that Richard Gannon wasn't the one throwing the passes. Dwight Smith, 2 picks. Dexter Jackson, 2 picks. Dwight Smith had 2 touchdowns? Hey, yo, did Dexter Jackson return a kick? Is that how, did Dwight Smith win the MVP? Another Super Bowl MVP robbed as well. Maybe they have the stats listed wrong. We have to go back and see here. Dexter Jackson, Dwight Smith. No, Dwight Smith actually had a kick return. Hey, yo, 1 for 23 yards. So, you know, Aaron Stecker, the normal kick return. Did he have a sack? How did Dexter Jackson win the MVP and Dwight Smith not? I'm going to have to go back and watch the game. I mean, it's just going to be what the stats say. Dwight Smith's going to have an interception. 2 of them are going to be picks. I guess, was Dexter Jackson's picks better individually? I'm assuming that Smith got a pick 6 on a corner route, like an out route. So he just intercepted and, you know, just ran straight into the end zone. Like it wasn't necessarily, you know, I'm not going to say that impressive, but maybe a little bit more gifted to him. So I don't know if Dexter Jackson was like flying across the middle of the field and, you know, picking those off. But can we actually see? Let's just see if we can find some here. Dwight Smith, Super Bowl highlights. There's got to be some sort of Tampa fan page that has clipped out these interceptions for us to go back and check out. Here we go. 2 minutes. Perfect, chat. Ayo, pause. We've got to just see a couple of these passes. Oh, Drake May trying to find Matt Collins on a 1st and goal in the end zone is almost successful with the one-handed catch, but not quite able to get it to go. So, hey, yo, well, you know, once this ad gets out of the way, we'll be able to see and validate what happened with our guy, Dwight Smith. Okay, here we go. We've got some Simeon Rice highlights. There we go. Rich Gannon. Oh, see, yep, right to the sideline. So, easy path right to the end zone for our guy, Dwight Smith. You know, you hate to, again, see it for the Raiders fans and for the, I guess, the Rich Gannon lovers out there. Hey, yo. But, obviously, the Tampa defense was not one to be messed with back in the day. And that's a good job of undercutting that route as well, too. So, hey, yo, let's see what else we can get. Again, 2 picks. He took them both back to the house. I honestly don't know what happened. What are these voters thinking? So, we've got to actually honestly pick, like, the 3rd option. Whoever the 3rd option is here to win the Super Bowl MVP is going to be the one that wins it. So, maybe it is Nwosu after the 1 touchdown in this game. Maybe it is, again, Kenneth Walker, because we feel that I guess if we do have the kicker and we have Hall 1 and the kicker 2. So, yes, I think it is going to be, we can officially now say that you should start voting Kenneth Walker for Super Bowl MVP. Because not to say that you wouldn't look back at his stats and they wouldn't be impressive, but once again, there is always like one guy that you're like, hey, how did that guy not win the Super Bowl MVP as well too? So maybe you wouldn't quite do that from a defensive standpoint with, you know, 2 sacks if you just saw that on the box score. But I think in this game, the evenness of that, maybe you would. Uh-oh, chat, was that Trainers out on the field? What happened? Oh, did Hunter Henry just get popped by Kobe Bryant? Maybe both of them were going down. It looks like Hunter Henry, is starting to, it looks like he's walking off the field. Same with Kobe Bryant. Both of them okay there after that collision. But, hey, yo, the last Patriots-Seahawks Super Bowl ended with, like, a, I guess, well, can we say a collision? It ended up with, like, Gronk and a couple other guys getting in a fight. But, you know, still ended up on, you know, something a little bit different there. But, yeah, we have 2 minutes left And I guess you're definitely in need of an onside kick here for New England, but we're going to need 2 touchdowns as well, too. So obviously that defensive score, being a little bit even more devastating than the drive that the Seahawks put together, that last scoring drive. But at least, again, Drake May for, I don't know, a historical aspect of it, for the long-term, hey, how did this guy perform on the biggest stage? Like, you can't necessarily say that it's like a, again, not to say necessarily names from the past performance this year, but, maybe the way like Stroud played in the playoffs this year, where you're looking at that game going, okay, obviously Stroud has the performances the other way as well, too, where you're definitely going to be looking back at those and hoping he can get back to a certain level of play and impact the game in that way. But it's not the type of bad performance where you're looking at it going, oh no, do we have to question, Drake May in the Super Bowl? It's like, why do you give Drake May a benefit for the bad performance? Hey, Drake May didn't throw 5 picks in this one. It is what it is. He did obviously have a couple of fumbles, didn't maybe always handle the pressure perfectly every time, but that left side of the line was getting roasted, and the blitzing that the Seahawks were throwing at him was definitely, again, effective as well, too. You have to give him credit there. And McDonald himself being the defensive expert. There's Jay Harbaugh getting his shout out there from the broadcast. Hey, you would maybe say this from maybe you would find, or maybe me would find myself, rooting for a Arch Manning. I'm literally doing this with Arch Manning right now. Pause. Whoa. Hey, pause. But, we're literally biased toward a guy whose parents used to play in football. I guess we'll say it. We're pro nepotism here on the Rim and Sam pod in the sports world. We like the athletes' kids. We like the coaches' kids. We like the generation of the, I guess if basketball is a family business for like the James family, if football is a family business for the Manning family, that's cool. I like that. But if it's also a coaching, yellow Gatorade. Yellow again? Is that back-to-back years? Oh, chat. I was thinking blue. This year, but I didn't even see odds for blue. So did they discontinue it? What's going on there? I don't know. Purple? Can we get a purple Gatorade one year? We need to actually start mixing up the colors. I feel like yellow is yellow is just the standard color at this point. I feel like it is what it is. So maybe we don't even get odds next year. That'd be crazy if they just killed the odds by just saying, hey, it's too predictable. Yellow is going to be the color. Kenneth Walker slides down inbounds. So now he starts to add to the total. If he gets to 140, does he need to get to 140? I don't know. He's at what, like 135 right now? Second down. Vrabel calling a timeout in disgust. He just calling a timeout out of spite for that play. It is what it is. Obviously, at this point, it would help him to get the ball back as well, too, in the fact that they need 2 scores. But, you could just let the clock go to the 2-minute warning there as well, too, and start getting the game over. I guess you don't need to just like, okay, let's wrap the game up. That's a losing mentality. Vrabel's going to compete to the end. But I guess for the game itself, Walker is at 160 if you add in the receiving yards as well. So definitely because of, again, the sort of front-facing nature of an offensive player is definitely starting to maybe pull away for Super Bowl MVP odds. The Patriots have one. The Seahawks are ready to wrap this game up. Pause. The Patriots have one more timeout. And if they're calling timeouts, I don't know why the Seahawks are throwing away plays. I got to be honest, that's a throwaway play. Vrabel just called a timeout on the last play. Like, I get that, again, you're up 2 scores, that 2-minute warning's right there, but now you give them the 2-minute warning to get the ball back on the 4th down. Your defense has done, again, a great job, and you're up by 2 scores. The onside kick possibility is definitely unlikely, but it's the NFL. Why give yourself, obviously, an opportunity to lose the game? Why give yourself, the Patriots, an opportunity to get the ball back and to at least try to keep going? So I know maybe Darnold just bailed on that play a little bit earlier. And Kenneth Walker, I like the principle of, would you sacrifice 3 yards, 2 yards for the opportunity to stop the clock or the Patriots to burn a timeout? For sure. Oh, there we go. Kenneth Walker just won the Super Bowl. Oh, chat. Oh, I was going to say Kenneth Walker just won the Super Bowl MVP, but I think a holding penalty. So maybe him getting a touchdown run. Oh, chat, just put the flag away. Put the flag away. What are we doing? Sundell taking back Kenneth Walker's touchdown. He's going to have to buy Kenneth Walker a watch or a car or something after this. I mean, a car. You win a Super Bowl MVP. You win a car for winning the Super Bowl MVP. So he might have to buy him a car. Oh, and he was on Spillane. I think he kind of opened up the touchdown possibility for him as well, too. So he should, buy him a, I guess maybe it's all good. It's like, I guess you would have maybe not have scored if I would have done that, but also, it kind of cost you MVP as well, too. Yeah, Tarico just said that on the broadcast, reading the closed captioning there. So, again, maybe the fact that he accomplished it on screen, even if he doesn't count, is enough for us to consider him the Super Bowl MVP winner on top of, again, a great game. And another play opportunity here. Patriots all over it. Pause. 3rd and 23. Yeah, that's an unfortunate what-if stats killer there because, again, you're not necessarily going to be able to go back and look at that one in the box score. There's not a hypothetical yardage that they put there next to it. It is what it is. But 2-minute warning, the Seahawks are looking like the Super Bowl champs. So, again, not to write the Patriots obituary early. Anything could happen. But they are out of timeouts now as well, too. So, you are, of course, going to need 2 miracle drives here as Seattle is about to punt it away on this 4th down. But I don't know, and, it's been a while, obviously, since they have won the last Super Bowl in a sense that, it's been a decade plus. It's not like a Howie Roseman, Sam Press, it's not Howie Roseman flipping the team around and winning the Super Bowl right away. But, you do have to give the Seattle ownership group there that has been there in the past. Obviously, rest in peace to the ones that have been lost. Maybe, obviously, we tread lightly as well, too, with, certain news events that are going on in the world. And, you don't want to just start, immediately thinking of that when, some degree when you're thinking about, other things as well, too, that are supposed to be these entertaining pastimes. But there is obviously a crossover with the names and the associations in an unfortunate way that you just cannot deny. But, again, regardless, the stability that Seattle has had there in the past decade has obviously been really impressive. And maybe the Pete Carroll years in the last handful of them have not necessarily been like the most top contending team. But, again, they sort of, did get out of the Pete Carroll tenure at the right time. Because, I mean, in kind of a Belichick-y way, this Raiders season was not good for sort of the last couple of years of the Pete Carroll legacy, where it's like, again, obviously that run in the Legion of Doom was a special run, but Pete Carroll himself was still, like, viewed as a good football coach. Now it's like, hey, are we sure Pete Carroll's a good coach? Was it all a fraud? Like, what happened that last season that everything went so bad? But, regardless, again, the Seattle franchise made the right move there. They still got basically winning to close to winning seasons. Like the worst, for Carroll, it ever was in Seattle was like 7-9, those types of years. So again, they could have continued to have him there where now he's having the 1-win season in Seattle and it's like, oh no, this is a disaster. Like we completely have to just tear everything apart and rebuild. But they did the slow burn. They got out of the pieces at the right time. They traded Wilson at the right time, completely rebuilt the team based off of that. And maybe, I wasn't even connecting the dots there as well, too, but imagine the sort of Russell Wilson trade Super Bowl that we would have had with the Broncos and the Seahawks matched up, where the Broncos, like, completely overcoming that pause and, getting back to the Super Bowl and maybe even winning the Super Bowl would have been an amazing storyline. But now, you look at the Seahawks the other way and say, oh, did that trade build the team? And I'm not going to be bummed out now as a Broncos fan thinking, like, oh, did you give the Seahawks the Super Bowl with that trade? I mean, again, in some ways you could say, you kind of have to view it as that. But again, the Broncos are also, and Dickinson once again, not to say that Jay Harbaugh punted that himself, but I mean, he may as well have because we're going to give him credit for it. It is what it is. But, again, for the Broncos, they were definitely, again, a team this year that, outside of the quarterback injury, probably should have won the Super Bowl, or just in a power ranking standpoint, I would still give them, obviously the Seattle team has really stepped up here, and this defense is playing really, really great. I mean, the Broncos defense as well, too. Again, the personnel, player for player, it's really tough. I think maybe Seattle has maybe proven that they do have a little bit more depth. on their defensive line. It may be just a smidge more depth, and I guess you could probably, Seattle's probably, by the end of the year, you know what? Now that I'm thinking about, and again, we're literally watching this team win the Super Bowl, so just being a prisoner of the moment. But I guess you could say this is the most talented team in the NFL. I don't know if that's the spot you want to be in, but again, I can't think of another team that jumped out outside of Denver that's like, this team obviously should have been in the Super Bowl. How did this team not have this, potential season? But again, Denver had the injury, and even with Bo Nix, there was always going to be that question mark until he was literally holding the Vince Lombardi trophy as to, like, could you win the Super Bowl with Bo Nix as your quarterback versus, maybe now there is a little bit more. I think now there will be a little bit more confidence in him, especially, if he continues to play well in the upcoming regular season games. And he was only in year 2 as well, too. So you would hope that to some degree he can continue to even get better himself. I mean, the Broncos hopefully are able to, not suffer too much in free agency, hopefully even able to get better as well, too, and able to bounce back. Obviously, Bo Nix, the timing of injury as well, too. I guess, it's like a fractured ankle. It's not like a torn ligament. So does that potentially, make it a speedier timeline in some ways? I don't know. But, yeah, I think that, sitting here, I don't know if it took till the fourth quarter of the Super Bowl for me to finally buy it, but it does feel like this is a season that, yeah, Seattle probably should have won. It is what it is. Again, with the way that they're playing at the end of the year, this is an insane defense. JSN, to me, was the best non-offensive lineman in the league on offense this year. Again, I can't I guess, Josh Allen as well. But Josh Allen, again, he cost the Bills the Eagles game in the regular season. I don't want to get too specific with the performances, but that is obviously one. I don't know if JSN had a performance equivalent of that. And obviously in the playoffs, that game was not great as well, too. So is it, unfair because if JSN has a low stats game like this one, it's not as costly to the Seahawks because, of course, you have Kenneth Walker, whereas if Josh Allen has a couple turnovers, and I guess, if JSN had like 3 fumbles in this game or something, it's a different story. But again, regular season, JSN was, to me, arguably the best offensive player in the league this year. Obviously the most dynamic offensive player. Again, I think the collection of defense players is arguably the best as well, too, like we said earlier, between them and the Broncos. I guess the Texans, if we're arguing like defensive side of the football, just that unit specifically. But obviously, with the way the Texans offense was producing this year, you wouldn't necessarily put it on par with even, the Broncos offense as well, too. And I guess that is a test for Stroud, because imagine 12 months ago saying that there's no way that you would trade Bo Nix for CJ Stroud. Now, you would have to think about it. I think you would still have to think about it, but I don't think you would do it after the way the playoff game played out and after the way Bo Nix was clutch for the Broncos time and time again in the fourth quarter this year. But, 12 seconds. Seattle, again, there is a little bit of this just feels like they kind of won another game. Like, with all due respect to the opponent, like, I'm not saying that, it doesn't feel like they didn't win the Super Bowl, but, in some ways, again, there is, like we're saying, it's just, you gotta go. You had to win this game. You had to win this game as the better team. You couldn't let the Patriots franchise start. And I guess, to go back to sort of the parallels between them and the start of the Brady Belichick run, they of course also started as the underdogs as well, too. So the fact that there was that realistic possibility that as the underdogs, they could have gone out there and gotten the upset win. It was just a lot of things that it's like, Seattle, you cannot let us go through another 20 years, not even another 10 years, not even another 5 years. I can't even take another 5 years of the Patriots being a dominant team in the NFL, of this risking this dynasty again. So, again, from that sense, it is a little bit more of a sigh of relief Super Bowl than like I can't believe we've made it to the mountaintop. No disrespect to Seahawks fans. Of course, we're jealous. You have to remember that. Remember, literally, look, there's Colts memorabilia here where we have, 100 mistress teams before we get to Seattle. Like, we're going to be jealous. It is what it is. But, it still is probably a little bit of a shorter mountaintop than some of the other teams. But regardless, you climbed it. So shout out to Seattle. Shout out to Mike McDonald for this rebuild as well, too. And we're obviously excited that a Harbaugh is able to get a ring. Shout out to, of course, the run at the University of Michigan. We're forever indebted there. I guess in some ways, I don't know, forever indebted may be a little strong, but, we're forever thankful in some ways that he was able, and again, because we cheated as well too, a little weird, but, we got to experience a title under his coaching tenure. So, we got to look back at that with fond memories is maybe the better way to say it. But, his, again, son getting a title is fun there. And some of those defensive guys that we mentioned that we like rooting for as well, too. But Walker gets the player interview afterwards, so that's a good sign for his MVP candidacy. We've also got, of course, Witherspoon as well, too, is going to give his thoughts. I mean, we'll probably hear from a couple of guys would be my guess. But yeah, shout out. I think I was definitely, again, as a jealous Broncos Mistress team fan, was definitely going to, start being like, Sam was right. The Broncos should have won the Super Bowl. It should have been their year. And in some ways, again, I feel like it should have. But this Seahawks team, I think, is the other team that, like we're saying, if the Patriots had won, it just drives that feeling even crazier. Where you're just like, and now not only did a team that was, not only did a team that should have won didn't win, but then there was an upset, like a crazy result that happened in the game as well too, where it's like, hey, we could have put ourselves in the spot to be the chaotic champion of the league in that sense. But it's like going through the league, okay, you have the quarterback injury as well too, like we're saying. You can't really deny that. It is what it is. You don't even have your starting quarterback. So once the starting quarterback for the Broncos is injured, then yes, the Seahawks are clearly the best team in the league. But like I'm saying, I think now looking at it, now that they've won the Super Bowl, but, now finally admitting to myself, it's like, yeah, you know what? They actually probably were the best team in the league anyways. And maybe the Broncos were the second. Like, I'm not saying there was a lot of separation there. And maybe on a given day they could have won against Seattle as well too. But Sam Darnold, and not even that he played, again, like, great today, but, he wasn't costly, I guess, in terms of actually having a turnover committed. The run game was obviously enough. And I guess, they had the defense touchdown at the end of the game as well, too, to finally put it away. And the Patriots, again, you have May and you have Vrabel. So as a 1-2, to be honest, like, as much as you love the totality of the team for Seattle, I mean, New England's not going to trade their coaching quarterback for Seattle's coaching quarterback. It is what it is. In the argument, I think, was he the tied for the youngest Super Bowl to win it, youngest head coach to win a Super Bowl? So he himself does have that argument as like, he literally is the future franchise coach for Seattle. And in some ways, funny that's a completely different dynamic like that as well too. You had Pete Carroll originally like the oldest coach maybe to win a Super Bowl, and then Mike McDonald now, again, the complete opposite the other way there. But for him, he hopefully has a great long tenure in Seattle. But again, you're just gonna take Drake May for the next 10 years over Sam Darnold. But again, obviously for this game, you're gonna be happy with the result if you're a Seahawks fan. But the weapons, of course, you could draft to improve there. We know that immediately they're going to need to, continue as always to build up their offensive line. And their defense is, of course, veteran in a way as well, too. So it's not like, oh, this group of guys, again, for the next decade is just set. Like, well, let's go. Legion of Doom in New England. Or, like that run as well, too, that they had earlier in the century. Again, great season. Played really great to end the playoffs, but I don't know necessarily the year-to-year reliability of, or just the ability of them bringing back this group every year as well. But, they will also have Gonzalez as hopefully a mainstay piece of that roster going forward. Milton Williams on a pretty good contract, so, obviously making an impact there. And I guess Diggs is signed till 28. Omenewu to 27, Davis to 28. So I guess the fact that, they went out, this was kind of that first season, I guess they did spend. So I guess they will have the contract cycle of these guys here. Harold Landry, 16 million. Morgan Moses, 10. Will Campbell. And you would just assume that, hopefully Will Campbell gets better as well, too. I don't know if this was an arm length Super Bowl. Pause. Was length a problem in this Super Bowl? I don't know if that was necessarily the case. But, again, I guess you could chalk it up to that. But also, again, as a rookie, playing left tackle in the Super Bowl against a very experienced and prolific, in some ways, Seahawks defensive line, you maybe got to give him a little bit of a break there in terms of his performance. But yeah, shout out. I mean, obviously a little unexpected, but hey, in terms of the football worlds this year, we got some unexpected results, and you know what? That was fun. It was a little unorthodox in the college scene as well, too, because, we would not have predicted Indiana to win the college national championship, but hey, they got it done anyways. Mendoza obviously was able to emerge as a star, and hey, in some ways, Darnold and Mendoza as well, too. There is a little similarity there in terms of their stories. Not to say that Mendoza's NFL career, would be the same as Darnold, for better or worse on either side of it, but for him to kind of, be the underrated, talented guy, maybe in the bad situation, as well, too, kind of at Cal. I don't know if it was like people were out on Mendoza the way that people were out on Darnold, but, again, it was clear that he was able to thrive in a perfect, in a good situation if he was able to find it. Cignetti, again, maybe a little bit more Pete Carroll than Mike McDonald, but maybe some similarities in finding your coach there. And again, maybe it's not necessarily predicting them to be, though, the defense was obviously, the talent was there as well, too, for them going into the season. But regardless, shout out. Great season. A little bit of, again, I would say a weird run in the NFL. Like, we did have Mahomes in the Super Bowl last year. So we can't say, like, it's been so far removed since we've had, like, these quote-unquote dominant quarterbacks win. But you do have, I'd say the Hurts can't get to that level as well, too. But, the Eagles kind of being that, again, year-to-year franchise. Obviously, they won a couple there. But, again, Howie Roseman rebuilt that team. And then with the, again, the Seahawks winning this year, it is a little bit of an interesting run, a sort of, I don't want to say a non-standout. But are we back to the NFL looking for that next dynasty team, or seeing what that is going to be? Again, there was a little bit of a weird run there between the Patriots just ended up being the first and second dynasty of this century. But there was a little bit of a run between those two dynasties. They made a couple Super Bowls in there and obviously lost to the Giants, but Packers won one in there. The Steelers won a couple in there. Manning got one for the Colts. Breeze got one. We got, that some of those teens years, I guess, again, Brady started winning again in 14 and then Manning in 15, but 13, well, I guess would have been Flacco in there as well, too, one of those years. So, kind of, I guess that like Rodgers, Flacco, Roethlisberger, Manning, Eli Manning 2-year period, like maybe we're kind of in that stretch right now. And then maybe once, Bryce Underwood gets drafted into the NFL in 2-3 seasons, then he'll go back to, starting the next NFL dynasty whenever that is. Or maybe, the Chiefs have like, 3 to 4 competitive years here where they're like losing in the divisional round and then Mahomes gets back to 2 Super Bowls. It wins a couple more, who knows? But it does feel like, we've officially pivoted away. Obviously, again, the Chiefs dynasty is not the same. We know that. But with Allen, with Mahomes not making the playoffs and him maybe being, a little compromised next season, we'll see what that injury does. Allen, unfortunately, there is a different sort of mental conversation with his status in the game. Still MVP favorite, but again, there is a little playoff hesitancy with him now that, is even more real than it has ever been before. And Lamar is definitely in that same category as well. Like, it feels like there are crowns for the taking right now that there haven't been in the past. And what are we setting the stage for? Anthony Richardson revival? Like, the Colts don't even have, in the NBA, we'd be like, oh, and then Victor Wembanyama's going to step in and take over. But, we don't even have that for the NFL. But, again, it just feels like there is and Mahomes is still there. Again, again, Allen, like all these guys are still there, Drake May is maybe some ways the next guy up. I don't, Caleb Williams was having a great season this year. Maybe he emerges as the next, contending guy as the next couple season goes on. Maybe, again, Mendoza just takes the league by storm and now the Raiders are, the dynasty. I don't know. But it does seem like, and again, maybe it's not the NFL needs it, but it's just like, it's just how sports works. Like, somebody's going to emerge regardless of what happens. Again, regardless if it's 2 seasons between the Chiefs dynasty and the next dynasty or 5 or 6 seasons between the Chiefs dynasty and the next dynasty. Like, it's just inevitable. Somebody will pop. Look at every decade. Every decade, somebody has captured multiple Super Bowls. Somebody has been the standard bearer and been the dominant team in the NFL for, again, a 3 to 4 year run. Obviously, like we said, Brady had 2 opportunities to be that in the early 2000s and then in the 20 teens with the Patriots as well. And in some ways was almost that with Tampa. Again, obviously, you know, only won one Super Bowl there, you know, in the Brady mind of the landscape, only one Super Bowl. But again, you know, like we said, you know, we know the teams. We know the teams, we know the dynasties. So again, that could be the Chiefs. It could be the Ravens that turn it around with Lamar. We just don't know at this point. The Seahawks could win, you know, again, 2 of the next 3 Super Bowls as well, too, and now they're the dynasty. But point is, it feels like we have officially reset the NFL from that initial post-Brady run of, hey, this is that Mahomes, Allen, Lamar timeline. And, you know, now I guess we'll see if it's still a variation of that continues, or, you know, of course, a new version of the league that we are getting as well. But, hey, yo, chat, what a game. Of course, what a season here for the REMINGTOM pod. We thank you guys for joining us live here during these NFL Sunday live streams. Of course, the schedule is a Sunday, Tuesday, Friday schedule here on the REMINGTOM pod. So, you know, hey, the sports world, the pop culture world will keep going. There will be things, of course, to talk about until the NFL season rolls around next as well. And, you know, I guess we'll not quite dive into way too early Super Bowl content for next year until maybe, you know, the next live stream or two. Who knows? But, of course, yes, once again, thank you guys for jumping on with us this NFL season. Thank you for jumping on with us tonight. And stay tuned Tuesday. Like I said, we're going to have a fun show. We got a couple of random things cooked up. We're definitely going to be going through the list of options for next year. So, you know, you got to get these things booked early. You got to get these things booked as soon as possible. So, you know, the community is counting on us to cook up our list again. I'm pretty sure they watched and just said, hey, that's a good idea. Let's have Bad Bunny. So I'm not saying we're going to give them ideas. This is definitely more of a don't take our ideas, but I have some ideas of who it is going to be. More so this is definitely more guessing than it is ideas. Bad Bunny was definitely an idea. This next one is going to be much more of a guess. It is what it is. But yeah, tune in for Tuesday for that. I guess, you know, Oscars are around the corner. We're definitely going to be championing Sinners as a best picture. March Madness is around the corner. Michigan got the win against Ohio State today on the men's side of things, and Michigan on the ladies side of things looked good against UCLA. UCLA is number 2 in the nation, and that game was really, really close. So, you know, things are going to be exciting there for our teams, and of course the Spurs and Wemby in the NBA season. We're going to be following the playoffs here on the pod. I mean, we're staying locked into the sports world. You know, we're following album releases. We are keeping up with, you know, again, we're trying to keep up as best we can with some of these new movies that are being dropped when we feel like we are, I guess, excited enough to go see them. But yeah, we're staying locked in. Of course, you can lock in with us here on the YouTube. Follow along to the live streams. Like I said, we'll be back Tuesday night, Friday night, Sunday night, even next week as well too. The show doesn't stop just because the NFL isn't around. So you can subscribe and join us here. Have fun hanging out with us on the live stream, and we look forward to hanging out with you guys, of course, like we're saying, in the future. So Tuesday night, be back, and we cannot wait to fire up the next live stream then as well. So go enjoy the next couple of days. Seahawks fans, congratulations. It's an exciting time, I guess, for you guys to be the Super Bowl champions. But, hey, yo, I was going to say, Phillip Rivers and the Colts are getting back to work. Riley Leonard and the Colts. I guess it's Daniel Jones and the Colts, but we'll see if we make the divisional round next year. Hopefully we're in the lab working. Jonathan Taylor, Latu. Hey, yo, we're going to need Latu to go crazy. I guess let's actually get the Super Bowl MVP announcement here as well, too, and see what's going on. Hey, yo, we're just so assumed that it's Kenneth Walker at this point. We're ready to dip out before we actually got the real real announcement, the real final announcement. But, of course, we will let the players... we will actually I guess Kenneth Walker's like the one player on stage at this point. They've got like an octagon set up for some reason as the stage, so it's a little bit more buried off this time. It is what it is. So you've got the coach, you know, some of the ownership groups, and then just Kenneth Walker up there. So shout out to Super Bowl MVP Kenneth Walker. It is what it is. But yeah, thank you all again for joining us, and we will see y'all Tuesday night. Enjoy the next